Chapter 1 Wake Up. When Shio woke up, he found that everything around him had changed. Everyone around him was wearing strange clothes. From time to time, there were some ninjas walking on the street, and the surrounding environment became both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Where am I? Shijir touched his head. Somehow he didn't remember what happened before, but he looked at the surrounding environment that didn't seem to be a fraud, and knew that this was not a prank. Did I cross this? Or did I not wake up in my dream? Shiyu gave a deep pinch, himself. It hurts. I'm not dreaming. That's because I crossed. Shijir turned around and saw 3 familiar rock statues. This is... Could it be that this is Konoha village? Have I crossed to Konoha village? Shijir also said incredulously. Ding. A magical voice suddenly appeared in Shijir's ears. At this time, Shijir heard a voice similar to a robot. Binding. Binding. Binding successfully. Congratulations to host. The strongest blood system has been activated. Host. May I ask whether you use the first reward of the blood system? Shiyu answered without even thinking, use. Ding. Hello host. The system has already sent you the first system reward. Atsutsuki blood. May I ask if the blood is merged? Shiyu naturally said, choose to merge. As soon as Shijir's words fell, he felt that his body began to change, and that burst of inexhaustible comfort all over his body instantly hit Shijir's brain. A lot of dopamine is produced for you to resist the next pain. As soon as the system's voice fell, a magical light shot towards Shijir from all directions. Shijir had just been heaven, but now it was naturally hell. The sensation of tearing up and down the whole body and the sensation of bursting blood vessels instantly attacked the whole body from the brain. Shiyu's pain was unbearable, and he said nothing, as if he had been completely numb to the pain. Host. Hold on. The fusion is about to be completed. 3. Shijir was already in pain and was going crazy. 2. Shiyu's surrounding voices were blurred. 1. The final voice of the system fell. Shijir had lost consciousness. The fusion is over. Congratulations to the host. The first reward is fused. The purest blood of Atsutsuki. However, Shijir fainted completely in pain, and did not hear the last sentence of the system. In the dimness, Shijir seemed to hear someone call his name again. Uchiha Shijir. Uchiha Shijir. Shijir finally opened her eyes, and what was printed in her eyes was a beautiful young girl with jet black hair and slick black eyes. It was obvious that she was right in front of her. This person was calling Shijir's name. Shiyu was lying on a white hospital bed at this time, and the smell of all kinds of disinfectant around him made him a little uncomfortable. It could be seen that he was lying on the hospital bed. My name is Uchiha Shijir. Shijir asked rhetorically. The woman was a little sad, and she couldn't help crying when she watched. Oh you. Brother Shiyu. Blame me. You have to return the necklace. Otherwise you won't remember everything like you do now. Do you remember who I am? The woman was crying too. Asked. Shijir looked at the girl in front of her, and slowly shook her head and said, sorry, I don't remember anything. You called me Uchiha Shijir? Am I from the Uchiha clan? The girl cried again and said, it's over. Brother Shiyu. You really forgot about me. I am Xiao Xing. Shijir touched his head and said with some embarrassment, Xiao Xing, I may really have amnesia. Can you tell me what happened before? Xiao Xing took out a mirror and placed it in front of Shijir. Shijir also saw what she looked like. The jet black hair happened to cover his forehead, the high nose bridge, yellow skin, and a pair of obsidian eyes, with divine eyes, like an eagle when sharp, and a sheep when gentle. It should be a perfect face of a handsome man. But unfortunately, from the left eyebrow through the bridge of the nose, there is a scar, which makes the handsome face look a little inadequate, but it is a bit more fierce. Look at you. Not only did you lose your memory, you also lost your appearance. It's not the bad guys of your Uchiha clan who snatched my necklace, and then you helped me to get it, but in the end they were injured by a group of them. They even used a knife. Scratched your face. When I found you, you were already unconscious. Unexpectedly. Now you have amnesia. Xiao Xing almost cried again. Sister Xiao Xing, don't worry, although I am amnesia, but you see that I am okay now. Shijir was comforting Xiao Xing while his brain was running fast. Through system. Bloodline. Xiao Xing. Although it's messy, I might be able to get on it. If not surprising, I should be in the Hokage ninja world now. It seems that my soul has passed through a teenager from the Uchiha clan. Shijir then chatted with Xiao Xing. After Shijir talked, he found out that although he was a member of the Uchiha clan, his parents were unfortunately killed in the battle very early. Only Shijir was left alone in Konoha village. No one took care of Shijir. Shijir grew up in a sneer and Byakugan. Xiaoxing's experience with Shijir is very similar. Therefore, when you are in trouble, Shijir always takes care of Shijir as her younger sister. But this time, Xiao Xing received insults from the noble children of the Uchiha clan. Shijir was because of Xiaoxing's emergence. During the dispute, she accidentally hit the head, so this gave Shijir the opportunity to travel through machine. After thinking about the causes and consequences, Shijir's tasks are naturally clear. Uchiha clan. Shijir also sneered at the tearful Xiao Xing. Okay, Xiao Xing, you should go back to rest soon. Didn't you say that I will take the graduation exam of the ninja school tomorrow? I have to prepare. Shijir also sent Xiao Xing away. The system is activated, and the blood of Itsutsuki has merged. I don't know what kind of abilities I have now. Shijir also closed his eyes directly and felt the inside of his body. I can feel that earth-shaking changes have taken place in my body. Shiyu suddenly felt a little itchy in his eyes and a little hot all over. He could feel a strong air current surging everywhere in his body, and his brain's consciousness was like a key to power. In that case, then open it. Shiyu also directly opened all the hinges of her body, and a pure power instantly occupied every part of Shiyu's body. Is this chakra? The familiar and unfamiliar energy contained in every part of my body is naturally the most common chakra in the Hokage world. Chapter 2 Shock. Chakra instantly covered Shijir's whole body. Although she was only a teenager, Shijir inherited the purest blood of Itsutsuki. Chakra in her body was already horribly strong. Shijir felt the endless power, and his eyes began to itchy. It seems that the meridians of my eyes have not been cleared by chakra. If that is the case, let me wake up in one breath. Shijir also directly controlled chakra in his body and rushed towards his eyes. What? The moment of pain caused Shiyu to close his eyes tightly. He covered his eyes with his hands, but felt the pain disappear instantly, and gradually he found that his eyes could be opened. He could feel that his eyes had undergone tremendous changes. He took out the mirror and saw that there were some subtle changes in himself in the mirror. The white eyes are also a huge shock inside. White eyes. There are 3 tomo. Such eyes don't even appear in the original work. What are they? Shiyu found that he seemed to have unprecedented eyes, which was shocked in his heart. But what made him even more surprised was that he found that he could not only see what was behind him, but also anything within 1 kilometer around him. As long as he had a thought, he could see clearly. This is a 360-degree view. And it has the ability to detect. This is the ability of Itsutsuki and Hyaga's Byakugan. Shijir was naturally excited, and Byakugan's insight ability surpassed Cherry-non. At the same time, Shijir also found that in addition to seeing the chakra veins of the people around him and the flow of chakra in the human body, he seemed to be able to fully understand all the subtle movements around him. This seems to be the function of Sheri-nan. Since I own the 3-go jade, it means that I have the ability to copy and see through the non-blood succession boundaries of forbearance, body, and illusion. Mangekyo and Rin-egan weren't directly awakened. Maybe it's because chakra isn't enough, too young. Shijir also got his eyes back to normal with the thought, but he found that his eyes were still white. It seems that the blood of Otsutsuki has begun to awaken, and it needs to grow with age and chakra to fully evolve. Shijir also wanted to understand. After that, Shio became familiar with chakra in his body. And the Hokage room at this time. Report 3rd generation. No foreign enemy invaded. 3 Umbu wearing different masks reported. There is no foreign enemy. Why is there a cage-level chakra outbreak? Said a middle-aged woman, Yudatan Koharu. The cage-level experts in the village should have already left the village. Mito Kato Homura also said. No. It's not an invasion by a foreign enemy, so it must be from the inside of the village. This seems a bit troublesome. The speaker was the 3rd generation of Konoha Shinobi Village, the country of fire. At this time, he was in his prime of life. He was called the strongest Hokage, full of majesty. He had just clearly felt a huge cage-level chakra burst out from the village, but then disappeared, and 3rd generation's eyebrows were also frowned. It's in the eventful autumn. It's better not to have extra branches, but you'd better not let it go. Hiruzen. A middle-aged man with his right eye reminded. Danzo, let me go and see it myself. Then 3rd generation, accompanied by 3 Umbu, headed towards Konoha Hospital. Shijir didn't know it at this time, he had already attracted the attention of the Konoha village high-level officials. Shijir was feeling the flow of chakra in his body, but suddenly felt a strange wave of fluctuations. With a thought, Shijir opened Bailonyan. He clearly found that within 1 kilometer, there were a few extremely large people flowing in chakra. Get closer by yourself. One of them had more chakra mobility than he had just had the blood of Otsutsuki. Konoha village has such a capable person, let me see who you are. Shijir also changed his mind to scout eyes, and found out that several people wearing white masks surrounded a person and started to move towards their own place. Shijir was also a little stunned when he saw the person in the lead. The man had a little black beard, wearing a Konoha-marked helmet on his head, with a murderous look. This person is the 3rd Hokage in the middle-aged age. Why did you come to me? Shijir was also a little depressed, and she closed her Bailonyan with a thought. 3rd generation and Umbu also arrived in the ward. After seeing Shijir, 3rd generation may seem to relax his vigilance a little, but did not leave. Shijir knew that 3rd generation may should still be suspicious of him. Although dangerous, it is also an opportunity. Oh? This kid, are you alone in the entire ward? Did you see any other people? Sarutobi Hiruzen said amiably. Shiyu said without a heartbeat, Ah, Hokage-sama, I'm sorry, I didn't find anyone. An Umbu opened the patient's file and said, he is from the Uchiha clan, and his parents were both Konoha and died on the battlefield. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it, you nodded and said, good boy, your parents are Konoha's heroes. Shiyu shook his head and said, if it were a hero, I wouldn't be here. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed when he heard the helplessness in Shijir's words. Are you a ninja? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Not for the time being, I will prepare for the ninja school exam tomorrow. Shijir replied truthfully. After you pass the exam tomorrow, come to see me. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly said abruptly. What do you want? Shijir nodded excitedly and said, of course I do. Hokage-sama. 3rd generation, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. I know. Sarutobi Hiruzen also raised his hand to stop what Umbu wanted to say. Sorry for making you an orphan, but Konoha is your eternal home, and everyone in Konoha village is your family. When Sarutobi Hiruzen left, he touched Shiger's head. Let's go, look elsewhere. Sarutobi Hiruzen also turned around and left Konoha Hospital with Umbu. Although I don't know why, Third Hokage will want to accept me as a disciple, but Third Hokage is called Dr. Ninja. What I lack now is all kinds of skills. Shiger was also excited. In my mood, I had a good dream. And when he woke up the next day, Shiger also found that he in the mirror became whiter, and his eyebrows were gradually reduced, his jet black hair became a little gray, and the whole person became a little weird. The whole body's chakra and pupil power also obviously increased. Chapter 3 Copy. It seems that the blood of Otsutsuki has begun to transform my body. Shiger also walked to the ninja school in memory. Quite easily, Shiger has already entered the ninja school. After Shiger arrived, he took the only seat left, and the graduation exam had already begun. Hi, Shiger, I heard that you were hospitalized, how are you doing? Asked the same table. Shio tilted her head and looked at the same table. She was a woman with fiery red hair, a clean and tidy appearance, and a cute face. Her eyes and skin were as white as milk. It can be seen that this is a woman from the Hyuga clan. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Shiyu also ignored the woman afterwards. Shiger secretly opened the Balanyan, thus clearly seeing the flow of chakra in the dozens of people in the class. Well, this group of people is far worse than the chakra in third generation's body, after all, they are all kids. But Shiger eventually saw a few different little ghosts, and the chakra flow of those little ghosts was slightly different. Closing the Balanyan, Shiger discovered that he was observing the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. No wonder the chakra movement was a little familiar. Next, we will start our graduation exam. Today's exam content is the same as before. I immediately took out one of the 3 body techniques. As long as I pass the test, I will be allowed to graduate. Then I started to recite the names of the people who want to take the exam one by one. The first one, Hyuga Red Butterfly. A shy red-haired girl walked out from Shiger. Hyuga Red Butterfly. That's her name. Shiger also thought in her heart. It's transformation technique to test you. Change me, let's start. The invigilator also spot-checked immediately. Hyuga Red Butterfly then made a seal on both hands, and then with a bang, she became exactly the same person as the invigilator under the smoke. Shiger's white eyes were naturally opened, and he completely mastered the transformation technique's formation and the flow of chakra throughout the body. Sure enough, the energy of the body is chakra. Use the seal to release chakra? However, Hyuga Red Butterfly seems to be a little bit inadequate in the use of chakra, or wasted some, but other than that, it is vivid, it should be able to pass through. Shiger also instantly mastered the transformation technique in the 3-body technique through Balanyan. Sure enough, the invigilator announced that Hyuga Red Butterfly had passed. Next, the invigilator read many other examiners one after another, and Shiger easily became the master 3-body technique. Next, the invigilator said the name of the person again. Uchiha Wei. Then a black-haired boy walked to the invigilator. This person's expression was extremely arrogant, and he gestured at Shiger. The meaning of provocation was naturally obvious. Everyone looked back at Shiger. Shiger was sleeping on the desk. This guy dares to ignore Uchiha, I can already foresee that he will be beaten again. Uchiha Shiger, the tail of the crane, I don't know if I can pass the test. Now it is so arrogant. Many of the classmates here felt a cold sweat for Shiyu. Your clone technique, let's start. The examiner didn't seem to notice the situation in the class, but just focused on the exam. Next, Uchiha Wei naturally succeeded as a clone and passed the exam perfectly. Shiger seemed to be sleeping, but he was actually observing the flow of Uchiha's chakra with his white ring eyes. This guy does not seem to have any talent. Chakra has more storage than others, but Chakra is too wasteful to use, not to mention the perfect release. The clone disappeared after only a second, which is really disappointing. Shireen also spoke out in public. What? The same table lady, Hyaga Hungdi, also doesn't understand why Shijer, who used to be at the tail of the crane, is so courageous now that she dared to spray Uchiha directly in front of the class. Uchiha Ai's face changed in an instant, and the atmosphere in the class instantly became quite weird. Haha. What a joke. Uchiha Wei fought back and laughed, looking at Shijer, and said, clone technique is a ninjutsu used to confuse people. How can there be any imperfections? You mean you can use it perfectly? Well. Uchiha Wei, you passed, and I will go back to my seat for the time being. Uchiha Shijer, since you are so confident, then you should do all the 3 body techniques again. The examiner is obviously also a little dissatisfied with Shijer, so it is. I want to use this to prevent Shijer from coming to Taiwan. It is a pity that Shiyu directly agreed. Then I will start with the body replacement technique. Shiyu walked to the front of the classroom generously and made a very standard seal. Then he only heard a bang sound, and he instantly turned into a wood, and he became the main body. Appeared on the seat. When is he? Report to the examiner, 3 body technique is finished. Shiyu was also lying on the table and preparing to continue sleeping. Nonsense. Even if you can barely count your body replacement technique to pass, but you only used the body replacement technique. Uchiha Wei also verbally criticized him immediately. Okay, I announce that Shijer passed the exam. The examiner shook his head and finally announced the results. Uchiha Wei was puzzled and puzzled. He couldn't understand what caused the examiner to directly announce that Shijer passed. This guy. Uchiha glared. Shijer, who didn't put it in his eyes, also had a grudge. I'm not reconciled. Uchiha Wei also waited until the end of class to find the invigilator directly. Why Uchiha? I knew you were coming to me? Not convinced. The examiner also asked. Yeah. Uchiha Wei said, Teacher. What is going on? Everything is not like what you see. When I announced the exam, Shijer had already used clone technique and transformation technique, and the body was disguised. He used the clone to come for the test, and the clone became again with the body replacement technique. Mew, then he lifted the clone again, and his body also changed back. Sounds a little confusing. Uchiha Wei also didn't understand. Yes, think about it, what you can't understand, he has already displayed it, you two should be about the same age. This is what makes him terrible. 3 body technique suddenly all the display is completed, even I have not seen when he made the seal. But how can clone technique control it? Isn't he the most basic ninjutsu to confuse the enemy? Uchiha Wei still asked unwillingly. Yes, so what he used is not clone technique, but shadow clone. After the invigilator finished speaking, Uchiha Wei also said angrily, how is it possible? Shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu. How did he do it? Uchiha Wei, how can I know this? Just ask him yourself. The invigilator also said to Uchiha Wei impatiently. Chapter 4 Copy. After completing the graduation exam, Shijer naturally received Genin's forehead protector. Shijer tied it to his forehead, just blocking some of the bulging changes in front of his forehead due to blood awakening. Wow! Shijer brother! Have you really become a ninja? Xiao Xing also said excitedly. Don't you wear the forehead protector on my head? You can't lie to anyone. Shijer said with a smile. Brother Shijer. Let me ask you to eat ramen. Shijer couldn't refuse. Xiao Xing immediately took Shijer's hand and ran to the other side of the village, but after a while, he reached the door of a familiar noodle restaurant. Il ramen. Shijer swallowed a mouthful of water when he saw this familiar place in his previous life, and was then pulled into the store by Xiao Xing. A young man in the shop seemed to keep his eyes closed. Yu looked at the spiritual boy in front of him, and couldn't really connect with the slightly greasy Uncle Il in the future. Sister Changpua. Beat the uncle. Xiao Xing shouted enthusiastically. Wow! Little star sister and Xiu brother are here. The little girl called Changpu is also extremely cute at this time. Although she is only a few years old, her face is already watery. Anyone can do it? Love it? Shijir and Xiao Xing are not much older than Calamus, but due to their life experiences, they seem to be much more mature than Calamus, so they often come to play with Calamus. Wow! The two of you haven't been here for a long time. What do you want to eat today? Uncle Handbeater also welcomed. A luxurious tonkotsu ramen, a normal udon noodles. Xiao Xing also ordered. It's still a luxurious udon noodles, a normal pork bone ramen. Shijir also declined, knowing that Xiao Xing is not well off, but he even raised a level for himself, and he was very moved. Wow, haha. You're welcome. I will make you luxurious. The uncle handbeater obviously liked Xiao Xing, and soon brought 2 bowls of hot noodles. Thank you. Xiao Xing said politely. Snapped. I'm going to start. When Xiao Xing and Shijir thought they could enjoy a meal in peace and joy, an unexpected guest came from outside. Shijir Waimai watched her eyes, and Xiao Xing beside her was also taken aback. You are Uchiha, what do you want to do? It can be seen that Xiao Xing is very scared of the Uchiha in front of him. Uchiha Wei was even more arrogant, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing the villain's iconic death smile. Shijir. Good luck. Pass the exam. I want to congratulate you. Uchiha said with a smirk. Then Shiyu just turned her head and asked, Xiao Xing, did he take your necklace away? Yes. Xiao Xing also said quietly. Why? Not convinced. Uchiha Wei sneered, if you want to get back the necklace, come and fight with me. Come to the small forest outside the village. Then Uchiha Wei also took out Xiaoxing's necklace. That's my necklace. Xiao Xing said, but, brother Shiu, you have to be careful. Or let's not go. Trust me, see bye. Shijir didn't say anything extra, and went out with Uchiha. Soon, I arrived at Konoha's grove. Uchiha turned around and smiled and said, Uchiha Shijir, a guy without a father or a mother, dare to resist me. Unexpectedly, if you just passed a small exam with luck, you were so brave enough to dare to be an enemy of me? Come on. Give me a severe lesson to him. Uchiha Wei shouted, and the 5 surrounding accomplices who acted as thugs rushed out of the dense bushes. Oh! Attracting me here, it seems that you wanted to teach me early. Shijir didn't care about Uchiha's contempt, because in Shijir's eyes, these people in front of him were already gone with him. 1 level. By Lunyan. Shiyu opened by Lunyan directly, and the thugs in front of him immediately surrounded Shiyu. This, what kind of eyes are these? You guys can't make them yet. Uchiha Wei was shocked when he saw Shijir's eyes, and immediately urged. Several small gangsters around also raised their small fists, and then slapped Shiyu. Sanguyu Balanyan instantly saw through the trajectory of several people's moves. Shijir only moved his body slightly, and all the 5 Uchiha pony attacks failed. How is this possible? Uchiha Wei was taken aback. When did Shijir become so flexible? At a young age, if you don't have any abilities, you dare to learn those scumbags unscrupulously. Shiyu also sneered. Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir used the Shadow Clone Technique for the first time, and 5 Shadow Clone appeared around him instantly. These 5 Shadow Clones also attacked the 5 in an instant, punching and kicking them. In less than half a minute, Uchiha Wei's men had fallen to the ground one after another and began to FK. Ah, It hurts. This kid is really heavy. Help. Uchiha Wei gritted his teeth in disbelief and looked at Shiger, then looked at the fallen subordinates and cursed, "It's really useless. I can't even beat Shadow Clone. Go away." The 5 subordinates also struggled to get up, and fled in despair. Unexpectedly, you actually learned the B-level Shadow Clone? Uchiha Shiger. How come? Uchiha Wei was very unwilling, and he forced himself to calm down, and said, "It seems that Shadow Clone technique is your ninjutsu at the bottom of the box, right? Haha. Let you see my ninjutsu today." Uchiha Wei started to seal the seal. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. Fire style great fireball technique. Then Uchiha Wei chakra gathered in a large number of throats, and then burst out. In an instant, a burst of hot air gushed out, and a great fireball that didn't seem particularly dazzling hit Shiger. Boom! The 5 shadow clones were also instantly ignited by the great fireball and turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Shiger didn't expect that Uchiha Ei could barely use this trick, and he was surprised. However, Shiger was not afraid, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Through the 3 hooked jade and white round eyes, not only did the master easily understand the key to this ninjutsu, but also saw that Uchiha was very unfamiliar and reluctant. Seeing that chakra in Wei's body had bottomed out, he was already at the end of the battle. Shiger moved a step back, stretched a little further, and then said, "As a student of the ninja school, you can be considered a good master of fire style at the Master C level. But, today I will let you see what you can do. It's real. Fire style great fireball technique. Chapter 5 Face Slap. Shiyu easily copied this trick and released it? Impossible. Uchiha Wei didn't think of his big move at the bottom of the box, but Shiger would have learned it instantly. Shiger also gathered chakra in his throat, and then burst out, a huge fireball whose power and range exceeded Uchiha's, and it blasted at Uchiha in an instant. The 2 fireballs finally collided together, both of them cancelled out a lot. But in the end, Uchiha's fireball collapsed, and Shiger's fireball was about to swallow Uchiha in an instant. Uchiha Wei was shocked and unable to move at the critical moment. Earth style wall. A voice came from diagonally behind. Then, an earth wall broke out and blocked Uchiha guard. The fireball hit the earth wall heavily. Uchiha guard was sweating profusely, but barely survived. Shiger frowned, and his Balanyang clearly saw that the man who displayed 2 Lyubi was an older ninja not far away. At this time, the ninja also walked out step by step. Little devil, it's too cruel to start. It can be seen that the ninja is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and seems to be inextricably related to Uchiha. Brother Horn. Fortunately you are here. Uchiha Wei also quickly said excitedly. Huh. If I don't come, you will lose to this guy who has no father or mother. Uchiha also seemed to hate Shiger. Shiger looked at Uchiha's horn with a slight anger and coldly snorted, unexpectedly, "If I beat a small one, an old one will come. Then if I defeat you, maybe even your Uchiha patriarch will come out? Huh. Little devil. With you? Can you force the patriarch to take action? Stop dreaming. But you really know yourself and don't call yourself a Uchiha clan. Today, your luck is good. Next time I won't let you go easily." Then Uchiha Horn was about to take Uchiha Wei away. However, Shiyu snorted coldly, he wouldn't let the Uchiha clan in front of him leave, after putting on an air in front of him. Shiger quickly settled, and in an instant a great fireball was released again. Want to go? Fire style great fireball technique. The glow of the fiery fireball was even more dazzling than just now. Uchiha Horn was taken aback. He immediately grabbed Uchiha's guard and flashed away, barely avoiding the attack. Uchiha Horn immediately asked angrily. "Smelly boy. What do you want to do?" Uchiha's Horn looked rather embarrassed. I wish to accept the bet and let him hand over Seibaiol's necklace. I won't kill you. Shijiro also stared at Uchiha with cold eyes. Dare you? Uchiha Horn also shouted loudly. Shijiro's eyes were icy, and his pupils were rare white, making Uchiha Kakuzu shudder. Yeah, it depends on what you did. Uchiha also glared at the guard, and then helplessly threw the necklace to Shijiro. Shijiro grabbed it smoothly. Seeing the necklace intact, Shijiro smiled coldly at the two Uchihas. Uchiha Wei and Uchiha Horn gritted their teeth, but their skills were not as good as others, so they had to leave. When they left, Shiyu turned and walked to the ramen restaurant just now. When he arrived at the ramen restaurant, he took out the necklace. Xiao Xing looked at the glittering necklace, and she was so excited that she cried. Wow! Shijiro brother! This is true! Is it really my necklace? Small point. Xiao Xing, I also beat the guy who bullied you, I believe he will not bully you anymore. Shiyu also said very confidently. Thank you brother Shiyu. Xiao Xing felt very relieved. Shijiro finished eating the noodles and separated from Xiao Xing, and returned to his home. Before he rested for a long time, Shijiro started to seal in excitement. When Uchiha Corner used Earth Style, Shijiro just copied his ninjutsu. Earth Style Turiabai. Shijiro Yuki directly used this newly learned ninjutsu. Suddenly, a wall of earthy nature came up directly, and this earthy wall seemed to be much thicker than what Yamato Uchiha had used. Shijiro also smiled with satisfaction when he looked at the Tulia wall. After a day of acquaintance, the use of Bailanyan is even more handy. It seems that Bailanyan is a collection of Byakugan and 3 Tomo Sharinan, which can instantly replicate the special pupil technique of the ninja phantom. The purest blood of the Otsutsuki clan allows me to have the full attributes of fire style, water style, wind style, earth style, lightning style, yin and yang, and chakra at the same time. This is why I can use master ninjutsu so well. Shijiro's guess is not wrong, but he seems to have overlooked that the chakra in his body has already reached the cage level standard. This is one of the main reasons why he makes ninjutsu stronger. This system is the same, it disappears after a word is left behind. I don't know what to do to trigger the system again. I don't know how long this kind of life will last. I will officially become Genin tomorrow. I don't know who my guide Jonin will be. Who will my teammate be? Shiyu thought wildly, his eyelids heavier and heavier, and gradually entered a dream state. Shiyu woke up when the sky showed a white belly. When he walked to the mirror next to the pool and looked at it, Shijiro realized that his appearance had changed a little bit. The skin seems to have become whiter, and the horns on the head have also enlarged a lot. It seems that the blood of the body has allowed the body to evolve again. Chakra seems to be more full than yesterday. Shijiro still put on Konoha Forward Protector, changed into a handsome black ninja uniform, and went to the ninja school for the final graduation. When the students saw the radiant rain, they were all a little surprised. Oh my god! This guy is unscathed. Could it be that Uchiha Wei didn't bother him? What happened yesterday, Uchiha Wei will definitely retaliate against him, he may not be ready yet. It's a pity that when the students around saw the scarred Uchiha, they couldn't keep calm anymore. How could this happen? Uchiha was injured. Yeah. What's the matter? Could it be that Uchiha Shijiro injured him? How is this possible? That's Uchiha. SHHH, keep your voice down, don't talk nonsense. Yeah, early. Classmate Uchiha Wei. Shijiro narrowed his eyes and watched the Uchiha guard greeted him like a demonstration, then walked to his seat and sat down. Uchiha walked back for a while, swallowed, as if he saw something terrible, then forced a cold snort, walked into the classroom, sat in his seat, and no one looked at it. Chapter 6. Oh my god. I didn't read it wrong, did I? Uchiha Wei was shocked. So Uchiha must be repaired by Shijiro? Really? I can't believe it. Everyone say a few words, said a gray-haired teenager wearing a mask coldly. After that, no one dared to speak out. Huh. The cruel boy attracted Shiger's attention. He had gray hair, a knife on his back, and a mysterious mask. The chakra flow on his body was much higher than that of other students. Although Shiger's soul came through, but all of Shiger's memories had disappeared. Naturally, he didn't know this person. This guy, it doesn't seem to be simple. Shiyu thought. Do you know no one anymore? A melodious female voice sounded nearby. Shiyu turned his head. Are you interested in him? He is the number one in our class, classmate Heitake. It turned out that the table mate with big red hair was explaining to Shiger. You. Hyaga. Shiger touched his head and seemed a little embarrassed. He couldn't remember the name of his table mate, but he knew that it was Byakugan from the Hyaga clan. Me? I am Hyaga Red Butterfly. Remember, don't forget it in the future. Hyaga Red Butterfly smiled, as if it could melt and condense the ice of 10,000 years. Okay, I won't forget. What is the full name of this Heitake classmate? Shiyu nodded and asked politely. His name is Heitake Kujuo. Hongdi replied. Huh? Heitake Kujuo? All right. Shiyu was speechless, almost thinking that he had passed through the disaster of Chi Munang Siang. Then a teacher he hadn't seen appeared again, and then he picked up a list and began to recite the names of the students. Akamaiki Hogtree. Yamanaka has hope. Narakazuru. Ueno, Shika, Cho have always been the best partners, and your grades are average, so let's be the first class. Except for Yamanaka Yuki, the other two are men. Akamaika can be said to be fat to ultimate, while Narakazuru is extremely shrewd, and Yamanaka Yuki is one of the few seductive blondes. Next. Uchihawe. The teacher was divided into classes for half an hour. In the end, there were only 3 people left. Looking at Shiger, he said, in view of the special grades of the student's graduation exam and the extreme contrast between his usual grades, I put the following 3 in the same class. I hope you can take care of each other. The 7th class, Uchiha Shiger, Heitake Kujuo, Hyaga Red Butterfly. Okay, the leader teacher of class 7 has already arrived early. You can go to the principal's office and see your leader teacher, and the others will continue to divide into classes. The teacher announced. I don't know if it was God's will, and I was actually assigned to the 7th class. And it happened to be the same table and the first Heitake student in the class. Huh. Is this the worst person who takes me? Shiger also a little speechless. At this time, countless female classmates quarreled. Oh my god. Hyaga Red Butterfly is so happy. Heitake classmate is her teammate. Not only that, Uchiha Shiger is also very handsome. 2 handsome guys alone. Really jealous. Unfair. Some are disappointed, some are rejoicing. Oh my god. The prayer worked. Hyaga Hongdi was a little excited and couldn't bear it. It seemed that she wanted to join Shiger and Nangxiang in a group. Let's go. Heitake Nangxiang still has that cool face, not against Shiger, but this person from beginning to end. In an exclamation, Shiger and the 3 walked to the principal's office. When opening the door, Shiger saw a very familiar figure in the original book. Wearing a large kimono, Konoha's forehead protector is on his forehead, and his eyes are pure white, just like Hyaga Red Butterfly. Byakugan? The Hyaga clan. Heitake Kujuo asked in surprise when he saw it. Oh, that's right, when I first met, please take care of me. I am not talented. It is Konoha Shinjin Jonin and Hyaga Hisashi. You can call me Teacher Hisashi. It seems that the 3 students are the students I want to take. Hyaga Hisashi is very least courteous, does not seem to regard the 3 as subordinates. Uchiha Shijiro, Heitake Kujuo, and Miss Hyaga Honcho. Although Hisashi's name has changed, he is still very humble and polite. Hongdi nodded. Huh. Hisashi looked at Shijiro's eyes, slightly puzzled. Shijiro naturally understood what Hisashi wanted to ask, so he said, Ms. Hisashi, you can speak directly. Well, if the offense is more offensive, Uchiha Shijiro-san, your eyes seem to be similar to those of our Hyaga clan. Hisashi asked with surprise when he saw Shijiro's eyes. After all, things like this kind of blood succession limit are not only in Konoha, but the entire ninja realm is very sensitive. It is natural for Hisashi to ask about it if it is protected by the blood succession limit family. Shiyu hurriedly explained, I don't know, my eyes have always been like this, and I don't have any special feelings, maybe I was born like this. Offended, it seems I felt wrong. Hisashi smiled and nodded. Then he said, by the way, the three of you are now ready to go to the Konoha exercise site. Next, we have an entrance test, which is personally confessed by Lord Third Hokage. Those who fail will lose their qualifications to become genin. You guys. The three of you must go all out, now, prepare. Hyaga Hisashi also suddenly became serious, and instantly transformed from a fatherly form to a strict teacher. Naturally, the three newly promoted genin disappeared in the principal's office one after another. Soon, Konoha's third exercise field. The three figures gathered here quickly. On the 7th class of Konoha genin, Hyaga Red Butterfly waited there, but from time to time he looked at Uchiha Shijiro not far away, his face flushed slightly. Heitake Kujuo, who has gray hair, a mask, and a well-made knife on his back, is also sitting cross-legged, seeming to be thinking about something. Wearing a standard ninja uniform with the emblem of the Uchiha clan that is shallow and invisible, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, and Uchiha Shijiro, whose skin color and eyes are slightly fair, his eyes are like an eagle, and he is full of concentration in the original. Waiting, like a stone. At this time, Hyaga Hisashi looked at everyone and nodded. Everyone's performance can be seen in full view. He has also reached the third exercise field. Suddenly, Hisashi suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and started genin's formal entrance exam abruptly. The three of you are Konoha's big clans, with the glory and talents of your father's generation, so I hope you can truly complete this lesson and become genin in the true sense. Hyaga Hisashi said and took the already prepared bell. Come out. Chapter 7 Bells. Bell? Do you want to grab the bell? Is this Konoha's tradition? Shijiro also guessed. What does this mean? Heitake Kujuo didn't seem to know the meaning of Hisashi's bell. Only Hyaga Red Butterfly seemed to understand the meaning of Hyaga Jonin of the same family, and couldn't help asking, could it be that? Yes, Miss Hongdi, you guessed it right, here, there are 2 bells, and there are 3 of you. That is to say, at least one of the 3 of you will not grab the bell. If that person doesn't grab the bell, then I'm sorry, he will lose the qualification to become a genin. As soon as Hyaga Hisashi's voice fell, he threw the bell in his hand into Hyaga Koko's hand. You have 2 choices, defeat me together and get another bell, but defeating me is obviously not a simple matter, but if you take your partner's bell, you can still successfully become genin, then you can start. Hyaga Hisashi hung another bell on his waist, showing that it is impossible to grab the bell without defeating Hisashi. Then I will attack you too. As long as you grab the bell and shout, I grab the bell and complete the task, then congratulations. You will become Konoha genin. Hisashi's voice just fell, watch it immediately shouted to the 3, start. When the words fell, Hisashi immediately got serious, and Shijiro didn't expect Hyaga Hisashi to be real. Byakugan. Numerous blood vessels burst out from around Hisashi's eyes instantly, and Hisashi instantly saw through the meridian nerves and acupoints in the 3 of them. Go. As the number 1 in the ninja school, Heitake Kujuo is naturally able to achieve the basic principle of fighting without stage fright. He rushed up with a stride, as if he wanted to take down Hyaga Hisashi on his own. Greytooth. Heitake Kujuo directly drew out his knife and slashed it at Hyaga Hisashi, using the famous Heitake sword art of the country of fire. Heitake swordsmanship? Well-deserved reputation, unfortunately too naive. As Jonin, Hyaga Hisashi turned on Byakugan again, and instantly found the weakness of Heitake Kujuo, and then shot it with Inch Jin, and Heitake Kujuo was knocked into the air very easily. Damn! Is this the strength of Jonin? Heitake Kujuo flew away unwillingly. Solve 1, it's up to you. Hyaga Hisashi looked at Shijir and Hongcho, showing no sign of mercy. This is just training. There is no need to use your full strength. Hongdi finally couldn't help it. After all, they belonged to the Hyaga clan, and there was no scruples at this time. What are you talking about? Miss Hongdi, training is fighting. Of course, you have to use your full strength, and this is an instruction issued by Master Hokage himself. Hisashi didn't have any mood swings, as if to explain a fact. So, do you want to resist? 2. Gentle Fist. Hyaga Hisashi attacked the two in an instant. Seeing that Hyaga Hisashi even used the gentle fist of the Hyaga clan, Shijir naturally stopped delaying. His hands quickly formed seals, and even Hisashi was taken aback by Shijir's speed of seals. This kid. Jian is so fast. Earth-style Turiabai. Shijir shouted quickly. Afterwards, a huge thick earth wall quickly rose to protect Hongdi and Shijir. Hyaga Hisashi's heart was shocked, and then he praised again, this guy has just become genin, so he already knows this level of ninjutsu. It's amazing. Chakra is not wasted at all. He also took care of protecting his teammates. It's really good. But he said, unfortunately, it's useless. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyaga Hisashi didn't show any mercy, and struck out with all his strength. Even the mud wall that Shijir used to disintegrate instantly. Is this the strength of Jonin? Shijir also secretly admired. Gentle Fist. Hyaga Red Butterfly also attacked Hyaga Hisashi at the moment when the earth stream wall was broken. Ms. Hyaga, you forgot about me. Heitake Kujuo suddenly shot out from behind Hyaga. He picked up his grey teeth and slashed towards Hyaga Hisashi. It was a coincidence that he and Hongdi made a front and back flanking attack. It is a pity that Hyaga Hisashi owns Byakugan. The figure behind Heitake Kujuo was naturally seen early. Hisashi grabbed Red Butterfly's wrist with one hand and Kujuo's neck with the other. They crossed each other and threw them out at the same time. Shijir naturally wouldn't give up such an opportunity, and one rushed to Hyaga Hisashi close. Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir instantly separated 2 Shadow Clone, a cloud of smoke filled the surrounding area, and 1 Shadow Clone attacked Hyaga Hisashi. Good coming. Hisashi said, and then a gentle fist hit a close Shadow Clone, and Shijir's other Shadow Clone hand was caught by Hisashi the moment he touched the bell. In a punch, thick smoke rose instantly. In the smoke and dust, only the voice of Ji Yin was heard. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Shijir's hands quickly formed seals in the distance, and he took a breath. Chakra gathered in his throat for an instant, then spit out abruptly, and a fiery ball of fire slammed into Hisashi in an instant. Besides Tuliabai, he has such a powerful Great Fireball. This guy's chakra volume, promising. It made me play so heartily. Hisashi was also full of fighting spirit and was very happy. The fireball hit Hisashi instantly, but Hisashi didn't panic and shouted, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Then it began to spin like a top, and a whirlwind was immediately generated around it. Even the mighty Great Fireball. Easily cracked by revolving heaven. Then Hisashi immediately stopped revolving heaven and Byakugan. Okay. That's it for today. Hisashi also stopped the fight in time. Then he changed his expression and looked at the three seriously and said, "Heitake Kujuo, Uchiha Shijir, your strength is not enough to defeat me, and Hyaga Red Butterfly is a cumbersome, why not snatch Red Butterfly's bell?" Snatching a teammate's bell? Isn't that robbing his life? Heitake Nangxiang said coldly, besides, she is a female classmate, no matter how we say, we are also teammates. What about you? Uchiha Shijir? Hisashi asked sharply. Ms. Hyaga. I never wanted to snatch the bell from my teammates, because I am very embarrassed, the bell on your body is already in my hand. Shijir smiled and looked at Hyaga Hisashi with a smirk. Huh? You said you got the bell? Hyaga Hisashi was taken aback. He clearly saw that the bell was still hanging quietly around his waist. Hongdi and Kujuo also looked at Hisashi and Shijir in wonder. Chapter 8 Harvest. Hisashi also looked at his waist, and the bell was there clearly and quietly. Hisashi seemed to understand something, and then he took the bell from his waist in his hand, and in an instant, he realized something was wrong. Could it be? Hisashi hadn't finished speaking yet. Pop! The bell disappeared with a burst of smoke in an instant, turning into Shijir. Hongdi and Heitake's eyes were also a little more unbelievable. Ms. Hyaga, before the Great Fireball technique, my shadow clone touched the bell on your waist, do you remember it? Shijir said in the distance. I remember this. Hyaga Hisashi responded. Yes, at that time, you used two gentle fists to hit me a shadow clone, and when I was hit, a thick smoke suddenly rose. Shijir later explained, and when one of the two shadow clone disappears and the other turns into thick smoke, when the acupuncture points and meridians all over your body disappear, you are deeply sure that the shadow clone was attacked by gentle fist. Has disappeared, and then immediately focused my attention wholeheartedly on my Great Fireball technique. You mean, the first shadow clone I hit disappeared, and the second one didn't disappear at all but used transformation technique and turned into a bell. Hisashi's heart was a little shocked, he never thought of it anyway. The trainee genin who had just graduated from the ninja school in front of him could think of such a careful plan in such a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Shijir, who was talking at this time, shook his head and said, Sorry, teacher, I am actually shadow clone. Then he disappeared with a snap. The Shijir that turned into a bell turned out to be Shijir's body. Both Hongdi and Nangxiang looked at Shijir in shock, and this operation simply refreshed their three views. Using the smoke of shadow clone, using my confidence in Byakugan and my own skills, using my extremely precise control and the use of skills, Hyaga Hisashi doesn't know what to express anymore. This guy is probably not an ordinary genius. Only then did Hisashi understand why third generation had specifically asked himself to take care of Class 7. Take it? Shijir threw the snatched bell to the somewhat dull Heitake Kujuo. Huh? What do you mean? Heitake Kujuo was also puzzled, and he wanted to throw the bell back. Wait, there are only two bells, one for Hongdi and one for you. As a team, if you don't help each other and recognize each other, then it's not a class at all. Shijir didn't put the title of genin in his eyes. Strength is the most important thing, who cares about a name? Shijir. Heitake Kusuzuo was a little bit ashamed, a little guilty, and a little unwilling. He just wanted to beat Hisashi with all his heart, but he didn't think about anything else. The bell in his hand was still warm, and he didn't know what to do. Shijir. Hyaga Red Butterfly seemed to be moved. She had been paying attention to Shijir before, but she didn't expect that the changes would be so great now. Then the two threw the bell to Shijir almost at the same time. Hyaga Hisashi has quick eyes and quick hands, and with a bell in one hand, he retracts it. Then, looking at the three people in front of them, they were also a little less stern and a little more amiable. Congratulations. The whole team passed the test. Your performance really stunned me. Not only strength, but the most important thing is a broad mind. Hyaga Hisashi touched the heads of 3 people in a timely manner and said, "You made it. Officially from today. Become a member of Class 7. Haha." The 3 of them all looked at each other, and they knew a lot about each other while fighting side by side, and they also agreed with Hisashi a lot. The bond is so connected. Shijir breathed a sigh of relief. It can be said that there were no major accidents in the whole battle. The most unexpected was Hyaga Hisashi's revolving heaven. When it came out, Shijir almost vomited, although his body was transformed into a body. I lost the bell, but I still feel it. After this battle, 3 Genin and 1 Jonin ninja team was formally established, and the leading teachers were naturally Konoha Jonin and Hyaga Hisashi. The 3 people all have a certain understanding of each other. When Shiyu returned home, he was naturally very excited, not for anything else, but today's harvest can be described in the 3 words Shuangfantian. The reason is the same, because Shijir copied his teacher's technique. Gentle Fist, known as Konoha's strongest genre of physical skills, can directly attack the vein system. This directly makes up for the shortcomings of my close physical skills. And unless someone from the Hyaga clan carefully observes it, you can't see it at all. I used Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams air palm. A high-strength and high-density chakra shockwave is launched from the air to attack a long-range target. It instantly makes up for the lack of mid to long-range physical attacks. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hyaga clan secret skills. Even most of the Hyaga clan are not qualified to learn, claiming to be able to rebound all physical attacks, called absolute defense. This trick seems to rely mainly on the release of chakra in the Aka appointment. To put it bluntly, the more chakra you can release, the larger the range, and the longer. That's it, it was copied by me. This can only be done by someone who owns 3 Tomo Sharinan and Byakugan at the same time. It's great. Although I couldn't copy the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but there is always a chance, right? Shiyu started crazy when there was no one at home. Practice. As Shijir, who has 3 gold jade and white round eyes, this day is undoubtedly lucky. Not only has he become Genin, but he has also learned a series of secrets of the Hyaga clan. Ordinary people have no chance to learn the Hyaga clan's physical skills. Without Byakugan, their power can hardly be achieved. Under Shijir's Bai chakra, chakra veins and acupoints can be seen clearly, so the essence of Gentle Fist can be maximized. Shiyu continued to practice until late. When he was about to lie down and sleep, he was suddenly a little alert. When he opened his Balanyan, he saw 3 people sneaking into his house. Shiyu saw the 3 of them clearly. Aren't these 3 people from the Uchiha clan? Why did they come to my house so late? Look at their murderous look. Isn't it because they want to kill me? Shijir guessed, and then directly resorted to it. After using the shadow clone technique, 3 shadow clones were separated, and the main body was disguised. Be careful to sail the 10,000 years ship. Shijir hid quietly. Shhh. He must be here. A familiar figure appeared. Uchiha. Shijir also looked at the person in front of him coldly, squinted his eyes, and clenched his fists. Chapter 9 Revenge. The 3 Uchiha Wei touched in quietly, and then whispered, "Brother Feng, remember to be heavier. This guy. It made me lose face in school. Huh. I lost face too. I must teach him a good lesson today," said another familiar Uchiha ninja, Uchiha Horn. Shijir also investigated the person called the eldest brother, and that person was called Uchiha Feng. It's funny. You were defeated by a mere wild species? What a joke. Uchiha Feng also curled his lips. In his opinion, he wanted to kill Shijir just to move his fingers. Don't worry, everything has been prepared. After Uchiha Feng said, he was about to enter the gate of Shijir house. It seems that these three Uchiha tribes are looking for revenge on me. Unexpectedly they would have targeted me like this. The body owner before the soul wears, why is Uchiha's abandoned son? Shiyu also felt a little bit in his heart. I don't understand. Since these guys dare to come, don't think about going back easily. Shiyu squinted his eyes, thinking about it. The three of them had already walked into Shiger's house. Seeing Shiger sleeping on the bed, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Hee hee. It's so unprepared. We deserve to be beaten. Uchiha Wei didn't think too much, sneered, and the sack he carried directly wrapped the sleeping Shiger. Immediately afterwards, he took out a wooden stick and began to beat Shiger frantically in front of him. Ha ha. It's driving you crazy. Wei and Kakuzu smiled triumphantly, but Feng felt that something was wrong. After knocking a few times with the wooden stick in his hand, Wei felt that something was wrong in his hand. Bang! Shiyu instantly turned into a big wooden stick. Suck! Uchiha Feng reacted quickly and immediately wanted to escape. Body replacement technique. How could this happen? We were found. Withdraw. Wei and Kakuzu were a little panicked, and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, before he could withdraw, three Shiger shadow clones suddenly appeared in front of him, and they surrounded them in an instant. Shadow clone. Uchiha Feng was also a little surprised. This is a B-level ninjutsu. How could the child in front of me be able to use it? Shiger also appeared directly, sneered and sarcastically said, unexpectedly. Konoha's powerful clan, Uchiha clan, so sinister and vicious? He even ran to my house in the dark to take revenge on me. The shadow clone beside him also smashed his fists one by one, crackling, aggressively, and seemed to be ready to shoot immediately. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Uchiha Weiqiang smiled and waved his hand, seeming to want to delay time, and then shouted abruptly, Big brother and second brother. Come on. As soon as the voice fell, two voices rang almost at the same time. Fire style Phoenix fire technique. Fire style dragon fire technique. It turned out that when Shiger didn't pay attention, Uchiha Kak and Uchiha Feng had already made their own seals and used two different fire style ninjutsu. Although it is only a C-level ninjutsu, its lethality is not small. Huh. Do you think C-rank ninjutsu can cause harm to me? Naive. Shiger shook his head, disdainfully. Big talk. Let's talk about fire style when you hold these two tricks. Uchiha Wei smiled sinisterly and stepped back. A stream of pure chakra gathered in the corner of Uchiha, and then fireballs were continuously spit out from his mouth, and Shiger's shadow clone and the body also dodged at the speed of thunder at this time. And Uchiha Feng's dragon fire technique is not like the phoenix fire continuously spit out, but it is a flame ninjutsu that continuously emits a straight line. The two men left and right, attacking Shiger, leaving Shiger almost nowhere to hide. The small house also instantly turned into a fire scene. Shiger naturally wouldn't sit still, and quickly seal the seal at the same time as Shadow Clone, and the seal was faster than the two Uchihas. Almost instantly, several Shiger said at the same time, Earth-style Duryabai. In an instant, two huge dirt walls burst out of the ground, blocking the flame ninjutsu of the two people. How can it be? A kid who just graduated from a ninja school can use Earth-style Duryabai. Uchiha Feng and Uchiha looked at each other and were surprised. We really underestimated this kid. Shiger was also a little surprised and thought, these guys dare to directly attack me with such a powerful ninjutsu. Shiger immediately questioned, aren't you afraid to attract the attention of the security team? Uchiha Kakaku and Uchiha Feng glanced at each other, and laughed, ha, kid. You really like to play stupid? Don't you know that the Uchiha clan is in charge of Konoha's security work? In other words, we have already said hello in advance today. Let us play this piece. That's it? Shijiro came to understand. The three Uchiha clan in front of him had already ventilated in advance, and now they were waiting for Shijiro to die. In that case, I can't keep you. Shijiro is no longer the powerless Uchiha Shijiro. Uchiha Shijiro. It has always been that grievances must be repaid. If you have grace, Shijiro's face quickly became gloomy. Then Jian with both hands shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shadow clones came out again, and the 5 shadow clones are now the limit of Shiu. Therefore, adding Shijiro's body has a total of 6 shadow clones scattered away, surrounding the 3 Uchiha in front of them again. Shijiro faced the 3 of them, and rushed over with his ultimate speed, while rushing his hands to complete the seal at the same time. Fire style Great Fireball Technique is also Great Fireball, but Shijiro's power is exaggerated, and the coverage area is even so large that it can directly cover 3 people. This is Great Fireball. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Wei was also a little dumbfounded. Quickly get away. Uchiha Horn and Uchiha Fen were taken aback and kicked the stunned Uchiha Wei. The 3 of them were lucky enough to escape Shijiro's Great Fireball. Unexpectedly, Shiyu had calculated where the 3 of them would have to stay away, and let Shadow Clone encircle the 3. The white round eyes of Shijiro's 3 Gold Jade also came out directly. How are you, White 3 Tomo Sharinan? Uchiha couldn't help exclaiming. Surprised. There are even more surprised ones. Shijiro also looked at Shadow Clone and said to the Uchiha 3, try your own moves. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 10 Sneak Attack. Almost at the same time, the 3 Shadow Clones completed their seals, and at the same time they released the sea-level fire style ninjutsu that they had just copied. In an instant, 3 fiery flames gushed from their throats. Quick! Jump into the air! The 3 Uchihas had to avoid the horror of rain shinobi technique, and jumped into the air. Only by jumping up can they escape the 3-sided fire style. However, Shijiro smiled and said, it's a hit. It turned out that from the beginning, Shijiro's ninjutsu was aimed at using Shadow Clone to force the 3 to jump into the air, so that they would not have the opportunity to dodge the next move. Shiyu said silently in her heart, 8 trigrams air palm. Then he used the gentle fist method of Hyuga Hisashi, the 8 trigrams air palm, which was copied not long ago. Suddenly, a chakra shockwave that could not be detected by the naked eye hits in an instant, forming a strong wind. The 3 of them were completely unprepared and were knocked out directly. They never dreamed that the shockwave was a young man. From the abandoned son of Uchiha. Puff. The 3 Uchihas vomited blood almost simultaneously. How can this be? Is this really Genin's strength? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. The 3 Uchiha fell to the ground unwillingly, but had nothing to do with Shijiro. They were still clamoring for Shijiro, but now they have no fighting spirit. Shijiro defeated the 3 in just one face, and Bengzian continued to pursue the victory. Who knows that in Balin's eyes, he has seen many people wearing masks and ninja uniforms rushing here. It's too much trouble, the Umbu in the village has already come. These guys are really lucky. They even got a life back. Shiyu then also chose to stop at the right time. Soon, Umbu, wearing a mask, rushed to him, glanced around, feeling slightly startled. You guys, they should all belong to the Uchiha clan. You dare to fight with ninjutsu in the village? Take them all back, said Umbu wearing a mask. However, Shijiro found that the situation seemed a bit wrong. This Umbu, the eyes of chakra flow quickly, and it seems like a member of the Uchiha clan. Isn't it? They belong to the group. Shijiro immediately noticed something unusual. However, Shijiro was not afraid, and allowed the so-called Umbu to take herself and 3 Uchihas to the Konoha security room. Then the Umbu began to interrogate the people, saying it was an interrogation rather than acting. "Four of you, have you passed the game tonight?" said the masked Umbu ninja. It was this guy who moved the hand first. Uchiha's horns immediately bit back. Seeing his appearance, Shijir was seriously injured. "Oh? Really? Uchiha Shijir? How dare you take the initiative to hurt others? What should be the crime?" The Umbu immediately accused him sharply. "Huh? Acting? You should be with them, right? Umbu of the Uchiha clan." Shijir also sneered, without feeling any fear at all because of the predicament in front of him. "Huh? I don't understand what you are talking about. But you are very smart. Smart people live soon." The Umbu also sneered. "An abandoned son bullied Uchiha way? A man without a father or mother, and his surname is Uchiha, really embarrassing my family." The Umbu also laughed at Shijir and said, "Let you see what Uchiha is. Proof of the family." The Umbu of the Uchiha clan took off his mask to death, revealing the scarlet eyes of the three gold jade. "This is 3 Tomo Sharinan. This is the proof of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Umbu sneered, "You are an abandoned son of the Uchiha clan, what is there to be proud of?" The clay figurine also has a 3-point anger. Shiyu was already angry in his heart, but there was no change at all on the outside. Playing against Umbu, there is only one chance. Shijir didn't say a word, watching Uchiha in front of him unable to extricate himself from being immersed in his own world. 3 Gojade. This is a symbol of the glory of the Uchiha clan. A wild species like you is impossible to awaken to the limit of blood. Shijir held back it again. He knew that he still had to wait for the 2 generations. Although his heart was angered to the extreme, Shijir calmed down. Wait. The opponent is Umbu. Shijir kept calming herself, this time. He has decided to make a move. It wasn't until this Umbu finally relaxed his vigilance completely and walked towards Shijir. It's now. Balanyan. With a thought, Shijir opened Sangoyo's Balanyan. In an instant, Shijir saw through Uchiha Umbu's meridians and clearly saw the weak position on Umbu's heart. Gentle fist. Shijir shouted inwardly, and then his hands shot out instantly. Boom. Although Umbu raised his hand to resist, Shijir's hand had already touched Umbu's heart. You guy. Uchiha Umbu, completely unexpected, the Uchiha kid in front of him would suddenly take the initiative to attack himself as Umbu. He is Umbu. The kid in front of me is just a student who just graduated from the ninja school. Until the moment he knew his death, he couldn't understand why he saw a pair of white 3 Tomo Sharinan in the eyes of Uchiha kid. Gentle fist is a fist that can directly attack the vein system in the body, and can directly damage the internal organs of the human body. Shijir had just found the right time and hit Uchiha Umbu's left chest with a palm. The seemingly weak palm actually directly destroyed Uchiha Umbu's heart. No one thought that Shijir would complete a leapfrog kill. Xiao, Feng, and Wei were all stupefied on the spot. Once again they settled in place. You killed Umbu. Uchiha Wei also took a step back in fear. Dare to kill Umbu ninja in Konoha? Horn was also very shocked. What the hell is going on? When I met him, I just died. Uchiha Feng's 3 views have also been refreshed. You must know that the person in front of you is just a new genin. Even if Jonin is playing against Umbu, the result is not always certain, but in the end, it is the Umbu class Uchiha who lies down. Come on. Uchiha yelled immediately under the anxiety. It's a pity that no matter how you call it, there is no movement outside. Since you have seen it, then you have to die. Shijir also directly ordered the 3 shadow clones, and at the same time, 3 hooks and jade white round eyes were exploded. In an instant, all the movements of the 3 were seen through. Chapter 11 Umbu, 3rd Watch, ask for a silver ticket, ask for a collection. The Uchiha trio were extremely frightened in their hearts, but they rose up to resist. They picked up the shuriken and kunao, and threw them at Shijir. Uchiha Ryu shuriken throwing technique. It seems that you haven't practiced hard. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Shijir spoke as he made his whole body spin like a top, and a strong wind suddenly formed around him. Revolving heaven, which can be called an absolute defense, also flew the shurikens around in an instant, and the range and power of revolving heaven even surpassed Hyaga Hisashi. That's right, Shijir copied the secret technique of the Hyaga clan, revolving heaven. The lights went out in the entire garrison review room, and 3 members of the Uchiha clan instantly hit the wall and vomited blood again. The 3 were hurt. Seeing that the 3 were already seriously injured, Shijir did not choose to be merciful. You can't kill us. Uchiha Horn said. We are from the Uchiha clan, you will have a lot of trouble if you kill us. Uchiha Wei said too. Yeah. Shijir. After all, you are also of the Uchiha clan. How can you still be a Konoha genin killing your brothers of the same clan? Uchiha Fen, no matter what his face was at this time, he immediately begged for mercy. Is a brother of the same race now? Why didn't you say that? Since you want to kill me, you must pay the price of being killed by me. Stop talking nonsense. Go to hell. As the saying goes, gratitude must be paid back, grudges must be repaid. Shijir relentlessly attacked the hearts of the 3 with gentle fist, and instantly took everyone's lives. After carefully hiding the bodies of the 4 people, Shijir used the transformation technique to change into Umbu Uchiha's appearance, and passed the Konoha security room with ease. Then Shio ran all the way and reached his home in ruins, lying on the bed that had been completely turned into coke. After all, it was the first time to kill, Shio was somewhat uncomfortable. The next day, when the sky shone slightly, Shijir woke up because he saw Umbu with a lot of Konoha and was about to knock on his door, and Shijir was ready to fight back. Boom boom boom. Who is it? Shijir asked vigilantly. Konoha Umbu, brought a message from Lord 3rd Hokage, let me take you to the Hokage room. Shijir thought for a while and opened the door. The Umbu waited quietly outside the door, seemingly meaningless. Why did Hokage look for me? Do you want to ask about what happened last night? If you go, wouldn't it be impossible to escape? Shiyu's residence has become this look, I am afraid no one does not doubt him, but Shiyu felt that if the 3rd generation project wanted to take action against herself, she would not invite herself over in this way. What are you afraid of? Shijir calmed down, and finally followed Umbu to the Hokage room. Soon after, Umbu brought Shijir to the Hokage room. At this time, the 3rd generation was wearing Hokage's red coat and Hokage hat, with a serious expression, smoking and puffing out smoke rings. And there are 3 Umbus standing around. Go. Go and find again. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Yes. The 3 Umbu replied, and disappeared. Go down, too. Hiruzen looked at Umbu who had brought Shijir here, and then disappeared in a flash. Okay, Shijir, how are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to smile, but reluctantly. Report to Master Hokage, I have completed the graduation exam and graduated from the ninja school. Shijir said truthfully. Hokage nodded, let out a puff of smoke and then said, very well, Hisashi has told me all about your situation. Your performance is outstanding. I said before that after you graduated from the ninja school, you will be accepted as a disciple. Of course, this counts. From now on, you are my student. Of course, you are still a student of Konoha Genin 7th class. The team teacher is still Hyaga Hisashi. Hokage went on to say, I'm just giving you some guidance, the rest is up to you. Shijir felt very strange. In his opinion, it was impossible for 3rd generation to be unaware of everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a piece of white paper. Chakra test paper. Shijir also blurted out. Huh? Do you still recognize this thing? That's okay, I'll explain it for you. Come, take this paper in your hand. Hokage also handed Shijir this chakra test paper. After Shijir got the chakra test paper, Chakra was naturally guided to the test paper, and then this test paper had several changes in an instant. One piece becomes wrinkled, one piece is cut, one piece becomes wet, one piece catches fire, one piece shatters. Even Hokage couldn't help taking down his pipe, widened his eyes and looked at Shijir and said, "What an incredible child. Your chakra attributes are really comprehensive. You have all the 5 attributes in ninjutsu. Compared to other Uchiha clan, your potential will be greater." Hokage couldn't help but said. Every attribute on the chakra test paper is average, and the imprints are also very deep, indicating that your chakra is also huge. Is it because of the physique of the Uchiha clan? Hokage also took another cigarette. Then Hokage said, "You can win Hisashi's bell," indicating that you are already very good at using ninjutsu and chakra. As for physical skills, Hisashi can teach you. I am not good at illusion, so let me teach you. Ninjutsu. By the way, do you want to learn ninjutsu? Hiruzen asked first. As a professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows how rich in ninjutsu, but the most dazzling skills are the 4th gate, the first summoning ape demon wishful stick, the 2nd gate ghouls, and the 3rd gate compound ninjutsu. Shuriken technique, 4th gate shuriken technique. Summoning technique can't be passed to me. The ghoul seals up this technique, kills 10,000 enemies and destroys 10,000, and they all die. Basically, a normal person can't learn it. Although the shuriken technique is powerful, it should be able to use Sharingan. It's easy to copy. Why don't you use ninjutsu? Shijir doesn't wait for me. Shijir also immediately figured it out. Hokage-sama. I want to learn compound ninjutsu. As soon as Shijir's voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. My boy, you actually know the existence of compound ninjutsu. It's really interesting. But ninjutsu should be a bit difficult for you, are you sure you want to learn? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Okay. Hokage-sama. Shijir said again. Well, you still call me Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at Shijir with a smile. Shijir reacted and immediately changed his words, Ms. Sarutobi. 3rd generation's haggard face showed a slight smile, and it didn't look like it was pretend. Good boy. 3rd generation nodded as the rain washed. Chapter 12 Ninjutsu, 4th more. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a collection. The 3rd generation was about to take Shiu out, but was blocked by an unexpected guest. The man's right eye was wrapped in a bandage, and his expression was a little low. He looked at Shijir in disbelief and said, a member of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen, have you really thought about it? This is Danzo. Shijir guessed. Danzo, he is different. Hokage watched Shijir defend. I think the disappearance of the Uchiha clan that made a lot of noise last night has something to do with him, too. Danzo also squinted and questioned. Enough, Danzo. I have accepted him as a disciple. Hokage also defended. Hiruzen. I hope you don't forget Uchiha Madara. Sooner or later you will regret it. Danzo warned, and then left the Hokage room slowly. Don't be surprised, that's Danzo, the head of Umbu training class, one of Hokage's consultants, and my former teammate. Hokage also said with an apologetic expression. It's okay. Shijir naturally replied. Soon, 3rd Hokage and Shijir arrived at the exercise site. Can you release your ninjutsu to me? 3rd generation asked with a smile. Yes. Shijir also printed directly and quickly. Sure enough. Fast printing speed. 3rd Hokage couldn't help but praised, knowing that Shijir used fire style attack ninjutsu, and 3rd Hokage used his own water style. Fire style great fireball technique. Shijir quickly spit out a large fireball. Water style water barrier. And third Hokage also completed the seal, and a water wall quickly appeared in front of him, completely blocking the great fireball technique. Shijir also opened Balanyan in an instant and copied this B-level water style ninjutsu trick. Not bad. Third Hokage praised, and then said, as expected, your chakra volume is huge, and the control of chakra is also very accurate, and the connection seal is also very fast. The use of ninjutsu can be described as pure fire, see. Come and you often practice. In this case, I won't hide it. Since you want to learn compound ninjutsu, then you have to learn the attack ninjutsu of 5 escapes. Just now you used C-level ninjutsu, and today I will teach you B-level ninjutsu with more lethality. Wei Wu Si Chen Zi Zhouyin. The third generation item quickly closed, and Shijir on the side also instantly remembered the order of the seal and the flow of chakra around the third generation item. Fire style fire dragon flame bomb. The third generation spit out the fire dragon flame bullet in his mouth in one breath. The hot flame instantly ignited the surrounding combustibles, and the flame danced like a violent dragon, front, left, and right. 3 directions were quickly rushed by the fire dragon, and the direction of the fire dragon was controlled by third Hokage and chakra. Although it is a B-level ninjutsu, its power is amazing. Not only does it have a wide range, it is difficult for the attack to avoid, and the temperature of the flame will instantly burn the enemy to ashes, but the requirements for control are very high. The flame must be obeyed. What you mean, it is very difficult, and there are still high requirements for chakra's control. After Hokage finished the explanation, he said, next, you have a try. Everything just now has been deeply recorded in Shijir's white will eyes, so he didn't feel scared at all. Wei Wu Si Chen Zi Zhouyin, fire style fire dragon flare. Shijir used the standard fire dragon flare almost exactly the same as third Hokage, and quickly felt the fire dragon's uncontrollable and violent flames. Use chakra to control the fire dragon. Third generation Mu said excitedly. He had no idea that his new disciple could make the fire dragon so perfect for the first time. Don't let the fire dragon lose control. Let him attack straight ahead. Hokage reminded again. Shijir was struggling at first, but soon found the feeling of controlling chakra. After he found the feeling of controlling the fire dragon that controlled 3 directions instantly attacked straight ahead. Awesome. The first time I used fire style so well. I'm really lucky to have a disciple like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems very happy, and seems to have forgotten all the other unpleasantness of today. Hit the iron while it's hot. I'll teach you water style ninjutsu again. It needs 44 seals, but thanks to the improvement of the second Hokage, water dragon bomb only needs 3 seals. Look. Third Hokage also quickly finished the 3 seals, and then a water dragon quickly appeared behind him and rushed forward. Pour a large amount of chakra into the water, and then condense the water into a dragon form to attack the enemy. Of course, it can also be sprayed directly from the mouth. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Third Hokage also finally stopped. Needless to say, by third Hokage, Shijir has already completed the seal and release in an instant. Water style water dragon bomb technique. Shijir spit out water style directly from his mouth, and water style instantly transformed into the form of a water dragon, launching a violent impact forward. Yes. Third Hokage continued excitedly, water style is like this, let's talk about earth style. Earth style earth dragon bullet. Turn the soil into the form of a dragon and attack the enemy. Third Hokage once again used the earth dragon bullet. Shijir also mastered the essence of the earth dragon bullet again, and then the wind dragon bullet and the thunder dragon bullet, Shijir also mastered instantly. I wanted to teach you a kind of ninjutsu. I didn't want the dragon bullet technique of the 5 elements escape technique. You learned it all. Your talent is even higher than Orochimaru, Third Hokage looked at Shijir and couldn't help but praise. Road. When Shijir wanted to continue learning Third Hokage's ultimate move, 3 Umbu suddenly appeared. Seeing 3 Umbu, Shijir knew that it should be out of play today. Sure enough, Third Hokage said, "You go back first, you can't chew too much, you go back and then practice carefully to familiarize yourself. You must firmly remember these 5 attributes of B-level ninjutsu. Master is good, it is very practical." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also afraid that Shijir would be too eager for quick success. Yes. Teacher Sarutobi. Shijir also left the training ground. Shiyu's mood can be described as excitement. Not only the 5 dragon bullets, but also the water-style water barrier. The current reserve of ninjutsu is enough for me to kill ordinary jonin. Shijir also returned home excitedly. Who knew that when he returned home, he saw 2 teammates and Xiao Xing. Huh? Why are you here? Shijir asked when he looked at Haitenang Xiang and Hyaga Red Butterfly. Xiao Xing, why are you here? Shijir asked. Chapter 13 First Battle, 5th update today. Ask for silver ticket. Ask for collection. Shijir, Mr. Hyaga asked us to meet at Konoha Gate. He just informed us that we have received a sea-level mission, and we should set off now. But we didn't find you, and this little star sister also happened to be looking for you. Hyaga Red Butterfly said. Xiao Xing, what's the matter? Shijir asked too. Brother Shijir, I'm fine, you are going on a mission, this is some of my heart. Xiao Xing gave Xiu the Liang pill he bought, which moved Xiu's heart for a while. Silly girl, it's okay, it's just a sea-level mission, wait for me to come back. Xiu comforted, and then quickly arranged his equipment. Hyaga Red Butterfly, Heitake Kujuo and Uchiha Tashijir No. 7 arrived at Konoha's gate together, and Hyaga Hisashi and another bearded man had already been there early. Red Butterfly, Kujuo, Shijir. Let's go. Hisashi also announced, because of your outstanding performance. I specially applied for the sea-level mission for you. I hope you can complete the mission perfectly. Are these 3 little ghosts reliable? The bearded uncle seemed to not believe in the strength of the Xiu trio. As genin, they are definitely the best. Uncle, you need to know that your commission can barely reach the sea-level standard. After being stunned by Hyaga Hisashi, the uncle was much more honest. The uncle you see now is called Hideo Noguchi, and he is our client for this mission. Hyaga Hisashi introduced. It's very simple. We only need to protect Mr. Noguchi from wild animals and bandits. Hisashi also briefly explained the content of the mission. This mission is a sea-level mission. It is usually a mission that was only accepted as Chunin. However, considering that the geographical location is within the territory of our country of fire, and I lead the team, it is also an exception for you to participate. I believe you guys. Hisashi also encouraged while explaining. After walking for about 3 hours, the 5 people also walked from noon to afternoon, and the sky began to dim. It seems that we can't walk to the next town with our feet. Let's rest until tomorrow morning. Hisashi said. At this speed, when can I get there? Uncle Bearded said anxiously. Mr. Noguchi, is there something to hide from us? Shijir also looked at Noguchi immediately and asked. And Mr. Noguchi suddenly panicked, but still pretended to be calm and said, well, how can I hide anything from you? But everyone present did not believe in Noguchi. Wow! The moon black and the wind were high, and the wolves began to howl. What's this sound? Noguchi shuddered, and Hyaga Red Butterfly was obviously also a little scared. Red Butterfly, protect Mr. Noguchi, Shijir and Kujuo, pay attention to keep the formation. Byakugan. Hyaga Hisashi directly exploded Byakugan, and the eyes were full of blood vessels and blue veins for an instant. The wolves attack. Hisashi just shouted, and in an instant, he was thrown down by a group of wolves hidden in the dense forest. Ah! Hyaga-san! Hyaga Koko also screamed. Heitake Kujo was also sweating profusely, and he could see that he had never encountered such a bad situation. He directly talked about his grey teeth and rushed to the wolves. A few stabs took away the lives of a few wolves. However, the wolf went mad as soon as he saw the blood and began to howl. Wow! Wow! How many wolves are there in total? Noguchi said scaredly. Hyaga Red Butterfly held Kunao in his hand, and was also a little stunned on the spot. Emotions are out of control in an instant. Shiyu looked at the wolves with a sneer and shouted, "Heitake! Return to the team. Get close to Noguchi and form a circle." Okay. Heitake didn't lose his mind completely, kicked a wolf, and the three of them surrounded the city in a circle, surrounding Noguchi in the middle. What the wolf is most afraid of? Fire. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shiger also completed the seal in an instant, and a huge fireball spit out. The wolf who was close to him hadn't reacted, he was instantly lit by Shiger's fire style and burned to death. The wolf is a very cunning animal. When he saw such a fierce enemy, he naturally escaped instantly. Trace. Shiyu put his hands down and said, "It's okay, everyone, go to sleep." Noguchi didn't even react, and found that the crisis had been resolved. Even Hyaga Red Butterfly and Heitake Kujo don't believe it. Sleep, sleep. But Mr. Hyaga. Hyaga Red Butterfly also looked at the place where Hyaga fell just now, but found that there was no shadow of Hyaga at all, but saw a wooden stake. Beard, Hongdi, Kujo, Hyaga-san is not dead, and he is Jonin anyway. He just wanted to see our reaction ability, but now I don't know where to look at us. Seeing the three people's suspicious eyes, Shiger touched his head and said, "Which one of you is really injured? You are really in danger, Hyaga-sensei should show up." Sure enough, as soon as Shiger's words fell, Hyaga Hisashi appeared in front of everyone. First I looked at Hongdi and Kujo, and finally Noguchi and Shiger. Shiger, I have been following the crisis from beginning to end, and you are the calmest one. You not only protected your teammates, but also your client Mr. Noguchi, and even repelled the enemy. From now on, the captain of the 7th squad, it's you. Hyaga Hisashi said calmly. Let's talk about Nanxiang. Have you ever thought about the consequences of rushing to the wolves at all costs? If there are more wolves, you will be easily besieged. If Shiger didn't call you back, what would the result be? And the crisis of Mr. Noguchi and his companions. Have you ever paid attention to it? Miss Red Butterfly, a ninja needs to have patience in addition to possessing ninjutsu. Just now, your heart collapsed. No matter what caused it, I hope that from now on, your heart will be stronger. Okay. Although Hisashi is not harsh, both Kujo and Hongdi have deep self-blame. Hisashi then looked at Noguchi and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Noguchi, I believe you can understand it too. It was just a false alarm. It's okay." Mr. Noguchi didn't dare to say more. Everyone was speechless all night, and then they were on duty one by one, taking turns to watch the night, and there was nothing to stir. The second Tenten lit up, and everyone started to move forward again. In contrast, it was obvious that Nanxiang and Hongdi were more stable, and Hyaga nodded secretly when he looked at them. If you know what you are wrong, you can correct it, not bad. Shiger focused on the bearded Noguchi. Chapter 14 Robbers. I always feel that this guy has something to hide from us. Shiger also continued to walk forward quietly. After walking for about a morning, Shiger discovered something was wrong, and Shiger suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hyaga Hisashi asked too. Teacher, something is wrong, Shiyu said. Something's wrong. Hyaga Hisashi seemed to have discovered something. Protect Mr. Noguchi. Hisashi said. And Kujuo and Hongdi immediately surrounded Noguchi with Shijir, facing around, carefully observing their surroundings. Byakugan. Hisashi turned on Byakugan in an instant, and at the same time, Shijir opened the Balanyan and instantly saw the dense crowds hidden around him. There are enemies. Be careful. Shijir also shouted immediately. Then countless shurikens shot at Hisashi. Revolving Heaven. Hisashi immediately used 8 trigrams palms Revolving Heaven, and instantly turned around like a top, and instantly bounced the surrounding shurikens. Oh! 2 things. Nearly hundreds of people surrounded the group of 5 directly, and the leader was a fierce robber. I'm sorry, you have to stay with this person, and the others will just scrap one arm. The robber said casually. Protect Noguchi, and the others will give it to me. Hisashi dashed forward. In Byakugan, chakra veins and acupuncture points were clear, gentle fist method was used, and any enemy he encountered was instantly cut off from his nerves and nerves. Muscles have lost their ability to resist. So strong. Noguchi also sighed. This guy is Konoha's Jonin. You guys won't hold him back for me. You guys killed those little ghosts and grabbed me that big beard. The bandit leader ordered, and then a group of bandits rushed up. Gentle fist. Look at the knife. Hyuga Red Butterfly and Heitake Kujuo also used the housekeeping skill Gentle Fist, and the other used the housekeeping skill Heitake Swordsmanship. Although they are only genin, they are also very easy to deal with. Shadow Clone Technique. Shijir also directly separated 4 shadow clones, and directly used the most powerful ninjutsu he learned against those bandits. Fire Style Fire Dragon Flare. Lightning Style Thunder Dragon Bullet. Water Style Water Dragon Bomb. Wind Style Wind Dragon Ball. The attack range of the 4 attributes is extremely large, the fire and wind are combined, the mines are combined, and it becomes a compound ninjutsu in an instant. The bandits on the left and right instantly became the first victims of Shijir's compound ninjutsu. The fire rides on the wind, and the wind rides on the fire. It has the extremely destructive fire style and the wind style with ultimate cutting power. It instantly becomes a terrifying fire wind dragon bullet, instantly killing a group of bandits in front of you. 7 or 8. On the other side, the mine compound dragon bullet technique also hit the approaching robbers in an instant. Countless robbers lost their lives in this way. It's impossible. Quick retreat. The information is wrong. This is genin. Quick retreat. The bandit leader ran away, but he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to chase them, but these bandits, seeing that all his bosses ran away, he naturally dispersed in a rush. This is Master Third Hokage's compound ninjutsu. I didn't expect you to be able to learn this trick at a young age. It's amazing. You guys are doing very well. Hisashi satisfied Hongdi and Nanxian this time. Nod. Then Hisashi looked at Noguchi and asked, Mr. Noguchi? What's the matter? I don't know. Mr. Noguchi said in a panic. This is a band of bandits with hundreds of people? What did you provoke? If you don't speak clearly, we have the right to return directly to Konoha. Hisashi also said solemnly. No. I said. Mr. Noguchi finally told the truth. The final location for the escort is the craftsman village in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire. That is our village. Our village is very poor, but it is the best place to build weapons in the world. Not long ago, the village recently discovered deep underground. He was indestructible with a buried piece of magical meteorite iron, but when he discovered it, he leaked the news. After I researched the technology to polish it in the country of fire, I was informed by the village immediately that I was in Konoha and asked Jonin to escort me back to the village of the craftsman, and protect me to complete the meteorite research. But who knows that all the money I have is only enough to entrust a sea-level task. So, you concealed the information and didn't care about our life or death. Hisashi also asked sharply. The village of craftsmen is located in the small country of the country of craftsmen, located in the northeast of the country of fire. It is already outside the country of fire. You have concealed the degree of danger, even the content of the mission, and the location of the mission. The subordinates are in charge, they are still a group of children. Hisashi said, turning his head to leave. It can be seen that Hisashi still takes good care of the three subordinates. Master Jonin. Please. The artisan village is really poor. And it has been targeted by many forces. Regarding meteorite iron, our purpose is to explore its ingredients. If the research is successful, the data will be made public. The construction technology of the whole ninja world will advance. And after certain forces are obtained, they will definitely be used in the production of weapons. At that time, war will break out. Peace will be gone forever. Noguchi was also on his knees. The ground begged hard. I don't know that it was that sentence that touched Hisashi. He pondered for a while, then he pulled Noguchi up and said, neither for you nor the technique of shinobi. Everything that Konoha shinobi did should have ended here, but anyone who is a ninja should have the belief in protecting peace. Shiger understood it. If Noguchi told the truth earlier, even Konoha might have swallowed this technology. This bearded man is indeed an idealist, but it doesn't matter, it has little effect. I hope that I can meet more and stronger enemies. Shiger is also full of war spirits. The next battle will be very dangerous. Your only task is to protect Mr. Noguchi. As soon as Hisashi's voice fell, a laugh rang. Ha ha ha. It is really not a wise move to use those cheap robbers. It seems we have to do it ourselves. The voice was very ethereal, and it was difficult to determine his location. Pretending to be a god. Heitake Kujuo also cursed in a low voice. Huh. Genin, I don't know how you died later. Byakugan. Hyaga Hisashi spotted the man in an instant, and shot a shuriken. And the detonation talisman was placed on the shuriken early. Chapter 15 Rebellion. Bang. The detonating talisman exploded in an instant, and the two figures had nowhere to hide, and they finally appeared. Haha. Who am I? It turns out that Jonin is the leader of the Hyaga clan. This time there might be Byakugan's trophy. Finally, a figure appeared in front of everyone. The ninja forehead protector was marked with the mark of the country of water, but a line was drawn in the middle, which means that this person is a traitor from Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. On the forehead of the other ninja is the Cloud Shinobi logo, and a line is also drawn on it. Two rebels. Hisashi was also ready. Don't dream of 100 days. The Byakugan of the Hyaga clan is extremely difficult to obtain. As long as they are sure to be caught, they will use the secret technique to destroy their Byakugan. Cloud Shinobi seems to be more familiar with the secrets of the ninja, just staring, said Noguchi and Shiger. The three genins will be left to you at will, Jonin of the Hyaga clan, will be handed over to me. Cloud Shinobi rebelliously ordered. In his eyes, genin was insignificant, so it was handed over to Mist Shinobi who was inferior to his own. Huh. It's cunning. I actually left the fun to myself. Mist Shinobi then looked at Shiger and said, I'm sorry, I will solve you as quickly as possible. Come on. Be careful. Heitake Kujuo reminded. As soon as the voice fell, Mist Shinobi had already thrown out his shuriken. Shuriken. Shiger reminded, and then Kunao in his hand also shot down countless shurikens. Huh. The kid is the kid. Mist Shinobi rebels with the body flicker technique, and the whole person has appeared in the middle of Shiger's trio. Look at the sword. Heitake Kujuo waved his grey teeth, but blocked the betrayal of Mist Shinobi. Gentle fist. Not to be outdone, Hyaga Hongbi took advantage of Nanxian to drag Mist Shinobi to rebel, and a gentle fist came over. Shiger reacted fastest, and took this opportunity to hug Mr. Noguchi and hide behind him. Humph. The kids reacted very quickly, but they still can't escape. Miss Shinobi rebelled and then directly Jin used a ninjutsu trick. Water-style Miss Shinobi technique. In an instant, there was a thick fog around me, and I couldn't see everything clearly. Be careful. This is Miss Shinobi's silent killing technique. Watch your surroundings. Shijir reminded. Little devil, I didn't expect to know a lot. In that case, I will give you a whole corpse. The voice of Miss Shinobi's betrayal was all around, and it was impossible to determine where he was from the sound. Open your eyes. Shijir opened Balanyan silently. Sherinan would be disturbed by the dense fog, but Byakugan's scout eyes could clearly see the location of Miss Shinobi's rebellion. This guy dared to use Miss Shinobi technique in front of me. Shijir also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had already seen the rebellious movement of Miss Shinobi, and he could clearly see the chakra context of the person in front of him. This guy's strength is not weak. Chakra in one suit seems to be reaching the level of Jonin. Shijir also quietly looked at Miss Shinobi's rebellion, and thought. This guy should have discovered me, see I will do it. Shijir also used shadow clone technique quietly afterwards. Huh. Kid. So you are here. The Miss Shinobi had apparently seen the figure of Shijir, and suddenly picked up the vital point of Kyuuxiang in his hand. Boom. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the rain turned into shadow clone and disappeared. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Shijir also completed Yuin in an instant and launched a ninjutsu attack on Miss Shinobi. Water-style Water Barrier. The Miss Shinobi ninja's knot printing speed was not slow, and it blocked Shijir's Great Fireball attack in an instant. As the fire encountered water, the surroundings became more blurred in an instant. You kid is not a simple kid. Miss Shinobi also never dared to despise Shijir again. Shijir's unsuccessful attack was not frustrated, and said loudly, "Hey take, red butterfly. Protect the beard. Give me the person in front of you." I was really underestimated by the kid. Miss Shinobi gave a betrayal and laughed, then immediately finished the seal and said, "Water-style water body technique." Then a total of 3 Miss Shinobi rebels appeared in front of Shijir. Why? Shijir also watched the opponent with Balan's eyes without any consideration. Neither the water body nor the shadow clone, Sherinan and Byakugan can see the body, but as long as they are attacked, the water body will be lifted. Shiyu also raised the corner of his mouth and said, "At this time, you are a clone, I don't know if you are stupid or stupid." Lightning-style Thunder Dragon Bullet. Shijir finished Jin and spit out an oversized Thunder Dragon Bullet. The Thunder Dragon instantly spread from the front, middle, and back 3 areas and attacked Miss Shinobi. This kid. Can you still use lightning style besides fire style? Miss Shinobi frowned and said. This kid is definitely not an ordinary kid. Earth style Earth Flow Wall. Miss Shinobi reluctantly resorted to Earth style. In the 5 elements escape technique, water, fire, earth, wind, and wind are used to escape. Except for the water barrier, which is the Tulia wall, the water barrier is guaranteed to be electrocuted. Miss Shinobi does not have wind-style chakra for rebelliousness, so he has no choice but to resort to haste. Miss Shinobi used a dirt wall to completely protect the whole body. However, even so, the dirt wall collapsed in an instant. It was also a B-level ninjutsu, and it was shattered by Shijir. The power of the Rain Thunder Dragon Bomb is amazing. This kid's ninjutsu power is so amazing. It seems that you can't use ninjutsu to fight him. Miss Shinobi rebels instantly changed his strategy, and once again chose close combat. Water-style Miss Shinobi technique. Miss Shinobi rebels once again used Miss Shinobi ninjutsu, and the surrounding fog became thicker. Shijir instantly understood Miss Shinobi's rebel intentions. Huh. You guy, you want to play close combat with me? This time you can't run away. Shijir also immediately prepared the counter-killing Miss Shinobi tactics in his mind. Shijir still pretended not to see Miss Shinobi. At this time Shinobi was obviously hit, and he no longer hesitated, but still approached Shijir cautiously. This guy is really cautious. It looks like a lot of people must have died. Shijir looked around pretendingly, and then left his back to Miss Shinobi. Huh. That's great. This time the kid is dead. Miss Shinobi rebelled with confidence and moved closer to Shijir more boldly. This guy is in the game. Shijir's Balanyan naturally possesses 360-degree reconnaissance capabilities. He clearly saw Miss Shinobi taking out the Kunikata in his hand and moving faster and faster. Shijir suddenly noticed that Miss Shinobi had stopped, as if the peace before the storm. It's coming. Shijir suddenly saw Miss Shinobi picking up Kumaxiang and stabbing herself at the hungry tiger. Chapter 16 Assassination. Shijir immediately turned around, his hands already blocked back, one hand firmly grasped Miss Shinobi's rebellious kunao, and the other palm had already blasted Miss Shinobi's rebellious chest. Miss Shinobi didn't have any fear, and used all his strength to stab Shijir. In his opinion, how much offensive power can the imp's palm have? Huh. Shijir snorted coldly, and with one hand, gentle fist had hit Miss Shinobi's left chest. Puff. Miss Shinobi vomited blood instantly, his eyes were already full of shock and fear. His brain seemed to be unable to control his body. When he was dying, he still didn't think about why Shijir had the ability to kill himself. You guy, dare to use the Miss Shinobi technique, otherwise I wouldn't use gentle fist to kill you in public. Shio sneered and walked to the side of his teammate. Shijir. Are you not injured? Hongdi immediately cared about seeing Shijir. Your hand is bleeding. Where is the enemy? Red Butterfly asked. Kujuo also looked around with his grey teeth. It's okay, that Miss Shinobi has been killed by me, these injuries are all trivial. Shijir said, I don't know what happened to Hyaga-sensei. Miss Shinobi technique solution. Shijir just copied Miss Shinobi technique, and the reverse Miss Shinobi technique naturally learned instantly. The fog dissipated instantly, and seeing Hyaga Hisashi and the Cloud Shinobi betrayed from a distance was inseparable. Both are physique masters, Cloud Shinobi mainly uses lightning style, and Hyaga Hisashi uses Byakugan and Gentle Fist. The two seem to be evenly matched. Huh. What a waste. Even Genin can't solve it. The fog cleared, and Cloud Shinobi immediately saw the corpse of his teammate lying on the ground. Huh. Cloud Shinobi directly threw countless shurikens, and Hisashi immediately used 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The shurikens were shot down one after another. After Hyaga Hisashi stopped, the Cloud Shinobi rebel directly threw a few kunao, and kunao has a detonation talisman. Be careful. Hyaga-sensei. Shijir immediately reminded him when he saw it, and then made a prejudgment to quickly seal with both hands. Hisashi immediately backed away, while Cloud Shinobi turned around and prepared to flee. At this time Shijir Jian ended, and immediately said, Wind Style Wind Dragon Ball Technique. The Anticipation Ninjutsu instantly attacked Cloud Shinobi Renin, and Cloud Shinobi Renin frowned, but couldn't escape. With his hands crossed, he actually planned to use his body to resist B-class Wind Style Ninjutsu. It seems that I guessed it right. This Cloud Shinobi ninja is good at lightning style, and was defeated by wind style, but he doesn't know fire style. That's the case. Shijir's seal was over again, and the hot flames instantly protruded from his mouth. Fire style Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Before the wind dragon disappeared, the fire dragon appeared again. The wind rides on the fire, and the fire rides on the wind. In an instant, the two dragons merged into one to form the third Hokage stunt composite ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu Wind, Fire, and Dragon Bullet Technique. What? Cloud Shinobi's rebellion was also taken aback, and immediately strengthened his defenses. Although they are 2B level ninjutsu, they reached the power of A level ninjutsu in an instant under Shiger's use. Even the Cloud Shinobi ninja, who is famous for his physical toughness, was still beaten by this wave of ninjutsu. It was a whole body injury. Unexpectedly, there was such a tough kid in the plan. Humph. The Cloud Shinobi ninja still laughed, and then he also used the body flicker technique and disappeared. Don't chase it. Shiger. Good job. Hyaga Hisashi took Byakugan away, nodded as he watched Shiger, and Hisashi frowned. In addition to bandits, there are already ninjas involved. The strength of the two traders just now is estimated to have reached the level of Jonin, but I feel that there seems to be someone else behind them. Hisashi looked at Noguchi and found that Noguchi also had a guilty and pitiful look, and then he also wanted to sigh. The mission itself is also a C level, but now not only a bandit group has appeared, but also more than a few Jonin rebels. I really don't know what kind of enemy will appear next. The actual level of the current mission is tentatively set to level B. This is already Jonin's mission category. You can quit here, even if you have completed the mission. Hyaga Hisashi then said solemnly, next, even if it is me, there is no way to guarantee the safety of the four of you. If you stop here, it will be too late. I am the client. Even if it is dangerous, I will go to the country of craftsmen. I can't quit. Noguchi said. I want to go, after all, my strength can only be improved by constantly fighting. Shiger also said truthfully. What about you? Hisashi asked. We are a team, we have to go together. Heitake Kujuo also responded. Me too. Although Hongbi was the only girl, she still said firmly. Okay. The 7th class. Keep going. Target the craftsman's village in the country of craftsmen. Hyaga Hisashi also started advancing again with the 4. In actual combat, Shiger's strength has improved rapidly. Although he has the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, he cannot play a stronger role without experiencing the wind and rain of actual combat. Body flicker technique, mist shinobi technique, and water body technique. Although they are not powerful, they are all very practical ninjutsu, especially body flicker technique. Although it is only a D-level ninjutsu, it has created countless powerhouses. For example, Flash Goddess Shisui. Shiger is also practicing the instant technique while rushing. A week passed, and several people took turns to watch the night. During the day, they accelerated their speed and finally left the northeastern border of the Land of Fire and entered the territory of the Land of Craftsmen. Finally here. Heitake Kujuo also breathed a sigh of relief. These few days of rushing made the nerves of the 5 people highly nervous, but they did not encounter the enemy's attack again. And Hyaga Hisashi also took time to train Hyaga Red Butterfly and the chakra control ability of the 3 genin. And to practice control ability is to practice climbing trees and treading water, and Shiger's control of chakra is naturally perfect. He is like a miracle, reaching the fastest record under 3 people, and Hyaga Hisashi is naturally thorough. I was shocked. According to Hisashi's original words, Uchiha Shiger is really talented. Genin alone can defeat Jonin. He has a calm personality and various tactics. It is absolutely rare in the world. If you say that the legendary Uchiha Madara is young at that time, he didn't know who was more dazzling than the local? If it is possible, it may be stronger than Uchiha Madara, maybe. Shiger naturally didn't know that he was so praised by his teacher. He still practiced the ninjutsu that he copied not long ago as usual. Chapter 17 Control, 4 more. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. In front of me was a huge and stout tree. There are countless shuriken scratches on the trunk of the tree. A young man carrying a shinobi sword was looking at the trees in front of him out of breath. How is it possible? That fellow Shiger climbed to the top so easily. Kujo raised his head unwillingly and saw Shijir standing at the top of the tree and practicing other ninjutsu. Miss Red Butterfly, hey take Kujo, you two need to work harder. Shijir has already passed the chakra control test, not only on the trees, but also on the water. Hisashi watched. Shio nodded in satisfaction. No. I can't let this guy surpass me all the time. Heitake Kujo also has his own arrogance. He once again climbed the tree, but because of his anxiety, the chakra under his feet was not evenly controlled and fell to the ground again. And Hyuga Red Butterfly is naturally thinking, come on. You must break through yourself and not become a burden to the entire team. You must strive to become a strong ninja. Only in this way can you help the people you like. As a result, Red Butterfly worked harder than usual and controlled chakra more easily. Shijir, on the other hand, stood alone on the top of the tree studying the recently copied ninjutsu. Sharinan Kakashi copied thousands of ninjutsu, but chakra storage is a big problem, but for me, everything is not a problem. Shijir also thought. After all, Atsutsuki's purest bloodline gives Shijir a superb chakra reserve. Just the newly promoted Genin Shijir has an extraordinary cage-level chakra. Class D body flicker technique is really practical. Shiyu said with some excitement, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. If an ordinary ninja uses this trick, and I ran into it, it would definitely be a dead end. Shijir discovered that after copying the body flicker technique, the use and control of chakra could make the entire body flicker technique almost a step forward. Class. Just like using those destructive fire styles, Shijir's hands can often have more terrifying power than others. I don't know how long I have practiced. The D-level body flicker technique has been completely used by the Shijir master, and Shijir has become familiar with the recently copied ninjutsu one by one. Finally, you can practice the knot printing speed. Shijir said. He knows that in the ninja world, not only are there ninjas like Mizuki Shiro who can make knots with one hand, but also Yuya Shiha Itaka that knots 6 seals in 1 second. Superpower. Zikuyan Moken did not apply for Yusohei. Shijir practiced for a long time, and the sweat beads on his head had become big. Everyone, it's almost time we need to continue on our way. Hyuga Hisashi reminded everyone, then Shijir nodded. A good harvest today, you guys worked hard. Shijir naturally said to his 5 shadow clones. Shijir naturally knew the bugs of shadow clones practice. After the shadow clone was removed, what shadow clone had learned in a day, as well as the experience and fatigue, would instantly return to the body. Pop. Shijir released his shadow clone. Jayan's proficiency and 1 day's insight were also instantly returned to Shijir's body. It's really rewarding, but I'm a little tired. Shijir jumped easily and returned to Hisashi's side. Of course, Heitake Kujo and Hyuga Red Butterfly gathered again. Well, it's good, but don't try so hard next, we have to save our energy for the following tasks. Hisashi said to the Shijir trio. Understood. The 3 naturally replied. I don't see it, these little ghosts are getting more and more reliable. I'm sorry, I got my eyes off before. Mr. Noguchi said with some embarrassment. As long as the task can be completed. Shijir did not blame Mr. Noguchi either. In the next few days, Hisashi led the crowd and there was no fierce battle. Shijir naturally still used Shadow Clone for training. By the time he reached his destination, Shijir was able to make 3 seals per second. Don't underestimate the speed of Jayu. This speed of Jayu has surpassed most ninjas in the ninja world, and may be on par with the adult Heitake Kakashi in the future. And in the future, Kakashi's speed may be the top 5 of ninja's speed. After walking for a while, I can clearly feel that the number of humans around has begun to increase, and the vegetation has begun to decrease. It turned out that it has reached the end of this trip, the village of craftsmen. Thank you. Finally. I finally arrived in the village. Mr. Noguchi was also very excited, and after he had settled the people, he walked into the village. Shiger? How do you feel? Hisashi asked, too. It feels like something is wrong. Shiger was also telling the truth. The whole village of carpenters didn't feel popular to him. There were only scattered tourists, all of them panicked and guarded. It seems that something is wrong. All the people seem to be carrying weapons. Heitake Kujuo also saw the anomaly of these people at a glance. That's the case, everyone, be careful, Mr. Noguchi, is there any danger? Hyaga Hongdi also couldn't help asking. And when everyone said hello, Mr. Noguchi had reappeared. Noguchi walked out with a smile, seemingly weird. It's great. The composition of meteorite iron has been studied. Your mission has been completed. Congratulations. Before Mr. Noguchi came to the front, everyone had discovered something was wrong. Suddenly Noguchi violent, and several shurikens had already been thrown at the nearest two of Heitake and Hongdi. Careful. Shiger used a body flicker technique and instantly appeared behind Heitake and Red Butterfly, pushing them away. The attack of the Mr. Noguchi in front of him was also taken aback when he failed in an instant. Body flicker technique. Akanaha's little devil could be so strong? Haha. It's really interesting. Mr. Noguchi on the tab also sneered, and then he changed into what he was like with a bang. You are. Hyaga Hisashi was also ready to fight immediately. Huh. I'm not your old acquaintance. The ninja has become Cloud Shinobi's rebellious appearance. Be careful. There are many people around. In Hyaga Hisashi's Byakugan, there were countless ninjas around. What the hell is it? Let you hold on to us. Heitake Kujuo also questioned. Huh. Kid. Our purpose conflicts with your mission, so we have to solve you. Cloud Shinobi said with a bloodthirsty smile, I won't let you run away again. Chapter 18 Ambush. Lightning Style Go. Cloud Shinobi quickly Kyuyan used lightning style ninjutsu, and the thunder and lightning instantly spread to the ground, and Hyaga Hisashi could only retreat. The Shiger trio and Hyaga Hisashi were also separated instantly by thunder and lightning, and then the Cloud Shinobi once again entangled Hyaga Hisashi. Shiger and the three were facing more than a dozen rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas at the same time, and they were under pressure. A lot of people. What should I do? Heitake Kujuo has never encountered such an emergency. Shiger, is there a way? Hyaga Hongdi asked too. There is barely one. Shiger also immediately figured out a way to break through. Kill. A dozen rebel ninjutsu quickly rushed over to the three of them, Shiger quickly sealed the seal, and Fengguo compound ninjutsu issued again. Composite ninjutsu wind, fire, and dragon bullet technique. The infinitely powerful compound ninjutsu instantly killed several weak enemies in an instant, and other enemies were also very cautious. Shiger knew that the enemy would be very careful next. Water style mist shinobi technique. Shiger also used the ninjutsu copied not long ago. And the mist around him instantly thickened, and he couldn't see the 5 fingers even when he stretched out his hand. Lost the enemy's position. The enemy also reported in the thick fog. Shiyu copied the silent killing technique and body flicker technique, so he could move silently, but quickly and sensitively. In the thick fog, he could easily hide his figure, but Bai Lunyan could clearly see the enemy's position. Therefore, Shiger is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Every time the enemy sees him, he has used Gentle Fist to strike various key positions of Chunin. In a short while, several ninjas had already died in Shiger's hands. The rest of the surviving ninjas were all sweating profusely, and they were anxious, afraid that they would be themselves next, and their fighting spirit was also lost a lot. Shiger, like Shinigami in the dense fog, quickly took the lives of the unfortunate. Where are the people? The wandering ninja looked around, but didn't see anyone, and Shijir approached him again and again, piercing his internal organs with gentle fist. It can be said that gentle fist combined with dense fog is simply Shijir's home field. Although it is naturally useless to deal with ninjas with a slightly stronger consciousness, for such a ninja at the level of miscellaneous fish, it is natural to kill one by one. Let's kill one pair of two. One less person. Damn it! Where is he? Damn, why is this? The wandering ninjas and rebel ninjas have already regretted it a bit, but it seems that genin is more difficult than the jonin of the Hyuga clan. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 ninjas besieging Shio's trio. Only the last 3 are left. Shijir thought to himself, and after that, he used Shadow Clone to separate 2 people, and changed them into the other 2 using the transformation technique. It was easy, the remaining 3 ninjas were finally solved by Shijir. They didn't even react to death. How could their former companions kill them? After solving the battle here, Shijir and Koko Kujuo naturally went to help Hyuga Hisashi. Hisashi is a physical ninja, but the enemy obviously also possesses ninjutsu with the thunder attribute. Hisashi is difficult to get close, so he is at a disadvantage. Ms. Hisashi. Leave it to me next. Shijir naturally did her part. Huh. Little devil. What a shame. Last time I was careless. Then Cloud Shinobi seemed to have seen the corpses of a dozen ninjas, and then he couldn't talk about it. What's the situation? Your fate is really big. None of the 15 wandering ninjas can kill you. Cloud Shinobi is very surprised. In his estimation, Shijir is even a powerful elite genin. Now it should be too bad, but what he didn't expect was that Shijir had to survive again and completed the counter kill. You guy. I'm afraid I've already reached Jonin. Konoha's kid. Is it so strong? Really troublesome. I didn't expect such a strong kid. Cloud Shinobi also frowned, it was his calculation error. Therefore, his chances of winning are naturally eliminated here. Look at your family crest. Could it be that you are from the Konoha Uchiha clan? Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but ask. Huh. Feel it for yourself. Shijir also started Jain without hesitation and shouted, Fire style great fireball technique. The Cloud Shinobi ninja naturally used the body flicker technique to quickly dodge, but Shijir continued to release the great fireball technique in a huff. What an annoying kid. Cloud Shinobi did not expect Shijir's breath to last as long as chakra. When Shijir was finally over, Shijir once again quickly performed wind-style ninjutsu. Wind-style wind dragon bullet technique. The strong wind instantly turned into a wind dragon and attacked Cloud Shinobi. You guy. Cloud Shinobi was obviously angry when he rebelled against Shinobi. Shijir didn't give him any breathing time at all. Moreover, if the General Genin used great fireballs level of ninjutsu, chakra would definitely not have much left. Yu is using B-level ninjutsu endlessly, and he still doesn't feel like chakra is not supporting. This kid. What the hell is going on? Even Jonin. His chakra should be over. Cloud Shinobi became more and more unbelievable and more shocked. It seems that the situation between this kid and that Jonin is exactly the opposite. His mid-range and long-range attacks are very strong, but melee combat? I won't lose to him. The Cloud Shinobi said with confidence. After that, it was also a body flicker technique, and came to Shiyu's side, which was in Shiyu's arms. Lightning-style Thunderbolt armor. In order to prevent accidents, the Cloud Shinobi ninja also used a lightning shield. Shiyu frowned slightly, thinking that this guy was so cautious. Shijir naturally stopped confronting Cloud Shinobi for the time being, and once again used the water-style Mist Shinobi technique, and the surrounding area instantly thickened with fog. Good job. Shijir. Hyuga Hisashi's Byakugan can clearly see the enemy's position in the thick fog, and Shijir also effectively blocked the enemy's sight. Damn. It blocked my sight? Where is he now? I don't know. Cloud Shinobi reluctantly changed his lightning armor to full power. Although chakra consumes a lot, at least can guarantee temporary safety. This guy, I can't see us anymore. Shiger and Hisashi immediately worked out their tactics. There. Cloud Shinobi suddenly saw Shiger's figure, appeared in front of him, and attacked Shiger, but Hayashi's 8 trigrams air palm also came out behind him. Naive. Cloud Shinobi sneered. Chapter 19 Raise Non, one more. Seek collection. Seek silver ticket. After that, Cloud Shinobi Rebel immediately appeared behind Hyaga Hisashi with the instant technique. The Kyu in Cloud Shinobi Rebel's hand had already poked the area forward, and sneered, "Go to hell." However, Hisashi instantly became a big wooden stick. Substitute technique. At the moment Cloud Shinobi's betrayal was slightly stunned, Shiger's attacks followed one after another. Composite ninjutsu: the wind, fire, and earth Dragon Ball technique. The Dragon Ball techniques of the 3 attributes are mixed together, generating miraculous attribute changes with each other, extremely terrifying power, rushing towards Cloud Shinobi with lightning speed. Ah! Impossible! Cloud Shinobi turned into a panic, roared, seemingly unwilling, but he had no time to avoid Shiger's menacing move. In the end, he could only be hit by this powerful compound ninjutsu. Shiger's compound ninjutsu was extremely terrifying, and many buildings on the street were burnt down. You must know that the wind, fire, earth, and earth Dragon Ball technique, which combines 3 attributes, already has the power of transcendent A-grade ninjutsu. Fruit to eat? Really strong. Nan Xiang and Hongdi said in surprise. The whole body of Cloud Shinobi in front of him was so terrible that he was completely unrecognizable and naturally dead. Shiger was a little embarrassed. Even he himself did not expect that this trick was so powerful, because he killed the enemy prematurely, so he said a little apologetically, "Teacher Hisashi, I'm sorry, have not waited. Asked for information, I accidentally killed him. It's okay. If you ask him, you won't necessarily say that you did a good job. The most important thing for us right now is to find the client, Mr. Noguchi." Hisashi didn't care, and immediately opened Byakugan. Byakugan. Hisashi's eyes suddenly burst into blood vessels, and he quickly discovered the location of Noguchi. In the cave not far to the northwest, Mr. Noguchi was locked there. Hisashi and Shiger immediately arrived there quickly. The location of the cave seemed very cryptic, but under the leadership of Hisashi, he walked in easily. "It's okay. Mr. Noguchi." Hisashi cut the rope that tied Noguchi with Kunao and asked. It's okay, sorry, to involve you all. The research materials have been taken away. The ninjas who robbed the materials seem to be rebellious and do not belong to any country." Noguchi recalled. "Doesn't belong to any country?" Hisashi also pondered for a while, and he was also thinking about where the people who took his information would go. Rebellion? If it is rebellion, they cannot act together unless they are a group or they follow the command of the same person. Shiger also said the key point. "But Renan's use of my information is of no use." Noguchi was also puzzled. "I see." Shiger also reacted immediately. Behind this there must be the shadow of other ninja villages. They are not easy to use, the ninjas of their country, because they are easy to fall behind. No one wants to be the first to provoke a conflict and become the culprit of the Third Ninja War. Therefore, they disguised or bought the traitor. "Shinobu, go on a secret mission." Shiger immediately made a bold explanation. "There seems to be some truth, there might be something on this guy." Hisashi also guessed. "Huh? He has something in his pocket." Haytake also took out the contents of his pocket. "It's a letter. Fortunately, I can read it clearly." Haytake began to read. The letter says, "Don't worry, Kanaha's mice will leave it to you. When it's done, Yuno-kuni, White Rose, see you. Yuno-kuni. Everyone was surprised. The material was probably brought to Yuno-kuni. It's the village where the war is forgotten? What kind of power will there be? Hisashi was also very puzzled. Since this point has been reached, no one wants to quit, right? Let's set off immediately. Then, Hyaga Hisashi led the team and client Noguchi, once again embarked on a mission journey to Yuno-kuni. This journey did not encounter any enemies, and Shiger had some new changes during this mission. First of all, Shiger realized that his skin was whiter, and the horns of Otsutsuki into Yama grew longer and longer. At the same time, he could feel his chakra volume soaring. The strength of the ninja can be divided as follows: Genin, Chinin, Jonin, Quasi-Shadow, Shadow, Super Shadow, and Shiger's chakra volume at this time is estimated to have reached the peak of ordinary Kage level. And because Shiger chakra control is extremely in place, the utilization efficiency of chakra has reached 100%. Therefore, continuous use of body flicker technique and various super powerful ninjutsu will definitely not cause any chakra overdraft. If the battle is dragged into a protracted battle, Shiger's chakra recovery speed will also be a nightmare for all opponents. On the road, Shiger not only learned the ninjutsu that he had copied before, but also copied the lightning style, earth walk and lightning style armor of Cloud Shinobi this time, and became a skilled master. He also had some melee combat skills. The personal defense ninjutsu. But the most important thing is that Shiger started to practice a new ninjutsu, which is the very famous big move in Hokage Rasengan. Although Rasengan is only a level ninjutsu, it does not require seals, and the consumption of chakra is less than that of Chidori, and it can be developed into a super ninjutsu with various forms and nature transformation in the later stage, and chakra, which can integrate nature transformation, is the most practical and promising close-range ninjutsu. In this timeline, Namikaze Minato doesn't seem to have created Rasengan yet. Minato, it's no wonder I am. Shiger bought water polo and rubber balls in the passing villages and towns on the way. For chakra's ability to control and chakra's quality, Shiger has naturally met the requirements, and the rest is to practice hard. Shiger is on the road while controlling chakra's continuous rotation on the water polo in his hand. In the first water polo stage, Shiger easily broke him, almost without any difficulty, and then Shiger put the rubber ball in his hand. But even when Shiger tried to control chakra's rotation, he still couldn't break the rubber ball, which was much harder than water polo. Shiger then realized that it is not because of the Otsutsuki bloodline that you can instantly master all the techniques, like this kind of technique that does not require seals, and when no one wants you to copy, you can only practice by yourself. At critical moments, he always falls short. Shiger is not discouraged. If he can learn this trick so easily, it can't be regarded as one of Naruto's ability to open and hang. Chapter 20 Yujigyo, 2nd. Ask for a silver ticket. Ask for a collection. Although it is difficult, Shiger still has a way. Naturally, he opened the Shadow Clone plugin and separated his maximum 5 Shadow Clone to help him practice, which is 5 times the practice speed. After many days of practice, Shiger's experience has increased a lot, and he has become a lot sharper for chakra. Shiger has slowly begun to feel that the rubber ball is about to be broken. Shiger, who had reached the peak of his concentration, turned chakra in the rubber ball more powerfully, and then just listened. Boom! The rubber ball finally broke completely. After completing the 2 stages of training, only the hardest and most important 3 stages are left. Other team members, such as Hongdi, are still conducting physical training secretly with Hyaga Hisashi. After all, they are members of the same clan. Many of the secrets of the Hyaga clan can be taught by one's pockets, but Shiger does not have much interest, it is true. It was because he had copied those secret techniques a long time ago. And Heitake Kujuo is not idle either. He takes Shiger as his target. He practices tree climbing and treading water whenever he has time. Now he can control chakra extremely well. This scene is really like the scene in the 7th class in the original book where there is no cut and white. Shijir can't help but think about it. After a few more days, everyone finally arrived at Tangran village in Yunokuni. Yunnan village is completely different from Konoha village. There are hot spring hotels everywhere, and the environment is very elegant. Even the flowers on the streets have been carefully repaired. It has to be said that Tangnan village is really better than Wood at this point. Leaf. This is the village called the War of Oblivion, and the hot springs are extremely famous. Hyaga Hisashi also introduced. I don't know where the information will be, and there doesn't seem to be any suspicious people around. Hongdi said. What is the White Rose? It should be the name of a shop. Heitake Kujuo also guessed. It's such a big place, I think we can only find it separately. If we find any suspicious people, remember to send a signal. I'm with Mr. Noguchi. Hisashi said, and left with Noguchi. Let's go, let's just walk around, too. Shijir said to Hongdi and Heitake Kujuo. Go to Rose Street. It is the most famous place in Tangran village. People in the whole street love to plant roses. Red Butterfly also ran towards Rose Street happily with the rain. Heitake Kujuo was also a little embarrassed. He was too much like an electric light bulb, and he whispered, is it so obvious that Red Butterfly likes Shijir? Then followed slowly. Shiyu didn't think too much, just thinking about the task. He and Hongdi arrived at the famous street Rose Street in Yunokuni, saying that the street is just an alley, but the fragrance of roses drifts around, and the windows and doors of every house are full of roses. The breeze swayed, and the rose petals would dance with the wind, and the whole person's heart seemed to be emptied, very romantic. What a beautiful street. It would be great if I could live here. It's so happy to see such gorgeous flowers every day. The long red hair of Hyaga Red Butterfly also fluttered in the wind, and his tender eyes stared at Shijir. Shijir noticed something. However, Shijir's thoughts are like this, ninjas are really precocious. They are all children, and they start to have ignorant feelings. It's a sin. This alley, Yunokuni, is very famous, but it may be due to the wrong time. At this time, there were not many people in the alley. After walking around at random, Shijir soon lost interest and suddenly a beautiful girl Shijir stopped. This little brother, are you interested in staying in our hot spring hotel? Our price is low, and the house is very good. A charming girl looked at Shiyu and said with a grin. No, we still have things. Shijir immediately refused, after all three of them have tasks. Shijir shook his head and immediately walked to another part of the alley. At this moment, Shijir saw a man who behaved suspiciously. The man approached the window step by step, not knowing what he was looking at. In short, he looked very strange. Huh? Who is that? Shiyu suddenly saw a man with a suspicious identity, so he immediately reminded Hongdi and Nangxiang, follow him. Heitake Kujuo and Hongdi looked at each other and nodded, and followed Shijir together. Shijir found the man approaching the back window of the bathhouse. Very suspicious. Shiyu rushed forward and patted the man's shoulder and asked, who are you? What are you doing? Oh. Be quiet. My dear. The white-haired suspicious man turned his head and was taken aback, not thinking that the person in front of him had delayed his good deeds. Shiyu also looked dazed, and instantly knew who this person was. At this time, the woman's screams had already been heard in the bathhouse. Wow! Someone is peeping. All the women immediately blocked their important parts, and the water vapor in the bathhouse did not allow the white-haired man to see clearly. Ah! This person. What are you looking at? Red Butterfly understood what was going on, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Naturally, Heitake Kujuo understood and whispered, guilty. He also turned around immediately. Run! Run! The white-haired man didn't say much, and immediately ran away. Follow him. Shiger would naturally not let go of this opportunity, and then the three people followed the white-haired man and started chasing. Unexpectedly. Jireya's habit is really strange. I started peeking at girls in broad daylight. Shiger said with a smirk as he ran. Jireya? Who is it? You confessed to the wrong person. The white-haired man was still running non-stop and didn't admit it. Looking at the man in front of me, his pure white hair grows to his waist, he wears a forehead protector with oil on his forehead, a red mark under his eyes, and he wears a red outer coat with brown clothes inside. There are wooden clogs under his feet, and he wears a wall guard on his hands. Not Sunan Jireya, or who? Brother Jireya. I'm Sarutobi's new apprentice. Shiger also said while chasing Jireya. I don't remember you as a junior. Let's talk about it. How can I call it a peak? I'm drawing material. Looking for inspiration. I want to write a book. Do you know that? I'm a writer. After hearing this, Shiger was naturally 100% sure that the white-haired man in front of him was Toad Sage Jireya, one of the legendary Konoha Sunin. Then it must be you. Shiger was 100% sure that the person in front of him was definitely Jireya. Boy, you are really annoying. Jireya finally stopped, and then looked back at Shiger carefully. Chapter 21 White Rose. The ninja uniform on this kid has a shallow Uchiha family crest pattern. It seems to belong to the Uchiha clan. One of the other two kid looks like gray teeth, and the other red-haired kid is obviously from the Hyuga clan. It seems that it is a Konoha shinobi. There is nothing wrong with it? Jireya then reluctantly admitted, yes, I am Jireya. Brother Jireya, what is your purpose in coming to Yonokuni? Shiger asked. Jireya looked around cautiously and said, this is not a place to talk. Let's find a decent place to talk. The four of them entered a wine house together and entered a private room. Jireya was a little bit drunk when he picked up the wine glass. Unexpectedly, the old man will accept new disciples? It's really rare. Since you are the disciple of the third generation old man, it is indeed my junior. Are you Genin? Why are you in this place? Where is your leader Jonin? Jireya also asked in confusion. This kind of ninjas of a certain degree will generally not go to other countries to perform missions. He went to investigate elsewhere. We also came here to complete a task. Hyuga Hongdi said. What about you? Brother Jireya? Shiger asked. I am almost like you, I am also completing a task, but this task is S-level. S-level. Heitake Kujuo also swallowed, and the S-level mission is still elusive for him. Huh? A kid from the Heitake clan? Don't be discouraged. When you reach my age, maybe you will be able to complete the S-level mission very easily. Jireya also comforted, and then looked at Shiger and said, little brother, I'm afraid there is no progress on my mission for the time being. How about you? Is it convenient to reveal your mission? After ensuring the absolute security of the surrounding information, Shiger stated the purpose of this trip. You mean looking for confidential information? And are you looking for a place called White Rose? Jireya also became serious immediately. Yes, brother Jireya, do you know what? Shiger asked. Remember the hot spring hotel on Rose Street? Jireya also asked suddenly. What do you mean? Shiger asked. The name of that hotel is White Rose. Ah. The three of them all understood. In that case, let's go to White Rose. Nangxiang said. You may be recognized, or I will try it. Jireya then thought for a while and said, it doesn't seem appropriate. After all, even if you recognize me, they may see through me. The handsome Jireya has a real face. Well, Everyone thinks Jiraiya is too narcissistic. Let's become like this. Shijir instantly changed into the appearance of the Cloud Shinobi Rebellious. This is the ninja who died in battle with us. They will not be suspicious if they become like this. Great. Your brain is really good, Jiraiya said. If that's the case, you go. The three of us will meet you at the back. Shijir agreed and walked to the White Rose Hot Spring Hotel. The Jiraiya three followed quietly behind them. But after a while, Shia came to the White Rose. It was the coquettish and sexy woman who saw Shijir immediately, but her face changed and said, "Are you here?" "Yeah." Shijir nodded. "Has Konoha's little mice been killed?" "Done." Shijir replied. "If that's the case, then come in." The woman didn't seem to doubt, and directly let Shijir into the White Rose. The woman immediately took Shijir in. Then, a group of strong men came at the door, their hands at the door, and the guards were solemn, while Jiraiya and others could only observe the situation outside. "Shijir, is there any danger?" Hongdi asked a little worried. "Don't worry, he is very smart. As long as there is danger, he will definitely notify us, and then we will just rush in immediately." After Shiu entered the hotel, the woman led him all the way to a place similar to a study room, and the woman pulled a book outward. Kaba, the voice of an organ. A very hidden secret door appeared. "Let's go," the woman licked her tongue and said very strangely. Shijir naturally walked in. Taking this opportunity, Shijir opened her eyes and wanted to observe the surrounding environment, but she saw a scene that Shijir couldn't imagine. "This is Mr. Hyaga." Shijir saw Hyaga and Noguchi in the depths, and they seemed to have been caught. Something's wrong. Could it be that this is a trap? Shiyu felt a little nervous, but decided to go inside. "Hey, tell you good news," the woman said suddenly. "You said?" Shiyu replied. "We dealt with a little mouse for you," the woman said when she looked at it as if she was tentative. "Oh? Is it Konoha's Jonin? This guy's physique is not bad, he escaped with Noguchi." Shijir immediately took Kaido. "Oh? So? I almost thought you were the enemy." The coquettish woman shook her head and said, "Continue to follow me. I will take you to see the Archbishop. Although you have lost the target, you are lucky. The thing is that they seem to have followed you to the country of Yuno, and then they searched for our location, and they were easily caught by the Archbishop." Shijir seemed to understand that White Rose was only the entrance to the enemy's base camp, and Hyaga, Hisashi and Noguchi must have revealed their identities before they were caught by the so-called Archbishop. Not long after walking in the secret road, Shijir finally reached the place where Hyaga, Hisashi and Noguchi were captured, and Hisashi and Noguchi understood the moment they saw Cloud Shinobi's rebellion. "My own person." Hyaga Hisashi also told Noguchi beside him in a very weak voice, and Noguchi also understood. "Archmaster, he is here," the coquettish woman said respectfully. "Okay, you go down." The person called the Archmaster turned Shijir's back, so Shijir couldn't see his face. "My Lord Thulhu. Another enemy of the Jiajin sect is here." The arch-leader also raised his hands and shouted feverishly. "We have one more experiment from the Uchiha clan. This is really great. Where is your companion?" "The kid of the Uchiha clan." Shiyu was shocked inwardly, exposed. Jiajin cult. Thulhu. This is the cult organization that Haiden joined in the third stage of Zyazai? It turns out that they are the organization that tried every possible means to obtain meteorite iron from the kingdom of craftsmen. Chapter 22 Thulhu. Take it down. The Archmaster turned around. Shijir noticed instantly that the skin of the Archmaster's whole body was like a skeleton, just like Haiden's death division in Blood. Suddenly, many followers of the Thulhu cult appeared around, and they rushed towards Shiyu enthusiastically. Shiyu naturally would not sit and wait for death, and Jain with both hands shouted, "Shadow clone technique." 5 shadow clones were produced. 6 Shiger gathered Hyuga Hisashi and Noguchi in a circle, and then picked up Kunao to face the enemy. Shiger. They are very strong. Be careful. After Hisashi said, Shiger untied the rope that bound Hisashi with Karma. Shiger. They are here. Hisashi set his posture, ready to fight. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Shiger instantly attacked the surrounding Thulhu followers with a super Great Fireball. Ha 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 ha. You are in the Jiajin cult, do you still want to be an enemy of the evil god? The Great Fireball technique attacked, which should have wiped out all opponents in front of him. In fact, it seems to be the same. Where Great Fireball has passed, almost all the Thulhu people have been recruited, their clothes have even been burnt, and the whole secret room is also a smell of cooked meat. Shiger, don't be careless. They have special abilities. Hisashi also set his posture and used Gentle Fist to instantly kill an enemy of the Thulhu in front of him. Is it an immortal body? Shiger frowned, and Bai Lunyan instantly covered her surroundings. Shiger suddenly found something wrong. He felt that the enemies who had been burned to death by his Great Fireball, although they were hit by the front, seemed to come back to life in an instant. Isn't it immortal, but fell into a false death, and then resurrected? What a troublesome ability. Shiger also frowned, but the enemy in front of him seemed to be much weaker than Haiden. Huh! You foolish humans! Lord Thulhu will not let you go. Everyone collects their blood and uses the blood of the dead division. The arch-leader spoke directly. In an instant, the resurrected fanatics stood up again one after another, trying their best to get close to Shiger. As long as the blood is collected, it seems to be dead. Shiger also thought of the tragic ending of Asuma in the original book. In that case, shadow clone technique. Shiger separated 5 shadow clones in an instant, and the enemy could not find Shiger's true body in an instant. After that, Shiyu repeated his old skills and used ninjutsu again. Water-style Mist Shinobi technique. Shiger. You have just used fire-style, and then using water-style chakra will consume even more. Hyuga Hisashi reminded Shiger quietly beside Shiger. There is no other way. The enemy is too few and we can only kill them in an instant. If they fight for a long time, their physical strength will be exhausted. It is better to fight hard, but there will be some chances of winning. Shiyu said there were some. The odds of winning, but I still have a bottom line, after all, my assassin hasn't been used yet. Okay. Pay attention to chakra, if chakra is not enough, I will desperately block them. You take the opportunity to escape. Hisashi said solemnly. Okay. On the surface, Shiger agreed to Hisashi, but she sneered inwardly. Shiger's chakra storage had reached the peak of cage level. If it weren't for her age, she might have already reached cage level. Do not. Under Shiger's Mist Shinobi technique, a lot of thick fog began to form around. Although Shiger's chakra took more, it completely blocked the enemy's sight. Okay. Mr. Hisashi, I'll get in. Don't worry. Shiger also rushed directly into the dense fog. Balan's eyes widened, and the enemy's location was naturally well known. Immortality? I don't believe that there is no way. Shiyu sneered and dived into the fog. Keep your eyes open, everyone. Search for me. Don't let the 3 guys go. Lord Thulhu will reward you. After the arch-leader said, all the people were more excited, more desperate, and looked around as if they were brainwashed. Leaned out. However, in the dense fog, no matter how large their numbers are, it is of no use. Shiger walked quietly behind an evil god cultist, and saw through the timing. Gentle Fist had already been shot. Naturally, his deadly part was locked. Gentle Fist instantly cut off the blood of the cultist, and the cultist died instantly. Shiyu quickly used the body flicker technique to leave there, carefully observing the change of the believer. Shijir discovered that the man was indeed dead after hitting his own trick. Chakra seemed to stop flowing all over his body, and his heart stopped beating. However, a strange force burst out of his brain in the next second. A vitality enveloped the whole body, and then the whole body began to recover quickly. That's it? It's almost the same as Haydn's immortal body, so if you want to kill so many Thulhu cultists, you can only use that trick. Shia confirmed once again. A believer has been knocked down. Go and reinforce. The voice came from there. The arch-leader responded quickly, and his strength was the strongest among them, so he also led his own little friend to the name just now. The general orientation of the believer ran over. Shijir and his shadow clone had already begun to seal, and at the same moment they used the 3-attribute compound ninjutsu to the Thulhu followers. Composite ninjutsu Water and Earth Thunder Dragon Ball Technique. The 3-attribute Dragon Bullet ninjutsu is the limit of Shijir's compound ninjutsu. After all, chakra coexists and counteracts each other. Shijir is currently unable to forcefully combine the 2 attributes of fire and water into one. The landmine itself is a B-level ninjutsu, and the 3 types are mixed together to produce a more powerful destructive power. All the believers in front of him were instantly killed by Shijir with such a wide range of ninjutsu, and the arch-leader was naturally knocked down without exception. Shiyu did not stop his hands, he continued to Jin. Countless fire-style ninjutsu is used again. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Dragon Fire Technique. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flare. Wind-style Wind Dragon Ball. Hyaga Hisashi was a little dumbfounded at the sight. The student in front of him used so many powerful ninjutsu that consumed chakra, bombarding the enemy again and again, even if it was the Jonin of the Uchiha clan. The amount of chakra is not so big, right? Shijir, Hyaga Hisashi was very worried when he saw that he didn't stop, so he turned on Byakugan, but Hisashi was stunned. It can be clearly seen in Byakugan that Shijir chakra flow is different from ordinary people. It is also dazzling and powerful at ordinary times. How can it be? This guy usually hides his strength. It's really hidden. Chapter 23, Needle Jizo. Hyaga Hisashi saw Shijir hit the enemy with dozens of fire-style ninjutsu, and hurriedly stopped and said, Shijir. The enemy should be dead. No need to continue. Oh. Shijir stopped then. Sure enough, almost all Thulhu followers had been carbonized by Shijir. It can be seen how many Shijir's ninjutsu was used. Shijir was very cautious, and still kept probing for possible surviving enemies, but Shijir shouted, Oops! I didn't see the Archbishop. Shiyu said with certainty. It's all fired into Kurozumai. Can you recognize the Archmaster? Noguchi said in surprise. As soon as Noguchi uttered, Hisashi reminded loudly, Be careful. The Archmaster suddenly rushed out, and Hisashi shot Noguchi flying, saving Noguchi's life. It turned out that the Archbishop did not disappear, but was bombarded by Shijir's fire style with his upper body. The Archbishop himself was dead, so Hisashi and Shijir did not feel the flow of chakra. However, like other congregants, even if the upper body is bombarded, the arch-leader can still be resurrected in an instant. This may be the immortal body. Damn it! You must find a way to bury him alive. Shijir also reminded immediately. Buried alive? Do you mean this? Earth-style Huanquan Marsh. Suddenly, a huge swamp suddenly appeared on the ground of the Jiajin sect. Shijir and others naturally jumped up, but because the Thulhu cultists had not had time to resurrect, they instantly fell into the quagmire and could no longer escape. Huan Quanzhao instantly buried all the Thulhu cultists in front of him. This trick is... You are... Hisashi was taken aback. Yes. I'm the legendary handsome, and suave Konoha Sunin. Toad Fairy Jiraiya. Jiraiya opened his hand and stepped on the wooden clogs and made a crisp sound, which looked very funny. After using ninjutsu, it's okay. Forget to introduce herself proudly. It turned out to be Jiraiya-sama among Sunin. Hyaga Hisashi said excitedly. Brother Jiraiya, how did you get in? Shijir asked. Just now there was a beautiful young lady who opened a secret tunnel for me and let me in. I thought it was a trap, but it wasn't fortunate. It might be because my charm conquered it. Come on. Jiraiya said proudly. Is it her? Shio immediately thought of the coquettish and scary girl. Although I don't know why she chose to save me, I owe her a favor anyway. Shijir also said, Brother Jiraiya, thank you. You're welcome. Our mission just happened to collide, I'll help you handle it. Jiraiya said indifferently. This Jiao, I have been watching them for a long time, if it weren't for you, this task might have been frozen. Hisashi, the students you brought out are very good. Jiraiya also praised. Hisashi blushed and said, Master Jiraiya is showing love. They are indeed very good ninjas. I am really ashamed of being Jonin. Okay. Next I will deal with them. As for you, you can leave after completing the task. Junior brother Uchiha, I don't want to owe you anything. Let me teach you an interesting trick of ninjutsu. How? Jiraiya said with a smile too. Of course. Shijir would naturally not refuse such a good thing, and she agreed very simply. Okay. Jiraiya immediately collected the items for the mission, and Hyaga Hisashi also took Noguchi and Koko Kujuo to the hotel to wait for Shijir. Shijir and Jiraiya are naturally preparing to learn a new skill. Seeing the skills you have just now, it is in place, chakra seems to be extremely sufficient, I will teach you an interesting ninjutsu. Jiraiya smiled and said, Third generation also admires you, I deliberately make things difficult for you, if you can learn this trick within 30 minutes, I will teach you another ninjutsu. Really? You naturally earned it? Really? Jiraiya nodded. Okay. Come on. Shijir also said confidently. Jiraiya started the teaching mode. Jiraiya talked in great detail. He said, what I want to teach you is Ninfa Needle Jizo. This trick is to use chakra to stimulate your hair, turn it into a needle, and wrap your body. To defend against the opponent's attack, the harder the hair, the stronger the defense. Of course, this move is a combination of offense and defense, and when it is appropriate, it will have a very good effect. And the consumption of chakra is not high. In theory, chakra is enough. If the art is used in place, you can defend body art and illusion. For ninjutsu, if the opponent uses a escape technique that is more powerful than your defense, it will still hurt you. After Shijir listened, he instantly understood the principle of this ninjutsu. Do you understand? Jiraiya asked. Understood. Shiyu replied. Then I will do a demonstration again, Ninfa Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair instantly wrapped her whole body and protected herself, and the hair was also covered with barbs. If someone just attacked Jiraiya, they would be pierced by the thorn in an instant. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru also suffered from Jiraiya's move. Quite powerful ninjutsu. It's like becoming a hedgehog, but if the enemy uses a very powerful long-range attack or blunt weapon attack, I am afraid it will be difficult to do. Shiyu analyzed in his heart. Okay. You can try it. Although Jiraiya asked Shijir to give it a try, he knows that no matter how talented people are, I am afraid they will not learn it after reading it. After all, ninjutsu only has to try and use more. Can have more experience, and it will naturally be easier to use. Who would have thought that Shiyu would confidently say, okay. This guy is too confident, right? Jiraiya couldn't help it. Shijir naturally shouted with both hands Jin, Ninfa Needle Jizo. Then the graying hair immediately wrapped his whole body completely. A scene that shocked Jiraiya came out. Sharp barbs burst from Lin Tian's hair, and the attack range was even larger than that used by Jiraiya. Jiraiya also flipped back somersault immediately and cursed, "Boy! Be careful! Brother Jiraiya? This should be considered complete. It really is a very useful ninjutsu." Shijir dismissed ninjutsu, and did not forget to praise Jiraiya's ninjutsu. Jiraiya wiped his sweat and forced himself to pretend to be calm, but the shock inside was absolutely unprecedented. This is impossible. This guy is more talented than Orochimaru. Chapter 24 Harvest, 1st. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. This guy? What's going on? Could it be that Sharingan was turned on and ninjutsu was copied? What a terrifying talent. Even my genius apprentice, Minato, is not as talented as his senior brother Jiraiya? Don't be stunned, I'm considered to have learned this. What about the other ninjutsu you just said? What is it? Shijir asked immediately. I'm your brother, of course I won't lie to others. Your master can only be so-so, since you really have mastered this ninjutsu. Then I will teach you the same forbearance. Surgery. Jiraiya's composure made Shijir a little funny, but Shijir resisted it in the end. This technique is called the Chaos Lion Hair technique. The same principle, but it is much more difficult than the needle jizo. You may be a master after learning it for at least a month. This trick is to let chakra stimulate the growth of hair and control it to become a fierce lion head to wrap the opponent, using the chakra in the hair to instantly chop the opponent into pieces. It is a forbearance method that is more suitable for active attack than the needle jizo. Of course you can also use this trick to entangle some people who need to be saved, as long as you don't pinch them to death. Oh! When Jiraiya made a cold joke without knowing it, Shijir also let out an embarrassing cry. Let me demonstrate. Ninja Random Lion Hair Technique. Jiraiya knots the seal again and uses ninjutsu, and his hair instantly grows, like a lion's head, biting into the air. Shiyu's eyes lit up, and he felt that this trick was quite extraordinary. Sure enough, it is Sunin Jiraiya, who can think of using hair to make shape changes. Shijir was naturally watching carefully with white round eyes on the side. In Shijir's white eyes, the self-knot, the flow of chakra throughout the body, and how chakra controls, output ratios, etc., naturally entered Shijir's mind completely and waited until Jiraiya used it. When it was over, Shijir did her part and immediately copied the ninjutsu she had just learned. Random Lion Hair Technique. Shijir performed ninjutsu in a majestic manner. The hair grew instantly, and the area was so large that it instantly turned into 9 huge lion heads, and then rushed forward like a giant snake. In the past, he bit the boulder on the side and then easily crushed it into powder. You must know that Shijir is not simply copying ninjutsu, but through observation and copying, and then learning and making yourself more integrated, and all this is not only due to Balanyan, but also Shijir's majestic chakra volume, and the blood of Otsutsuki with chakra affinity. Jiraiya's mouth grew wide and was silent. Looking at Shijir in front of him, he said something impressive, "This is a lie. Am I dreaming? I'm going crazy." Jiraiya also made a sloppy look, greeted Hisashi, and hurried away. It is estimated that it was hit by Shijir. Thanks. 4. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't stand in front of everyone now. Mr. Noguchi said thankfully. Since the mission has been completed, we should go back. Hyuga Hisashi turned around to leave. Wait a minute. I'll get something. Mr. Noguchi entered the village of craftsmen, seeming to have sorted out something, and then appeared in front of everyone again. I saw Noguchi holding a dark black knife and said, "This is the meteor knife I made using the skills of the country of craftsmanship. This is the only one in the world. I will give him to you." "Thank you. This thing is too expensive, I can't make it, we just completed the task we should complete, Which should be done? Hisashi said. No, as long as we were besieged by robbers, your mission was completed. What you completed was the mission of the ninja, and what I completed was the mission of helping the ninja. Mr. Noguchi said plausibly. I can't see the big beard in front of me, it really speaks loyalty. Heitake Kujuo also said, but I already have the gray tooth blade, and we naturally have a knife that is more suitable for us using the Heitake sword art. Hyaga Red Butterfly also said, my Hyaga clan uses gentle fist, I don't really use this knife. Then I won't need it. Shijir, since Mr. Noguchi's hospitality is difficult, you can accept it? You have great potential and good strength. With this knife, you are not insulting him. Hisashi spoke, and Shijir naturally took the meteorite knife in a smooth manner. The hardness and sharpness of this meteorite iron knife are the best in the world. I can guarantee that no knife can beat him in a pair. And this knife has high hardness and strong toughness. I dare say that even if you meet the legendary ninja swordsman, you will definitely win. This sword is worthy of the 2 words the strongest. Bearded Noguchi also vowed. As the so-called sword and hero, Shijir naturally reached out and took this meteor knife. As soon as he took over the knife, Shijir felt that the knife seemed to have a pulse, as if he had come back alive, and then there was a trace of cold from the blade, and Shijir felt his brain clearer. It really is a good sword. Heavenly meteorite. It seems to have a certain connection with the blood of Otsutsuki. And Shijir just thought that this meteor knife seemed to respond to Shijir, and once again came a cold feeling. This feeling was very comfortable for Shijir, and it seemed that even the meridians of the whole body were more connected. It really is a good knife? It seems that you are born to me. Shijir nodded naturally and stuck the knife around his waist. By the way, this knife doesn't have a name yet, why don't you just call it Yudshui? Noguchi suggested. Shiyu's face turned blue. Kaido, bearded, this name is too ugly. Since he is the hardest knife, why not call it the hardest knife? Heitake Kujuo suggested. Heitake, your name is pretty ugly. Hisashi also said jokingly. It's better to call it a peace knife, I hope there is no war in this world. Hyaga Hongdi also suggested. Huh? Not bad, but Hongdi's name is excellent. Nan Xiang also joked. For it. After a long period of trouble, Shijir finally decided on the name of the knife himself, Shijir. Shiyu. Meteor Blade Shijir. Yes, it's a knife with the same name as my name. I hope I can be like this knife, the strongest in the world. Shijir also said firmly. Not bad, but I still feel far worse than fish. My hardest knife is also good. This meteor knife is housed in an equally exquisite black scabbard, and this scabbard seems to be made of the same meteorite iron material. The whole body is black. It can be seen on the handle. It is made of rare material and feels extremely handy. Good. Chapter 25 Teacher, 2 more. Seeking collection. Seeking silver ticket. With such a knife, it is impossible to say that you are not excited. Shijir just pulled out the meteor knife, like a tree with a light wave, the huge and thick tree was split in 2, showing its sharpness. Sharp in the world. If you cooperate with a more appropriate sword technique, that would be a nightmare for Shijir's enemies. A terrifying killer. I don't want that much. Shijir puts these thoughts down first, and now what I want in the end is to return to Konoha. Shijir has already started to miss his sister Sebiol. Saying goodbye to bearded Noguchi, Shijir headed towards Konoha with his partners and others. On the way back, it wasn't as exciting as when he came, but even if he didn't encounter an enemy, Shijir and his partners were still very diligent to improve their strength. Kujuo and Hongdi have taken further control of Chakra, and now they can walk freely on the water. In less than half a month, Master's water walk is already something to be proud of, but the partner knows that compared to Shijir, it is really not enough. When the partners were practicing chakra control, Shijir naturally used the precious time on the return journey to continue to be familiar with his own ninjutsu, and picked up his meteor knife to practice hacking all the time. Shijir was able to determine that his future self would pass through the white will eyes can definitely easily lock the vital points of the enemy's body, and then hit them hard. But first, you have to cooperate with body flicker technique, preferably Flying Thunder God, and a set of swordsmanship that suits you, plus your own Balanyan's lock on the enemy. Thinking about it will make you feel terrible. However, Shijir was not in a hurry for the swordsmanship for the time being, and the most important thing at the moment was to get the third stage of Raise-Non. Shijir is practicing Raise-Non with Shadow Clone every day. He has been able to use his chakra to break the rubber ball, but he needs to go further to form a small typhoon in his hand. Energetic. 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 Start. Shijir kept saying to herself, controlling chakra to ultimate, and those chakras began to think about their own orbit, spinning in circles. Very good. That's it? Go on. Regular rotation. Shijir pumped himself up and concentrated. The chakra in his hand was naturally running perfectly, and under Shijir's stability, it became bigger and bigger. When the size was about the size of a palm, Shijir couldn't help but get excited. Although it's not big, Shijir can still feel the terrifying compressed high-density chakra. It's finished. Shijir was very excited, and then looked at the tree trunk next to him and shouted, Raise-Non. I saw Raise-Non hit the tree trunk, squeezing out a huge thread-like depression in an instant, and the whole tree also began to squeak, the leaves began to fall in various ways, it seemed that the earth was shaking. Ha! Shiyu increased the strength in his hands once again, and finally the trunk was directly knocked down, crashing to the ground, and the trunk made a loud bang, and countless birds were startled away. Shiyu was extremely excited, tried again, and found the feeling he had just once again, and the blue balls in his hands formed once again. Success again. Shijir tried a dozen times, and finally remembered what Raise-Non felt. NS. Success. It seems I can already master Raise-Non. Now it is time to stabilize chakra's output, and then use it for actual combat. Shijir was extremely excited, and A-level ninjutsu Raise-Non could use it without Juju. Already very strong, the development prospects are still very good. Because it can derive other advanced ninjutsu, such as the S-level ninjutsu injected into Wind-style chakra Wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken. This is a good beginning. Shijir started to familiarize himself with Raise-Non as he hurried again, and when he reached Konoha village, Shijir was able to put Raise-Non away freely. The most important thing is that unlike Naruto, I can release Raise-Non with only one hand. This greatly increases the practicality in actual combat. Understanding the key, it seems that Raise-Non is not difficult. Shijir thought. When Shijir wanted to export more Rasengan's chakra and turn it into big ball Raise-Non, Hisashi stopped Shijir in time. Shijir, come here. Okay. Shijir walked to Hisashi. If I didn't guess wrong, your blood inheritance limit means that you have already opened your eyes. Hyaga Hisashi also asked suddenly, making Shijir very vigilant. Teacher, why do you say that? Shijir asked. Yeah, it's okay, open your eyes, just tell me. No need to hide, in Byakugan, I can observe your eyes are filled with the flow of chakra, you want to hide your strength to the enemy surprised. It doesn't matter, next time you want to use Sharingan, just use it directly. Don't use Mist Shinobi technique to block your vision, my Byakugan can see you. Hyaga Hisashi also said with a smile. Knowing that Hyaga Hisashi thought he had driven Sharingan, but did not notice the existence of Balanyan, Shijir was relieved. I don't know much about Sharingan, but I know that Sharingan of Son Goyojade can replicate ninjutsu, so if you think about it this way, you have learned so much ninjutsu, so you can figure it out. You use all copied techniques, right? You can kill the enemy with a single shot in a close state. Could it be that you have also copied the gentle fist? Teacher. Shijir was shocked again. However, Hisashi shook his head and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just making a joke." Although the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan belongs to the family secret technique, it can only be used with Byakugan to exert its true power. Therefore, you don't need to avoid taboos. After all, you have Sharingan. I don't know about Sharingan. Otherwise, I can help you. Blood inheritance and occult are both very taboo things. Since you can, copying is a good thing for you. From now on, I can teach you the real physical skills of Hyugaryu, but I hope you don't let the other members of the Hyuga clan know that. In that case, I can't help it. Hisashi did not reprimand Shijir extremely harshly, but rather I am willing to guide Shijir to try his best to use the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. This moved Shijir very much. Hisashi-sensei, just by this. You are 100 times better than that Hayashi. I won't let you die. Shijir thought deeply, clenching his fists. Shijir knew that Hisashi would be regarded as Hayashi's substitute for death in the future, deciding himself to die, so Shijir wanted to change all of this. Chapter 26 Return, 3rd. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Hyuga Hisashi didn't know much about Shiobalinyan's specific role, but knew Sharingan's ability to replicate, so he didn't say much. But Shijir still has a little bit of self-blame in his heart. When you use it in the future, you must pay attention. After all, the more cards you expose, the more dangerous. Anyone is a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. Hisashi also reminded 2 words at the end, ending the conversation. On the road, Shijir squeezed his fist, his mind getting stronger and heavier. He thought, now my chakra volume should be the pinnacle of cage level, and the distance to the super shadow is only a wall. If I say the overall combat power, I am afraid that even the ordinary Jonin is not my opponent. If Jonin is divided into Special Jonin, Ordinary Jonin, and Elite Jonin, I will probably be able to reach the level of Elite Jonin steadily with my whole cards, but it's still too weak. You know that even Cage is in the later stage. Level is also the scum of War 5. Shijir then thought for a while. 6 Paths Madara, as well as various 6 Paths level characters, are far worse than they are now. Genius is divided into natural genius and hard-working genius. I believe that with my hard work, I, with the blood of Otsutsuki, will definitely be the strongest. Shijir also said firmly. The 4 of them walked from the mountains and rivers to the lush dense forest area, indicating that they had walked from Yunnan village, the country of the river, to Konoha village, the country of fire. Finally Shijir 4 arrived in the country of fire, and no enemy appeared in the middle. Good things are hard to come by, this time our enemies are very strong. Hisashi said, but it's really gratifying that this kind of mission can be successfully completed for the first time. This time the difficulty of the mission is estimated to reach a level, right? If it were not for Shijir, even me, I would have fallen into the adversary. But I estimate that the uppermost will only submit to B level at most. Don't say anything at that time, after all tasks at this level are generally classified. Hyuga Hisashi said again. Okay, teacher. The 3 students are also very reliable, much more mature than they were at the beginning. Hyuga Hisashi smiled satisfied, then said again. Let's go. You will arrive in the village soon. After returning to the village, how about I invite everyone to dinner? Hyuga Hisashi also smiled. Good. Seeing that they had reached the village, Hyuga Hongdi and Heitake Kujuo were finally relieved. Shijir was a little stunned, and then reacted and said, sorry, I might go find my sister, but I don't know how she is. Oh, well, that's okay, we still have time at that time. Hongdi said with a bit of disappointment when he looked at Shiyu. Huh? Hyuga? When Shijir doesn't go to the dinner party, I feel a little bit lost. Heitake Kujuo also unexpectedly joked. Ah! Hongdi blushed instantly, at a loss. Haha. Nan Xiang also smiled unexpectedly, it was because Hongdi's blush was a bit exaggerated. Heitake Nang Xiang, I thought you wouldn't laugh. Shijir also took the opportunity to relieve Hongdi. Haha. All four of them laughed, becoming no longer embarrassed. But when Hongdi saw Shijir, his face was still a little hot, but Shijir just wanted to quickly hand in the task to find his sister Xiaoxing. Then everyone went back to Konoha Gate very smoothly, but when they saw the gate, they all had a cordial and familiar feeling, and everyone also had a long-lost feeling of returning home. It's only half a month. I never thought I would think about the village like this. Hongdi said. Yes, everyone will be homesick for the first mission, Shiyu said. Shiyu, is your only sister in your house? Hongdi asked. Yes, I have never seen my parents since I came to this world. Xiaoxing is my only relative. So I want to hand in the task and go find her and give her a surprise. No one will take care of her. I'm afraid of being bullied. Shiyu also said truthfully. Shiyu crossed over and saw Xiaoxing first, and it was obvious that Xiaoxing really cared about herself, so naturally he treated Xiaoxing as a sister. Ah. I'm sorry. Hongdi also hurriedly apologized because he mentioned his parents. It's okay. Shijir naturally didn't care at all. At the end of the episode, the three also entered the village under the leadership of Hyaga Hisashi, and then directly led to the Hokage room under the Konoha rock. Third generation is still dealing with official duties. Of course, there is a strong smell of smoke in the room. As a big smoker, third generation must have smoked while resting. The whole room is a little smoky, and he is beside him. It's Umbu who assists in doing things. Oh? Hisashi is here. Third generation looked up in surprise. How is it? The mission was completed. Third generation said with a smile, my disciple didn't mess with you, right? Hyaga Hisashi shook his head and said, Third generation Sama, Shijir performed very well. Hisashi was about to report to the side when there was a knock on the door. Go in. Third generation said. Then the three people pushed in. The head was a female ninja with long curly purple hair. It could be said that she had an extremely cute face. Although her figure hasn't developed so well due to age, she looks it's also pretty good. If a few years pass, it will definitely develop into the angelic face of the legendary devil figure. The other ninja is an extremely ordinary ninja, everything is quite ordinary, no characteristics at all, it is its characteristic, whether it is appearance, body, weight, etc. The last ninja is also a male, completely opposite to the second male. Although he is not very old, he has explosive muscles and a burly body. This should be a physical ninja, ordinary ninjas seem to have a balanced development, and the purple-haired girl should be of the illusion type. Shiyu glanced at it and analyzed the abilities of the three. Violet. Hyaga Red Butterfly also responded. Hyaga Red Butterfly. Violet also reacted. Yeah? Come hand in the task. Violet Tsundere said. Oh, how did these two guys meet? Hiruzen seemed to be very annoyed, patted his head, and then paid out the rewards for the task as quickly as possible. Lord Third Generation, I will be back soon to report to you alone. Hisashi was planning to leave after saying that, and Third Hokage did not stop him. Shiyu's four had to leave, but even if they left, Violet shot a provocative look at Red Butterfly. Just after Hyaga Hisashi opened the door and left, he ran into another woman. Chapter 27 Workmanship, 4th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. It turned out to be Mr. Suzuki. The female jonin known as Teacher Suzuki is naturally the jonin led by the three ninjas just now. This Suzuki teacher is known as the first beauty of Konoha jonin, heroic, Grandmaster Illusion and Water Style. Who am I? It turned out to be Hisashi, teacher? I heard that you led the team to do the task? I guess, it's the D-level task, right? Suzuki said naturally. Just now our genin second class completed a C-level task. This is a task that genin can complete, and our genin has already completed it. Great. Suzuki-sensei was obviously provoking again, making Heitake Kujuo also a good one. Stomach fire. Humph, I said Red Butterfly, many female classmates envy you, but I don't envy you, do you know why? Because your team is very weak. Genin, who was called Violet, also defied. You completed the D-level mission? So you left in such a hurry? Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Suzuki teacher also said. Suzuki Sayori, don't go too far. Hyaga Hisashi also became cold. Okay, put away your ferocious expression. Suzuki also shook his head and said, I won't be reduced to a fight with someone who only knows physical skills. It's too much. Heitake Kujuo finally couldn't help but said, physique. What's the matter? Can't you defeat the enemy? Heitake Kujuo, don't play tricks. I'm fine in the afternoon. If I have the ability, I will go to Konoha 4th exercise field. We will use physical skills to show off. I have always been a little unhappy that you are the number one in the ninja school. Said the brawny man. Shuaki Matsuyama, I will definitely go. Heitake Kujuo said impulsively. Let's go, Heitake. Shiger also left the Hokage room with Hisashi with a cold face. Although I don't know who these people are, it is obvious that they are both Konoha genin, and there is something wrong with each other. Okay. Whoever doesn't go will be a tortoise. Matsuyama said. Hey. This guy Heitake Kusu really thought he was the number one in the ninja school. I just can't understand his arrogant attitude. Matsuyama Shuaki said. I can't understand Hyaga Red Butterfly, the baby daughter of the Hyaga family. How can he understand the efforts of ordinary ninjas like us? I want to fight them too. Katori said. Katsuhei Yoshida, why do you keep silent? The leader Suzuki Sayori asked. Humph, there is also a person on the other side who hasn't spoken. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should be the strongest. Katsuhei Yoshida has an ordinary appearance, but he can see what everyone ignores at a glance. You said Uchiha Shiger? He is the tail of the crane. If it weren't for his luck in the last graduation exam, maybe he hasn't graduated yet. Violet said too. Is it really lucky? Or is there strength? I'll know when I have a chance to fight. Shengping said with a smirk, wondering what secrets were hidden in his weird eyes. Suzuki Sayori also said very seriously, don't make it too big. In other words, it's the same village ninjas. Fight against each other and let them know how good we are, and that's it? By the way, I'll see what tasks they have accomplished. Teacher Suzuki went back soon. Ms. Suzuki, did they find the cats and dogs or fertilize the ant? Violet couldn't help but want to laugh. Yeah, those guys should only be able to do a lot of D-level tasks. Things shouldn't be that simple. Katsuhei Yoshida guessed with a smile, just by looking at Suzuki Sayori's expression. They completed a B-level mission. The content of the mission is highly confidential, and I don't have permission to watch. Class B? Isn't that a task that Jonin can complete? Violet said in shock. Teacher, can't you read it wrong, right? Matsuyama Shuaki also asked incredulously. I also thought I was wrong. After reading it many times, it was a B-level mission. It seems that Hyaga Hisashi did it on purpose. For Hyaga's daughter, he didn't hesitate to complete the task by himself. Katori Sumayer guessed. Yes, it must be so. Matsuyama Hidachi echoed. Only Katsuhei Yoshida remained silent and showed an intriguing smile. Since the agreed time was in the afternoon, everyone also decided to go home to prepare. Shiger naturally quickly returned to the place where he lived. He found that his little house was spotless, and every corner was clean. It was a bit strange. After thinking about it, Shiger understood. It turns out that Xiaoxing is cleaning for me every day. This little Nazai is really careful. Is she looking forward to my return every day? Huh? Is this a letter for me? Shiger picked up the letter he had left on the table and opened it. Brother Xiu, I am Xiaoxing. If you read this letter, it means that you have finished your mission and returned home. I am not at home. Now I have started a part-time job. I have to help you solve problems. I heard that ninjas will be injured and may die. If I earn more, you can do less dangerous tasks. Hee, remember to come to me. I'm at 365 Kanaha Street. I'll work there. You can come to me. Rain Shinobi couldn't help but smile and said, this guy, at such a young age, has begun to learn to support his family. It's also difficult for me to share my worries, it's really hard for her. Of course Shiger walked along Kanaha Street, and finally walked to a very ordinary grocery store. After checking the house number, she found that this was the shop where Xiaoxing worked. When I walked in, I saw Xiaoxing and seemed to be cleaning inside. Wow! Brother Xiu! You are here! Xiaoxing also said excitedly, has the task been completed? It's done, it's so interesting for you to dress up here. Shiger couldn't help but smile. Hey! I'll give you a surprise later, if a guest is here, I'll go to greet you first. Xiaoxing hurriedly went to greet the customer. Shiger also wanted to see Xiaoxing's FK on the sidelines. Welcome. What do I need? How can I help you? Xiaoxing asked for a long time and the customer didn't reply, but looked at Xiaoxing with disdain in his eyes. Shiger frowned, but didn't say anything. Is this guy here to find the fault? Xiu squinted his eyes slightly and watched coldly. I want everything here. The man in the hat and sunglasses said suddenly. All? Then I'll pack it for you. You may have to wait a little longer. Xiaoxing said happily after passing Shiger, I have a big order. Waiting for me. Xiaoxing happily went to prepare the box, and put all the goods on the shelf neatly in the box. Chapter 28 Narcissus, 5th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Come and I help you. Shiger also started to work for Xiaoxing. Finally, it took half an hour, that is, an hour, to pack all the goods. Xiaoxing was panting tired, but Shiger was calm. Okay. This guest, all together. Oh. Sorry, I didn't bring any money today. Next time. The rich second generation smirked as he turned and left. Hey, are you kidding us? Xiu's face also became gloomy, and she put one hand on the shoulder of the rich second generation. Yeah? Are you a ninja? Great. Do you want to hit me? This is Konoha village, hit me, you won't have any good fruits. Come here. Buy and sell. The rich second generation seemed to have deliberately designed the two, and several bodyguards at the door swarmed into the grocery store. What's the matter? What's the matter? Why is it so noisy? The store manager. Before Xiaoxing could explain, the bearded store manager immediately recognized the rich second generation. Wow! Master Nakajima! It's you. What's wrong? What about getting angry? The bearded store manager instantly turned into a flattering expression, and he could see that the store manager was quite sleek. The young Master Nakajima also sneered, your clerk forced to buy and sell, and he also colluded with outsiders to try to beat me. You see his hand is on my shoulder, this is the evidence. He is not an outsider. He is my brother. You fellow. You spit someone. Where did I provoke you? Xiao Xing retorted immediately. You didn't provoke me, who made the person on duty today not a Narcissus? Said the rich second generation who was called Nakajima. Narcissus, you mean Miss Amamiya Narcissus? Well, she is off today. The store manager also stammered in his explanation. Then I don't care, I will see Narcissus today. Nakamura said forcefully. But the Narcissus is not here. The store manager, sweating profusely, quickly explained it again. In that case, you will fire me for the stinky kid in front of me, and I will pay Miss Narcissus's salary in the future. I will still visit you by Tenten. Otherwise, don't even want to open your shop. Nakajima arrogantly said, and you? Let go of your dirty hands. Xiao Xing. Tell him to let go. The store manager said winkingly. Fire her. Nakajima said with a sneer. Although the store manager hesitated, he finally made up his mind and said, Sao, you have been fired, hurry up and go with your friends. Manager, you can't do this. Shiger waved his hand to stop Xiao Xing from speaking. Xiao Xing, don't say anything. I can see that you have done nothing wrong. This guy is pursuing this girl called Narcissus. But Narcissus should not look down upon him at all. That's why he vented all his grievances to you. This kind of person is worthless except for his father's money. I don't even bother to talk to him for a person like this. You fellow. Young Master Nakajima became angry. Who do you think you are talking to? Giving a look at the two bodyguards next to him, the bodyguards turned to Shiger in an instant. Want to do it? This was exactly what Shiger meant. Apart from anything else, Shiger waved his fist and hit a bodyguard in the abdomen. Puff. The bodyguard was instantly punched and spit out bitter water on the ground. Yeah. The other bodyguard also rushed towards Shiyu directly. However, this kind of bodyguard was naturally non-threatening to Shiger, and easily escaped, and then lifted his foot and tripped the bodyguard unconsciously. How is this possible? A little kid can actually give my mentu. Could it be that you are a ninja? Known as the Fu second generation of Nakajima, I saw the forehead protector on Shiger's head. When I kicked the iron plate, I almost peed my pants in shock. FK off, don't let me see you again. Shiger's murderous aura was violent, and Fu second generation, known as Nakajima, immediately weakened his legs and limped out with his bodyguard. Brother Shiu. You are really amazing. Xiao Xing also said in surprise. It's nothing, I blame it for making you lose your job. Shiger also said apologetically. Forget it, the store manager is also to protect me. Xiao Xing tested his own things and planned to leave quietly. The store manager didn't say a word, and was embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Xiao Xing, you don't need to leave, I haven't thanked you well yet. Suddenly a nice girl's voice came from the room inside. Then, a graceful girl with her own fairy spirit walked out of the house. He said to Shiger, thank you. You are Xioxing's brother. Thanks to you just now, I don't think that guy will bother me anymore. Xiao Xing, you can't go. The girl turned her head to look at the store manager and said, if Xiao Xing leaves, I won't do it. Humph. The store manager hurriedly smiled and said, how can I let Miss Xiao Xing go? It was just a slow-down strategy. I didn't expect Xioxing's brother to be a powerful ninja, and he solved his stupid bodyguards in 3 or 2. Then the store manager turned his head and said to Xiao Xing, girl Xiao Xing, don't leave. Your salary has doubled. Then the store manager turned around and looked at the girl with her own fairy spirit, and said respectfully, do you think this is okay? Miss? Yeah, huh? The girl slightly answered Tsundere. Miss? Shiyu was also a little dazed. Yes. Brother Shiyu and sister Narcissus are the daughters behind this store's business, and the young master Nakamura's purpose of harassing Miss Narcissus is just to get Miss Narcissus to agree to her engagement and gradually occupy them. Home property. Sister Narcissus' father asked her to start as a clerk personally and experience the hardship of grassroots work, so that's why she appeared here. Sister Narcissus has been complaining for many days, but today I saw this guy called Damn It from Nakajima for the first time, and I didn't recognize it for a while, so the store manager will play with me together. Isn't it the store manager? Xiao Xing looked at the store manager and asked. Yes. Miss Xiao Xing is right, there is nothing wrong, I will warehouse first, you guys talk. The manager ran away with oil on his feet. Narcissus looked at Shiger and smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Amimi ya Narcissus. Just call me Narcissus. I don't seem to be that kind. Today I owe you a favor. Don't worry, Xiao Xing is your sister and my sister. I won't let her be bullied again. Chapter 29 Namikaze Minato, one more. Seeking collection. Seeking silver ticket. Shiger nodded, seemingly not interested in the woman in front of him. But due to his love, he introduced himself very bluntly and politely, Uchiha Shiger, Xiaoxing's elder brother, Konoha's genin. Really an old-fashioned person, your favor, I will return it to you, don't worry, what will happen next? Why don't we go out for a meal together? Amimi ya Narcissus looked at Shu's friendly invitation road. Shiyu was reminded by Narcissus and thought that there was a competition between groups waiting for him. No, I have other important things. Shiger simply refused. Xiao Xing, if you have anything, remember to contact me at any time and don't disturb your work. If you have something, you know how to find me. Okay. Xiao Xing nodded very sensibly. When Shiyu finished speaking, he felt a little anxious. I don't know if I can catch up. I have to perform continuous body flicker technique. Shiger then quickly activated the D-class body flicker technique, and disappeared into the shop, moving to Konoha's fourth practice field at the fastest speed. Narcissus and Xiao Xing were left in the shop. Your brother is very good. He has always been so simple, so hacky. Narcissus also asked quietly. Hey, he was not like this before. Although he also loved me very much, since he was bullied by those in Uchiha, I found that he has changed a lot. Recently, he has acted a lot more decisively and cared about me more. I don't know if it's a coincidence. He should have just finished the mission today. Fortunately, he caught up. Xiao Xing also said mysteriously. What did you catch up with? Miss Narcissus asked very curiously. Hey, secret, you'll know it tonight. Xiao Xing made a shushing motion, and then whispered in Narcissus's ear. Shiger naturally didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, he was doing his best, ignoring chakra's consumption, using the continuous body flicker technique to advance to Konoha's fourth exercise field. Before that, Shiger couldn't use these techniques so smoothly, thanks to his diligent practice. During this half-month mission, Shiger can find that his Atsutsuki bloodline has become more refined and larger every day. In addition to his skin has become whiter, and his head has also started to grow horns, chakra even more it has increased a lot, and he can already clearly feel that he is infinitely close to another realm. If you look at it this way, it won't take long for Shiger's chakra to break through cage level and reach beyond cage level. As for the control and application of chakra, Shiger has become more handy than before. Those copied techniques can be used in a timely manner. Using the right techniques at the right time is much better than master. The technique used is more useful. This is undoubtedly common sense for a ninja. The biggest change is Shiger's Bailin-yan. The scope of the reconnaissance eye is almost a third larger than before, and the context and flow of chakra are more clearly seen than before. Shiyu clearly felt that his pupil power had increased a lot. The strength of the body flicker technique is also judged based on the use of chakra. Driven by Shiger's unscrupulous full force, the body flicker technique's speed has reached an appalling level. And in Konoha village, at such a fast speed, it is natural to be seen by those slightly capable witnesses. Somewhere in Konoha village, a silver-haired boy saw this scene. This is body flicker technique. What a fast speed! Teacher Minato, have you seen it? Just like your flying thunder god technique. The silver-haired boy shouted. Kakashi? You said someone? Why didn't I see it? Said a black-haired boy in sportswear with sun protection goggles, yawning, and the family crest of the Uchiba clan on his body. Obito, just when you were eating and sleeping, the person has already passed. The female shinobu of the same team said. This female ninja has short brown hair, big dark brown pupils, and 2 purple patterns on her face. Ah! Lin. I actually saw it too, I just said that on purpose. Obito explained forcefully. Obito, you're here again. The person who spoke was naturally their teacher, but there was not much blame between the words. This man has golden hair, blue eyes like jewels, and is lined with Konoha Jonin's green vest and blue tights. Yes, the person in front of me is the 4th Hokage of the future, but now it is just a Jonin. The 4 ninjas are Konoha's Namikaze Minato class, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Lin, Hatake Kakashi, and the leader Jonin Namikaze Minato. Obito, although it is vague, it seems that I saw the Uchiha family crest on that person. Huh? We Uchiha? Obito was also a little surprised. But I didn't feel the Flying Thunder God's technique and spatial fluctuations. This should be just an ordinary body flicker technique. No one among us Konoha Jonin should have such a speed. Who is he? Obito, do you know it? Or is it the talent of Umbu? Namikaze Minato asked with a smile, too. Huh? Teacher Minato? What do you mean? Do you mean my brother? Shisui. Now he doesn't go home every day, he is an Umbu under Master 3rd Hokage. Absolutely impossible. It's him. Obito said with a wave of his hand. Umbu? Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi was also a little shocked, but looked at Obito, and then couldn't help asking. Since your brother is Umbu? I want to know how old your brother is this year. Kakashi couldn't help but ask. 6 or 7 years old, what's wrong? What's the problem? Obito didn't understand the problem, and was a little confused for a while. He looked at the expressions on Kakashi and Lin's faces, and suddenly realized it. Blushing. Kakashi. Linear. You are not allowed to laugh at me. Obito forcefully explained again, my strength is much better than Shisui. Believe you ghost. In the end, it was Namikaze Minato who cleared Obito. Alright, there are no tasks today, and we are all very interested in the person just now, so let's check it out. Namikaze Minato suggested. Wow. Interesting. Obito seemed to be very enthusiastic about this sort of thing. It's okay to see, if it's a strong guy, it's more interesting. Kakashi is also very interested, but now he prefers to fight. Let's go. The whole Namikaze Minato class followed Shiger all the way from behind. Shiger was very alert, after all, he had killed the Uchiha clan in the village. Chapter 30 Battle. Could it be that Umbu is following me? Shiger also thought very vigilantly, it's been half a month? Could it be Konoha who found it? Suspect me. But then Shiger felt that something was wrong again. If Umbu had determined that the target was him, he would have dealt with him a long time ago. Let's take a look first. Balanyan. Open your eyes. After that, Shiger opened his Balanyan halfway, Shiger twisted his neck, and through Balanyan's scout eyes, the physical veins of the villagers in the western Konoha village were all clear. If it was before, I really couldn't find out who was chasing me. Fortunately, the range of Balanyan has become wider, otherwise I might not be able to see it. After all, the distance is relatively long. You finally found the visitor. I didn't know the result, but I was really shocked at first glance. Blonde hair, wearing a Jonin uniform, holding a special flying thunder god kunao. This is the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And the silver-white hair covering his face, with a knife on his back. Isn't this the future 6th Hokage? Hatake is 50-50. I don't know what is the relationship between him and Kujuo. There are also purple patterns on the sides of the cheeks, the future 3 Tails Jinchuriki, the tragic character Rin no Hara. And Uchiha Obito, one of the final bosses of the original? Why are all 4 of them following me? Although I wanted to turn around and say hello to them, the situation was very urgent at this time. The Hisashi class and Suzuki class had probably begun. Shiger did not slow down naturally, and still went to Konoha's 4th exercise field. Fast forward. If you want to follow me, follow along. See if the flying thunder god of the golden glitter Namikaze Minato can catch up with my Uchiha Shiger's body flicker technique. Shiger smiled, and chakra at the top of cage level burst out. Body flicker technique speeds up countless times again, instantly throwing away Namikaze Minato class. Namikaze Minato in the back quickly judged something based on the environment. So he smiled and said, the distance between us is farther, and he can't be seen at all. The other party seems to have something urgent, or has perceptual ninjutsu, maybe he has discovered me, and his speed suddenly becomes very fast. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll be lost. Minato thought about it. Keep up, I'll take one step. I will leave a mark. Namikaze Minato discarded Flying Thunder God Kunao, then instantly appeared in the distance, and then Minato repeated Flying Thunder God again. Using the Flying Thunder God space, the power of Shiger quickly approached Shiger. Shiger in front was also shocked, and then he was full of joy. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming. Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato tried to chase me. The first paragraph of Flying Thunder God was used. Is the technique of Flying Thunder God like this? It seems complicated, but it will be the same after remembering. Minato's chakra volume has reached cage level? Really a genius. The way he played chakra for a while with Flying Thunder God has been copied by me just now. It's no wonder Shiger is so excited in such an emergency. It is because of the heaven-defying space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. Shiger has been jealous for a long time. The first episode of Flying Thunder God was instantly taken by Shiger Master, and as long as you practice and get familiar with it, Shiger's name will definitely shine in this world. In less than a while, Shiger had already opened the distance between Namikaze Minato and Namikaze Minato. It's almost here. It seems that their situation is not optimistic. Shiger's white round eyes also clearly saw that Genin's 7th class and Genin's 2nd class were fighting fiercely at the Konoha 4th exercise field. Matsuyama Hidachi and Kujuo started fighting. After seeing the battle between the two, Shiger speeded up again. Konoha's 4th exercise field did not appear in the original work. This exercise field is very wide and empty, like a football field, which is naturally very suitable for fighting between ninjas. Although Matsuyama was young, his explosive muscles seemed very dazzling. With absolute strength, he easily suppressed Hatake Kujuo. Although Kujuo had already used his own housekeeping skills, Hatake's knife skills, but due to the huge difference in strength, he was still defeated by Matsuyama's Shuiki in the end. Damn it! How could this happen? Hatake Kusuo was very unwilling, he didn't expect that he would be defeated. Ha ha ha. This is what it should be. You group of flowers in the greenhouse that has just become Genin, how can you experience the wind and sun outside? How can it be compared with us old students? Matsuyama Shuiki said a little arrogantly. It turns out that several of them have been working as genin for a long time. Because of their regular experience and completion of various tasks, their strength is about to reach genin. Nangxian was caught off guard again, and naturally he was bound to lose. Kangshan, Shiger, I will work hard. Hongdi has some stage fright, but after the last mission, it is also the first step towards growth. After Hyaga Red Butterfly came on the court, Kujuo reminded, be careful. Be careful of his attacks. Don't be attacked. Of course. Red Butterfly knew the danger of the ninja before him, so naturally he also used his housekeeping skills Gentle Fist, but Red Butterfly did not open his eyes, so he could not display the true strength of Gentle Fist. In addition, Matsuyama Shuaki is huge, burly, and has a wide range of attacks. Every time Red Butterfly is about to attack him, he is always countered by both sides. Both of them are physical skills. Therefore, Red Butterfly cannot find a breakthrough. So it is gradually suppressed. Haha. Miss of the Hyaga clan, you can surrender, why do you keep holding on? Kateri Violet jokes aside. Hongdai panting, Xiu pressed harder step by step, forcing him to have no retreat. Hongdai thought of Shiger somehow. Then he squeezed his fists and said without admitting defeat, I won't admit defeat. I don't see it, you are still very persistent. However, if you don't admit defeat, you will suffer. Xiaoyi snapped his two fists, looking a bit fierce. Huh. Since you still don't admit defeat, Xiaoyi will continue. Hyaga Hongdi, don't force it. After all, it's just a competition. As long as you can't make it, you will immediately surrender. Our two Jonin can terminate the game at any time. Suzuki Sayori said. At this time, Hisashi was also staring at the red butterfly and shook his head slightly. Ms. Hisashi, Hongdi, it seems that it won't last long. Heitake Kujuo also said with a bit of unbearableness. It's not time to save her, wait. Hisashi also thought of Shiger at this time. Shiger, come out. Chapter 31 Illusion, 3rd. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. I don't know if it should be a coincidence, Hyaga Red Butterfly is also thinking about Shiger at this time. Shiger, I've been holding you back, I want to be strong, I won't give up, I will keep going, until you can see me's hard work. Really, at a critical juncture, why would I think of him again? In Hongdi's white eyes, the belief in never admitting defeat seemed to be firmer. Although I really wanted to win it, but because of his age and body, his physical strength was almost exhausted. You are a lady of the Hyaga clan. I hit you, and the Hyaga clan will trouble me. Haha. The weak eldest lady, the real ninja is hard work, and I keep training every day. Matsuyama Shuaki started to pretend. Look. My muscles. The strength of my body. Who knows how many tasks we have accomplished? And you? You are too delicate. Too weak. Not even qualified to compare with me. There is no gentle of Byakugan. Fist, it can be said to be a joke. Shiuyi once again stimulated Hongdai. Don't go too far. The Hyaga clan are not easy to bully. Hisashi couldn't help but stop. Blood legacy boundary is generally a more sensitive topic, and Shiuyi can easily anger the entire Hyaga clan if he is not careful. Sorry, Hyaga-sensei, I didn't mean to target the Hyaga clan. Shuaki Matsuyama turned his head and said. I just can't understand that you are so weak as genin, you Hyaga Red Butterfly, Heitake Kujuo, and another Uchiha Shiger, which seems to be the tail of a crane, right? You are really the weakest genin class. Xiaoyi didn't hesitate to do so. Said. Red Butterfly panted, her eyes also changed, and she asked, what did you just say? Repeat it? Huh? Didn't you hear clearly? I said you are the weakest class. Shiuyi repeated again. Last sentence. Hongdi's eyes were cold and her momentum had changed. Uchiha Shijir, it seems that it is also the tail of a crane. Zaiwichi did not understand Hongdi's meaning either. Hongdi's momentum obviously changed dramatically. The ground under his shoes broke instantly, and his whole body appeared at a super high speed. In front of Matsuyama Shuiki, Hongdi's fist had already hit Zaiwichi. Zaiyi didn't react at all, with an unbelievable look on his face. He looked at Hyuga Red Butterfly in horror, the cold eyes with almost no emotion, and the blood vessels around the eyes, and then the fear came to his heart. No. Say bad things about Shijir. Hongdi said this softly, but Zaiyi was completely surrounded by fear, and then she lost consciousness and fainted on the spot. Red Butterfly. What's going on? Heitake Nanksayan was taken aback. At this time, Red Butterfly had changed too much. Miss Hongdi. She opened her eyes. Hisashi didn't expect Hongdi to open her eyes in this way. But because it was the first time to open his eyes, Red Butterfly seemed to have some chakra overdrawn. The blood vessels around her Byakugan quickly subsided, her eyes returned to normal, and then her whole body fell to the ground. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, supporting her who was about to fall. Is it Shijir? Hongdi slowly closed her eyes, as if she had no strength anymore. But in the dimness, she seemed to see Shijir behind him. It's me, leave it to me next, take a good rest. Shiyu said softly. The Uchiha boy with pure white hair gently handed the girl of the Hyuga clan in his arms to Hisashi's hands. Teacher Hisashi, Hongdi has opened the limit of blood inheritance, and chakra has over-released. Take her back to Hyuga's house and heal her injuries. Leave it to me here. Shijir also said faintly. Hisashi didn't mean to doubt Shijir in any way, and it was enough to give Shijir here. So he chose to nod his head, and then he also hugged the red butterfly and went to Hyuga-zong's house to heal his injuries. Just left. Suzuki-sensei was very surprised, and the other party's jonin had left like this before the test was over. Shijir, be careful. They are very strong. Even I missed. Violet's illusion is very unusual. I heard that he defeated Chunin once. Heitake Kujuo also said. Nanksayan, you are also injured, so let's go to the side to heal your injuries first. Shijir turned his head and looked at Suzuki Sayori and said, just now, it was a draw. Both of them fainted. Then Shijir's body flicker technique appeared in the center of the exercise field, looked at Katori Violet and Yashida Katsuhei, and asked, are you going to do it one by one? Or are you going to do it together? Uchiha Shijir? Are you too arrogant? Katsuhei Yashida said, who looked well balanced. Okay, let me do it first. Let me give it a try. What is so great about the legendary Uchiha clan? They are a group of big families who own and rely on blood inheritance. Katori Violet took a step forward and looked at Shijir. His eyes also seemed a little disgusted. I advise you not to link me to the Uchiha group of guys. Shijir also said extremely coldly. Violet is a little strange. Come on. Take it. Otherwise, the game is over. Shijir made a good posture and hooked to Violet. Provoking Violet, making Violet annoyed into anger instantly. Huh. Violet jumped into the arena, picked up Kumu, and rushed towards Shijir. Huh. Shijir couldn't help but feel a little suspicious looking at Violet's bleak posture. In Balan's eyes, something cryptic was clearly discovered. That's it? Have you already used illusion? 3 Tomo Sherinon can already crack the illusion. Although Shijir does not know any kind of illusion, Shijir with Sherinon is destined to open Mangekyo in the future. As long as Mangekyo is turned on, then the illusion really cannot be used for Shijir. Cause any harm. Shijir deliberately pretended to be in an illusion, and fell to the ground, then clutching his head and shouting in pain. That's it? The illusion in the rain. Nangxian was also very nervous. Even the Uchiha clan, without opening their eyes, will only be defeated by my illusion. Katori Violet raised the corner of her mouth. When she thought she would win so smoothly, she found that Shijir disappeared. NS. What? Violet yelled in disbelief, isn't this guy hit by my illusion? How could it? Where is he? Violet couldn't find Shijir's position at all, and turned his head to look around. Behind you. Suzuki Sayori reminded immediately anxiously. This guy? It can be relieved. No, can it be said that he uses it now? Violet illusion. Suzuki Sayori was also a little unbelievable. Chapter 32 Earth Style, 4th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. I knew Shijir, this guy will always win by surprise. Heitake Kusuzuo was also happy when he knew that Shijir was going to take care of it. Excuse me. Miss, you lost. Shijir suddenly got out of Violet's body, making Violet startle. Ah! Violet couldn't help screaming, no matter who saw a person emerge from his body, he would be scared to death. Not to mention a young girl. Stupid. I was actually bounced back by someone else. Yashida Katsuhiro frowned slightly, and then looked at Shio's eyes, the white 3 Tomo, and then he was surprised. The white 3 Hook Jade? Is it an upgraded version of the blood succession boundary? This guy has already opened the blood succession boundary of the Uchiha clan, and is it the Sharinan of the 3 Gob Jade? It's no wonder that even Violet, who can use advanced illusions, was defeated in his hands. Katsuhei Yashida also understood. Solution. Suzuki Sayori had already ran to Violet and relieved her of the illusion. Violet now understands that her illusion has been bounced by the opponent in front of her. Raising his head, Shiyu said weakly, sorry, I'm not as good as others. I lost. Violet was a little lost. She didn't expect Uchiha who started the 3 Go Jade to be so unsuccessful. She even didn't expect her illusion skills to be bounced back by Shijir. When she retreated, she remembered the appearance of the man in front of her. Uchiha Shijir, one day, I will defeat you. Shijir once again made a good posture and said, 2 wins in 3 rounds, the last one, come on. Genin, known as Katsuhei Yashida, appeared. Under Shijir's eyes, Katsuhei's chakra flow was clearly higher than that of ordinary ninjas. Huh? The total amount of chakra for this guy seems a bit high. It seems that it has as much chakra as Jonin, but compared to me, it is still not enough. Shijir also squinted his eyes and thought. Uchiha Shijir? Unexpectedly, you turned on the Sharinan of the 3 Guya Jade silently. This kind of blood inheritance limit should be more expensive for chakra. As long as I can hold on for a while, you will not support chakra and fall down. I'm right. Katsuhiro Yashida made a simple guess. However, even he didn't guess that Shijir's white round eyes would not consume much chakra at all, and it only took a thought to use it. But Shijir would naturally not be so stupid to tell him. Do you think I will give you time to hold me? Shijir said contemptuously, but his hands were forming seals at an extremely fast speed. All this surprised the Suzuki team. This? There is such a fast speed of printing. Is this still Genin? Even Jonin, no, even anyone I have met is not as fast as him. Suzuki-sensei was also a little skeptical of life. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shijir had already finished printing. Shijir took a sharp breath, and then the flame was spit out. High-precision chakra and perfect chakra control ability, plus Balanyan his observation power has increased the threatening power of the super-large great fireball. This? How is this possible? Is this really the great fireball technique? How could it be so huge? Shengping was also stunned by the scene in front of him, but he was not an ordinary ninja. The D-class instant technique directly used it, and then avoided Shijir's attack. At the same time Shenping's hands are also fast knot seals, a very powerful water-style ninjutsu seal is quickly completed. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. Huh? The strength of this Shenping is indeed not bad, obviously better than Heitake and Hongdi, but I also have a big move. Shiyu also used the instant technique to jump into the air for an instant, and the seal was completed again. Earth-style wall. A huge mountainous earth flow wall quickly rose under Shijir, and the power and scope of this earth flow wall, even Suzuki Saori, who is Jonin, couldn't believe it. It's a lie. This is Dilyabai. But the earth flow wall directly blocked the impact of the Great Waterfall Technique. Shiyu stepped on the earth flow wall, unharmed. This guy uses the earthy wall as a stepping stone, and I don't know why, the power and area of the ninjutsu used by his hands can become so powerful. The earthy wall is like a mountain. Suzuki Saori was also shocked to analyze Road. This guy turns out to be more than just illusionary rebound. Is ninjutsu so terrible too? Violet exclaimed from the side as well. You fellow. Shenping didn't expect that even if he used the Great Waterfall Technique, he would not defeat Shiyu, and he wasted a lot of chakra. However, Yashida Chi was also preparing to rush to Shijir, using his physical skills and physical superiority to crush Shijir. However, rushing towards the opponent in such a stunned green manner is obviously extremely undesirable among ninjas. Shijir nodded his hands again, and when Yashida had just reacted, Shijir was surprised that Jian was over. Earth-style Huanquan Marsh. This trick is naturally Shijir copying himself and more senior brothers, which is one of the representative ninjutsu from Jiraiya. The originally hard ground instantly became soft, and then the green soil instantly turned into a bottomless swamp. No matter how powerful Yashida Katsuhei is, he is only a genin. Even if he has the strength to match Jonin, under impulsiveness, rushing to Shijir is definitely seeking his own death. Ah! Yashida yelled in his life, and his body had fallen into the swamp. This is Earth style. The Uchiha clan actually has the chakra attribute of Earth style. No one thought that Uchiha Shijir's Earth style ninjutsu could reach its peak. As we all know, Konoha village is mostly fire style, and Uchiha is the leader in fire-style ninjutsu. In the judgment of Yashida Kappei, his water style will definitely restrain Shijir's fire style. Therefore, it also spent a lot of money on chakra using the water style Great Waterfall Technique, but found that Shijir's earth style is AP of the show, and the earth style of the 5 elements escape technique is the water style. Shijir used the first earth style, which instantly disrupted Shenping's original plan. What's more, Shijir directly used a large-scale earth-style A-level ninjutsu Wangsenuma. This guy is clearly a genin, how could he possess such a powerful ninjutsu? Not only the second class exclaimed, even Heitake Kusuzuo was shocked and speechless. He did not expect that he had been overtaken by Shijir. Many. Shijir, really strong. Heitake Kusuzuo secretly made up his mind, and after watching this test, he returned to Heitake's house to practice his sword skills. Chapter 33 Uncle Shi, 5th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Shenping. Are you okay? Teacher Suzuki also confirmed immediately. I can hold on. Shenping roared, seeming to be extremely unwilling. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite persevering, but it surprised me a little. Shijir originally thought that he would win. Unexpectedly, Shenping, who was trapped in the swamp, wanted to resist. Lightning style go. Surprisingly, Katsuhei Yashida is still struggling to use lightning style to get rid of the shackles of the Yellow Spring Marsh. However, the predicament did not change much because of his use of lightning style. Unexpectedly, you know how to use lightning style ninjutsu? As far as I know, in Konoha village, you have the thunder attribute and the water attribute chakra, but very few. Shijir then shook his head and said, well, since you still don't give up. I will give you another good thing. After that, the seal was quickly closed again. When Shijirayuki was over, he jumped from the earth stream wall he had summoned, and then shouted in the air. Wind style Wind Dragon Bullet Technique. Suzuki also said immediately, this is the third generation of ninjutsu. The B-level Wind Dragon Bullet Technique. Could it be that? Stop. Stop. You will kill him. Suzuki also loudly prevented Shijir from continuing to attack. However, things like ninjutsu can't be stopped easily. A wind dragon opened his mouth and roared, and at the same time, he attacked Shengping menacingly. Before Fenglong touched Shengping, he had already blown to the ground Shengping, who was trying to use lightning style. Fenglong attacked Shengping with an unstoppable momentum. Enough. We give up. Suzuki Sayori hurriedly shouted in horror. She did not expect that a genin might threaten the life of her student. Even though she already had ninjutsu at this time, it was a pity that ninjutsu had already been issued and it was too late to take it back. Shijir tried his best to reverse ninjutsu, avoiding Shenpei's body, but the power and scope of ninjutsu were too great. Even if he received a lot of chakra, it could still cause unpredictable damage to Shenpei. Danger! A voice came from behind Shijir, and in a flash, a yellow flash of light shuttled, causing little fluctuations in the space. Flying Thunder God Technique. When Shengping appeared again, he was already in a safe area. In the area where Shengping was just now, the yellow spring marsh was also blasted into a rags, showing the power of the Rain Shinobi technique. In front of him was a yellow-haired man wearing a blue tights and a jonin uniform. He appeared in front of Shijir and Suzuki. Ms. Namikaze Minato, thank you. Thank you Yuyutomoha Shijir, thank you for stopping. Suzuki Sayori is not confused, knowing that Minato saved the student, but without Shijir's stopping, even Minato would not be able to take it. Rescued. Well, please don't take the initiative to provoke us in the future. Otherwise, there will inevitably be casualties. Shijir also left a threatening sentence, which made Suzuki Kaori a little embarrassed. Suzuki-sensei, you're welcome, are you talking about it? Namikaze Minato said. Then he immediately looked at Shijir and asked, I'm sorry, I have to save him. After all, it is Konoha's genin, so what is your identity? Is it a new jonin? How can I attack a genin? Suzuki was also embarrassed at this time and didn't know how to intervene, so he could only silently take his 3 genin students and wait. Should you not introduce yourself before asking someone else? Shio looked a little arrogant with his arms around his chest. However, Minato saw that Shijir was not malicious, so he put away the special kunao he painted with art, touched his head and said apologetically, oh, sorry, it was my impoliteness first. My name is Namikaze Minato, and the Namikaze Minato class leads jonin. Shijir doesn't hate people who are humble and polite, so he put away his rude attitude and replied, I'm not a jonin, my name is Uchiha Shijir, the 7th class member of Hyuga Hizashi class, our genin team's team leader. What? Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it at all, as if he had heard something impossible. Are you genin? Namikaze Minato asked in surprise. Yeah, is there any problem? Shijir asked with a smile in her heart. She seemed to have guessed Minato's expression a long time ago. Nothing. I followed you all the way. I thought I would be a jonin. Then again, genin is indeed more suitable for your age. However, according to your strength and speed just now, even if you tell me that you are jonin, I will believe it. Namikaze Minato also said admiringly. Then Namikaze Minato pointed to the traces of Rain Shinobi's use at the time, and said, these ninjutsu are all made by you? Isn't this my teacher's yellow spring marsh? It's terrible. The entire exercise field is destroyed. Are you really just genin? Namikaze Minato said in disbelief once again. Shijiro looked at the already evil and replied, "By the way, Minato, I suddenly thought of one thing. You still have a relationship with me. If you call the land according to your seniority, you still have to call me the uncle." "Uncle Master? My master is Master Jiraiya among Sunin. Master Jiraiya is the third generation master, Master Hokage. Can you say that you are the new apprentice of Master Jiraiya, Master third generation?" Namikaze Minato also asked in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen has newly recruited apprentices, and not many people know about it, and no one believes that adhering to the will of the second generation, and beware of the third generation of the Uchiha clan, they will accept a Uchiha clan's apprentice. However, Jiraiya told Minato early in the letter. It seems that senior brother Jiraiya has already told you." Shijiro smiled and nodded, "Come on. Call senior uncle." Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly, making him a young man about 20 years old to call a child Shishu, which really made him feel a little weird. But in the end Minato still cleverly shouted, "Little master." What a smart guy. Shijiro didn't care about Minato's careful thoughts, because it was really comfortable to make the fourth generation in the future called his uncle. "Ms. Minato. You ran too fast. I'm going to throw up." "Obito. If it weren't for you to drag us down, we should have caught up with Mrs. Minato early." "Okay. Kakashi. Don't blame Obito. He also wants to help the old woman cross the road with a good heart." At this time, the three genin rushed over. Shijiro also saw the other members of the Namikaze Minato class. All of them were the people who turned the ninja world upside down. "Ms. Minato? Who did you fight with here? This is the fourth practice field. Why did it become like this?" Chapter 34 Obito's Cousin. Something is wrong. Even Mr. Minato wouldn't be able to perform such a powerful ninjutsu. The silver-haired boy Hatake Kakashi also noticed something wrong around him, as if he had gone through a big battle. "Huh? You're the Jonin from my family." Obito was also a little skeptical. He didn't seem to believe that the person that teacher Minato had been chasing was a child. "Ms. Minato? How did the surroundings become like this? Is this really the target we just chased after?" Lin asked, somewhat surprised. Minato was a little dignified. Before he could speak, Shijiro easily called out the names of these people. "Minato, are these the members of your class?" "Hatake Kakashi, Rin Nohara, and Yuyushiha Obito." The three ninjas looked at Shijiro, a white-haired boy who was younger than their own age, and they all had doubts. "Hey, who are you?" Uchiha Obito also asked directly. "He is the family crest of the Yuya clan." Kakashi also observed carefully and said cautiously, "It seems to be true." Obito also dared not approach Shijiro to confirm whether he was really from the Uchiha clan. "Ah! Teacher Minato, maybe you just came after him." Nohara Lin said. "How is this possible? At such a young age? How can it be possible to have the speed as much as that of Mr. Minato? Is there such a person in the world?" Hatake Kakashi also didn't want to believe it. However, Namikaze Minato seems to have been hit, and he sighed, "Yes, although it hits you hard, he is the one we are chasing after, but this Uchiha brother is not Jonin, Obito, Lin, he is just like you Genin." "Genin? Genin will be able to keep teacher Minato from catching up." "Impossible? How could this be possible? It shouldn't be him, right? Teacher, you must be joking with us." The three of the Namikaze Minato class all had a look of disbelief at this time. It was not that they did not believe that Shijiro was Genin in front of them, but that they did not believe that Genin alone had a speed that his teacher could not touch. "What did I lie to you? Not only that, the one in front of me, is my little teacher." Namikaze Minato broke the news again. "Ah! Your master is Sunin Jiraiya-sama, Your master uncle? Is he a new apprentice of third Hokage-sama? Shiyu saw that everyone was almost surprised, and it was rare to explain, I am the uncle of Minato's nephew. What do you want to call the uncle of the master? Uncle Shi. Although the three of you are a bit older than me, you are 2 generations younger than me. Shijiro and Minato explained the relationship before everyone understood this relationship. Hey. Is it okay to speak based on strength? It doesn't make sense based on relationship. Heitake Kakashi seemed to dislike talking about seniority. At this time he was in a young and frivolous period. Obito and Lin are still genin, and his Kakashi has become chinin. Kakashi, a genius, is very proud at this time and likes to solve problems with his own power. He does not have his future appearance at all, but he is actually extremely clever, and he does not like his peers to stand on top of his head. Oh? With strength. Are you sure? I really hope to fight against you. Shijiro joked and quickly entered a serious state, seemingly ready to fight at any time. And Kakashi was also completely worthy. Although he was covering his face, he snorted coldly, and made a gesture of preparation for the seal with his hands, and he was ready to start the fight. Ah! Namikaze Minato was shocked and thought, what a battle of magnitude! How could I let them fight? So he hurriedly dissuaded him, Uncle, farewell, don't care about the children. Namikaze Minato also became a peacemaker, which is in line with his humble and polite manner. I'm no ordinary kid. Kakashi was a little stubborn at this time, and seemed to want to prove his strength. Kakashi. Minato glanced at Kakashi, and then Kakashi gave up. As for the yellow spring marsh just on the ground, Namikaze Minato recognized it as one of Jireya's powerful moves at a glance. Is such a powerful move used on his own subordinates? That doesn't hurt to death. Your own student, you can't let your little uncle get hurt? Seeing Shijiro seemed to be serious, Namikaze Minato was also very helpless, as if suddenly thinking of something, he said immediately. Uncle Shiu, you want to play? Of course you can, but can you wait for the Chunin selection exam? Don't be in a hurry. This time, I can let Kakashi take the Chunin selection exam together. Namikaze Minato said. Chunin exam. Shijiro did not receive Hisashi's notice. Shiyu then asked, you said there was a Chunin exam? Is it recent? Yes, I received a notice from the 3rd generation master. I wanted to tell them today, who knew that they were attracted by your body flicker technique, so we came here. Genin of Konoha, should all be notified by his leader Jonin, you should have been notified too. Minato asked too. After thinking about it, Shijiro understood. The Hisashi class had just finished the mission and then competed with the Suzuki class, so naturally there was no free time to inform about it. It turns out that the Chunin selection exam is about to start registration. Shijiro is naturally looking forward to competing against various players in a competition. Huh? Are you Shijiro? Are you Uchiha Shijiro? Obito suddenly stepped forward and asked in surprise. Shiyu looked at this future big boss looking for him, and was also interested. What's wrong? Uchiha Obito. Shijiro asked curiously. Have you read the family tree of the Uchiha clan? Obito also asked rhetorically. Uchiha family tree? I don't know this. To be honest, I don't have a good relationship with the Uchiha clan. I don't even consider myself to be a Uchiha clan. Shijiro's words are true. Obito nodded and said, sure enough. Shijiro took 2 steps forward very vigilantly, raised his hand and asked, sure enough? Why do you say that? What do you mean? Uncle, Minato whispered. Shijiro realized that he was a little rude. However, Obito seemed to have expected Shijiro to be this reaction, and then explained, Shijiro, your mood, I seem to understand a little bit. According to the family tree of our Uchiha clan, Shijiro, your identity, should be regarded as mine. Cousin. What? Obito, aren't you joking? Namikaze Minato was also taken aback. Chapter 35 Life Experience, 2nd. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Cousin. Not only Shijiro and Minato were surprised, but Rin Nohara and Kakashi were stunned, thinking Obito was telling a joke, but it seemed that Obito was not talking nonsense. How are you and me recorded in the genealogy you are talking about? Shijiro also asked curiously immediately. My name is Obito, and I only have a younger brother named Shisui, because he is so talented to study in Umbu. Obito also said with a genealogy. So, Shisui is your brother. How old is he now? He has already studied in Umbu. It seems to be a terrible genius. If you have time, you have to play against it. But you said I was your cousin? That is to say, my dad is your dad's brother. Shijiro also couldn't help thinking, what is the relationship between them? So, I really want to know, who is your father? Shijiro also suddenly asked some 8 trigrams. Obito naturally didn't know that Shijiro in front of him was already Shijiro after his soul passed, but he was not particularly interested in his father's identity. Obito was taken aback for a moment, and then he complained, why are you paying attention to who my father is? Shouldn't you be interested in who your father is? If you guessed correctly, you probably don't know your father's name yet. Bar. But Obito's words were a bit above. Shijiro really didn't know who his parents were first names since the soul passed through. You know. Shiyu naturally asked rhetorically. Who knows Uchiha? Obito shook his head and said, the problem is here, Shijiro, your father, all his information seems to have been erased, even his name has been erased. Why, I can remember you came because you have been feeling this strange. Erased. Shijiro frowned. Yes, your name must have been your father's name before, but now it should have been deliberately erased by people in the clan. I don't know what they want to hide. Obito also said what he knew. Shiyu was a little angry in his heart. He believed that the reason why he was discriminated against by his own people must be for this reason. Why? The 3rd generation said that my parents were Konoha's heroes and died fighting for Konoha, but now? Why have I been targeted and discriminated against by the Uchiha clan? Shijiro couldn't understand this. I just feel a little restless in my internal determination. Unknowingly, the white round eyes of the Sangu Jade also burst out instantly, and the 3 round white Guyu flashed in the eyes. Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, is naturally no stranger to these 3 Gojade, and he looked at Shijiro in shock, and did not dare to speak. It seems, this is why the Uchiha clan targeted me, no father and no mother? This is the breakthrough, right? Shijiro said, my parents are said to have died for Konoha, and I acted as the hero's orphan should be treated like a hero. However, I am now ignored by most of the Uchiha clan and even targeted. What the hell is this? Do you know? Obito. Shijiro also asked. Although he hates the Uchiha clan, the Obito in front of him is one of the few Uchiha clan who does not discriminate against him, so Shijiro still counts. Polite. Well. I am not familiar with the Uchiha clan now, otherwise I can help you investigate, whether it is the genealogy, or the big and small things in the clan. Now and 10 years ago, the Uchiha clan chief and so-called elders come to decide. Uchiha Obito said. Oh, I see, thank you, Obito, I will take care of my own business. Shijiro knew that this matter would be counted with the Uchiha clan sooner or later. But not now. After all, Shijiro killed 3 Uchiha Genin and 1 Uchiha Umbu. It seems that the matter has not completely subsided. Shijiro checked that the time was almost up, and said goodbye to Namikaze Minato and others. Little master, see you next time, I hope to have a chance to fight together. Namikaze Minato also sincerely hoped. See you at Chunin selection exam. Hatake Kakashi is the exact opposite. He is full of fighting spirit and hopes to have a good fight with Uchiha Tashijiro. I still hope that I can avoid meeting him as much as possible during the exam. You know. He turned on 3 Tomo Sherinan. How old is he? 5 or 6 years old. Obito also shook his head and played against his master uncle. Shijiro, who was also his cousin, had no confidence and chance of winning at all. Yeah. Shiyu waved his hand, and then a body flicker technique disappeared in place. This time, everyone's suspicion of him was completely dispelled. Shijiro finally returned to his home, and the family no longer looked like fighting Uchiha and the others. It should be Xiaoxing. Did you keep them so clean? I didn't think that Xiaoxing was a sensible child before, and this little Nizai would still work. Shijiro thought of Xiaoxing again before she knew it. Although the room was restored, it was empty. Shiyu's heart was naturally a little unbalanced. Although my soul has come through, but after all, I and Uchiha Shijiro are alone. To bully Uchiha Shijiro is to bully me. It seems that the issue of identity will have to be figured out sooner or later. I don't know what the parents of this world look like. What are their names? Shijiro seemed a little tired. Just about to fall asleep, she felt something moving outside the door. Before she could open Balanyan, the people outside had already entered the house. Looking up, it turned out to be Xiaoxing, and the other one was Narcissus Amimiya, the daughter of the boss behind the scenes, who he had seen before. The two of them suddenly appeared in front of everyone with a birthday cake. What are you guys? Shijiro put down his guard and looked at the two of them, a little at a loss. Brother Shiyu, have you forgotten what day is today? Xiaoxing asked. What day is today? Shiyu also asked with a dazed expression. Today is your birthday. My birthday? How old is my birthday? Shiyu asked again. Puff, you don't even know how old is your birthday. Amimiya Narcissus couldn't help but smile. Huh? You have forgotten your birthday because of amnesia. Remember, today is your 5th birthday. What? I'm only 5 years old. Shijiro was also taken aback. He was only 5 years old? How come you look like a 10-year-old boy? Aren't you 5 years old? I'm the same age as you, but only a few months younger than you. Xiaoxing said. Kakashi is 9 years old, Obito is 10 years old, and I'm only 5 years old. Shisui should be a bit older than me, between 6 and 8 years old. Chapter 36 Flying Thunder God 2-Stage Series. In this way, I seem to be Obito's cousin and I am more reliable. Shijiro thought. Alright. Blow the candles. Make a wish. Miss Narcissus bought this cake for you. But I haven't tasted a cake. Xiaoxing was also a little excited. Okay, don't rush, hee. Shijiro was a little touched, but she didn't expect Xiaoxing to remember her birthday, and Shijiro also had a better impression of Amimiya Narcissus. After making the wish, everyone ate the cake together, and Xiaoxing and Amimiya Narcissus celebrated Shu's 5th birthday together. I have to say that it feels weird. After all, Shijiro was already in her 20s before the soul was worn. After the birthday, one night passed quickly. On the second day, Shijiro found that his body had changed a little bit more, his skin had become very fair, and his pupil power had also increased a lot, and he could feel the pupil power gradually increased, which is huge for Balanyan. Of the benefits. The amount of chakra in the whole body seems to be limited by body and age. It has reached a half-step super cage level, but there is still no way to cross that hurdle. It seems that it will take time to grow up. There was no task for the next few days. Hyoga Hisashi just notified the three of them about the final test. Of course, the entire Hyoga Hisashi class decided to take the Chunin selection test. Therefore, when he was free, he practiced Raise-Non and Flying Thunder God technique of his new master at home. I have to say that Flying Thunder God technique is a very powerful ninjutsu. Shijir believes that after his own practice and development, even the yellow flash of the peak period will not be his opponent. Shijir marked the Flying Thunder God technique he remembered, and after feeling it for a long time, he finally felt the power of the space in the technique. Then Shijir extracted chakra in his body, and then combined it with the technique. The photocopy of the space of the two felt each other, and then the whole person appeared in the place where the Flying Thunder God technique was painted with a whistling sound. It's done. Flying Thunder God is the master. Shijir easily mastered the S-level space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique that leaves the technique and then teleports to the vicinity of the stationary object that leaves the technique is called Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God is easy to be caught by Shijir master, but the loopholes are also big, and it is easy for others to discover. In the second stage of Flying Thunder God, during the battle, a special kunai marked with Flying Thunder God technique was thrown out, which suppressed and threatened the enemy, and then suddenly appeared directly above the enemy. Then use the shuriken or directly use Raise Non, a two-stage raid from top to bottom. The second stage seems to be able to leave the technique on a moving object and perform a second blow. The second stage of Flying Thunder God seems not difficult, and there is no substantial difference from the first stage, but the pressure on the enemy is already enormous. Even the masked man Obito has been injured by Minato in the second stage. When Shijir can use Raise Non with one hand, he can skillfully use the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Although this trick is good, but the fighting style and rhythm are likely to be easily seen by the opponent after being mastered by someone else. Simply put, if the enemy knows that you can teleport and is ready to attack your teleported position in advance, then how do you fight back? How can I always master the rhythm of the battle? Shijir also thought of the flaws in Flying Thunder God, so he planned to continue developing Flying Thunder God. Shiyu suddenly had an idea. Why did I forget? Shadow Clone Technique. If the first stage of Flying Thunder God is to leave a technique on a fixed object, and the second stage is to leave a technique on a moving object, then the third stage, is it possible? What about leaving a space technique on Shadow Clone? If the Shadow Clone marked with the technique can move, then I can use Flying Thunder God to instantly appear near different Shadow Clone, so even if the enemy knows that I will teleport, it is not clear where I teleported. And if Shadow Clone can also use Flying Thunder God? I feel terrible if you think about it. The enemy will not only be unable to recognize my body, but will also be seriously threatened. This will be a nightmare in the ninja world. I'm so smart. NS. Speaking of it, and thinking about it, second Hokage, the inventor of Flying Thunder God, doesn't know how to shadow clone. It's not harder to leave the technique on the shadow clone than it is to leave the technique on the human body, because shadow clone is an entity created by the technique used by chakra. If you just teleport near shadow clone, it is absolutely fine, but if you want shadow clone to use Flying Thunder God. Shijir thought for a while, and then started his own experiment. Shijir left the space technique on her body and then let shadow clone Flying Thunder God come over. As a result, Shadow Clone forcibly used Flying Thunder God, but mysteriously disappeared. So, is it harder for Shadow Clone to feel the fluctuations of space than the main body? Although Shiyu encountered a bottleneck in the development of Flying Thunder God 3 stages, he also found an idea. However, although Shadow Clone can't use Flying Thunder God for the time being, it can use Body Flicker technique, and then I marked the kunai with a special technique in advance and threw it to the place where I want to teleport. This is also called Flying Thunder God. The enhanced version of the second paragraph. Let's give a name. Why don't you call Flying Thunder God technique the second series? Shiyu's name is average, but it sounds better than Namikaze Minato. Shijir completed the Flying Thunder God technique, and then continued to strengthen Rasengan's research. First of all, Shijir's chakra volume is very large, so while maintaining Rasen, increase the output of chakra. Rasen, it seems to be bigger, but it seems to be more difficult to control. Shijir then realized that the more chakra Raisnan had, the Vietnam controlled it. Raisnan became bigger and bigger, and eventually became Big Ball Raisnan. Due to the limited room area and Shijir's current body is too small, it is not conducive to the study of Super Big Jade. Shijir naturally gave up the attempt to Super Big Ball Raisnan, but the principle is similar. Big Ball Raisnan, although in order to be more powerful, Shijir currently cannot be instantaneous like Raisnan. Of course Shijir also thought about injecting chakra with other attributes to make it change its nature, but because it was too dangerous, Shijir didn't have the courage to try. In this gap time, Shijir once again received Umbu's invitation. Third generation Sama wants to see me again? Okay, let's lead the way. Shijir followed Umbu, and once again arrived at the Hokage room in front of Konoha and saw third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shijir, in the last mission, Hisashi said that you performed very well. I heard that you can already use compound ninjutsu proficiently? Is that true? Sarutobi Hiruzen also asked kindly. Chapter 37 Battle 3rd Generation Item, 4th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, it seems that he wants to study himself and teach some new ninjutsu. Shijir will naturally seize this opportunity. Yes, compound ninjutsu can already be used very proficiently. Shijir replied willingly. It seems that you are more talented than I thought. Your chakra volume seems to be much higher than that of the ordinary Uchiha clan. With your use, the power of ninjutsu seems to be more powerful. I believe you have already guessed it. Today, I want to teach you another skill. Shijir seemed to be able to foresee something. Ninjas are more than just ninjutsu, physique, and illusion, but there are many other ways. There is the so-called Uchiha throwing technique in the Uchiha clan. However, for you who have lost your parents, you do not have this opportunity to learn. Then, today I will teach you the throwing technique and forbearance of shuriken that I know. Surgery. With your talent and your understanding of technique, I believe that today's course will also help you, so the old man will start nagging, haha. Third generation's mood seemed to be in a good mood. After third generation finished speaking, he pulled off his red Hokage cloak, and threw it accurately on the hanger. Then he took a puff of cigarette, spit out a huge smoke ring, and then reluctantly put it out and put it on the table. Superior. Third generation. No, he should be called Sarutobi Hiruzen now. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed his unique armor, smiled and coughed twice and then said, "Go. Come with me." Then a body flicker technique disappeared, not at all the old and frail appearance in the original book. The third generation item called Dr. Ninja is indeed very powerful. If the future Orochimaru matches the current third generation item, it can be said that there is only one result, and it will definitely die. Shijir definitely thought, and then a body flicker technique disappeared on the spot. Shijir followed third Hokage and once again came to Konoha's large exercise field. Third Hokage looked at Shijir and smiled slightly, and then said abruptly, "Look at the move." Then Hiruzen drew the shuriken from somewhere. Before Shijir could react, a bunch of shurikens had already attacked Shijir. See my on-the-spot reaction ability. Shiyu's mouth raised slightly, and body flicker technique had already used it, quickly avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken technique. Yes, but it's not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his hands, and countless shurikens flew toward Shijir again. Shijir opened the Balanyan with a thought. Through the Balanyan, Shijir could clearly see the thread wrapped around the shuriken. So, do you control the shuriken through the chakra line? Without years of effort, there is no way to master this technique. As expected, Mr. Sarutobi. Shijir also praised. I didn't come here to make you praise me, shuriken shadow clone technique. Third Hokage's palms collided, and he used the shuriken shadow clone technique, and the shuriken that instantly attacked Lin Tian suddenly changed a lot. Neither Byakugan nor Sharingan can see through Shadow Clone, Shijur is no exception. Seeing the shuriken that had become scope ninjutsu, Shijur quickly backed away a few steps. At the same time, his hands quickly completed the seal, and said, Earth-style Dilia Great Wall. So fast. So fast Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that the kid Jin in front of him would be so fast. In the following week with Shijur as the center, a thick soil-based wall appeared quickly. This move is naturally a strengthened version of the soil flow wall. Your talent is indeed higher than Orochimaru. For the use of ninjutsu, the power is much stronger, but, just like this, I still can't escape my shuriken. Sarutobi Hiruzen controller Li Jian flew down from the top of Shijur's head. I have to say that Hiruzen's manipulation of the shuriken has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. The shuriken itself is small and flexible. The shuriken under Hiruzen's control seems to have come back to life and attack Shiyu once again. Past. Needle Jizo. Shijur was in a hurry and used Jireya's defensive ninjutsu. Shijur's hair quickly grew and wrapped his body, and the hard and sharp barbed thorns grew densely. The shuriken hit the hard barbs, and made a sharp metallic sound of lang. Is this Jireya's ninjutsu? What an interesting guy. I didn't expect this to be mastered by you. Third generation also said with an enthusiastic smile. Not bad. Third generation praised with relief, see how long you can last. Shijur knew that he could not continue to block, who knows if third generation will suddenly make a big move. Random lion hair technique. Shijur used her hair to protect herself, turning her hair into a lion's head, and straddling her own muddy wall directly to the third generation eye. Very good. It's Jireya's technique again. And the distance can become so long. This guy actually gave you this trick. Very strong. Third generation was forced to temporarily release the control of the shuriken. Shijur was unscathed. Obviously, the third generation shuriken was not enough to break through Shijur's defense. Very good. Go ahead. Check out this trick. Compound Ninjutsu Lightning Water Dragon Bomb. Third Hokage directly used ninjutsu to smash Shijur's dirt stream wall, and he was about to hit Shijur after the needle Jizo. Body Flicker Technique. Shijur naturally wouldn't continue to sit and wait for death. Shijur was in his hair, and Bai Lunyan naturally saw the third generation's attack. Ninjutsu of the third generation's goal did not hit Shijur, but the third generation's goal did not change in any way. Shuriken Giant Technique. A huge shuriken suddenly appeared in third generation's hands, and then rushed towards Shijur, and said, Boy! Let me see, your close-in technique. How about it? Shijur was of course very happy to see that third Hokage wanted to test his own ability. He drew out the meteorite iron knife on his waist casually, Shiyu, who had the same name as himself. The huge shuriken and the meteor knife hit together, making a strange sound. Huh? It seems that this is the meteor knife that Hisashi said, but it can be seen, you can't do anything with swordsmanship. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen held a huge shuriken in his hand, he raised it. Kick your feet towards Shiyu. Shijur retreated immediately, and he was a little surprised. It turned out that Hiruzen was also a person who did not follow the rules in the battle. There is a flaw. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body flicker technique had already been used, and a spell was posted on Shijur's body. Sorry. Mr. Sarutobi, I lost. Shijur was a little lost, and when he was touched by the charm, he had already failed. Chapter 38 Flying Thunder God 3 Stages, 5th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, Yes, if this spell is a detonating talisman, you will be seriously injured if you die. Your strength and comprehension are very strong. It seems that you know where you lost. Shijur thought for a while and said, My swordsmanship is my shortcoming, but in the end I still resorted to swordsmanship. This is just one aspect of it. Your actual combat ability is indeed very strong. However, because of your age, your body has not fully developed yet, that is to say, you have not reached your peak state. Whether it is sword skill or physical skill, everyone has their own weaknesses. You are talented enough and you can see that you are working hard, but the time is not up. Don't worry, you are absolutely fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shijiro and nodded and said, Shuriken is not completely ninjutsu. You have to learn to combine these shuriken ninjutsu with your persistent practice of shuriken throwing, plus your own judgment and actual combat. I believe that only with the throwing of the sword in your hand, you can become a strong man in the ninja world. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, talent and hard work can be successful. Shijiro also recognized it very much. We're teaching shuriken here today. About swordsmanship, I recommend someone to you. Third Hokage said. That is, Konoha's White Fang's younger brother, Konoha Ashiv, and Hatake Sae, also the father of Hatake Kujuo. Third Hokage said. The Hatake family, the strongest swordsmanship, can be said to be Hatake Kakashi's father, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, but Sakumo doesn't want to teach others easily, and the other is relatively infamous, but Konoha Ashiya's strength is not even inferior to that of White Fang. You can learn from him about swordsmanship, but it seems to be said that his conditions for recruiting disciples are outrageous. But I think you can try it. I'm afraid you have to find him to know the details of the specific situation. Third Hokage also give pointers. Well, I will find him. Shijiro nodded and took this matter to heart. After all, improving his strength is the most important thing. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen left the training ground. Shijiro was looking back at the two ninjutsu just copied by Bailin. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, and Shuriken Giantization Technique. Shijiro thought to himself, and then began to practice frantically. Soon, Shijiro mastered these two tricks and discovered a wonderful idea from the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. First of all, Shadow Clone keeps repeating, so that when Shadow Clone is removed, all the experience will return to me. This trick originally belonged to Naruto's bug, and Shijiro, who has the blood of Otsutsuki, naturally has it. However, Shijiro can only be divided into 5 shadow clones at most because of his young body. If you say, write the technique of Flying Thunder God on the special kunao, then use the shadow clone technique, and then use the shadow clone to use the kunao shadow clone. Then I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport wherever I want to appear at will. This is even more powerful than the Flying Thunder God 2 stage. If you want to name it, then it should be called Flying Thunder God 3 paragraphs. Shijiro once again stroked this slightly complicated idea. First, use the shadow clone technique. Use the shadow clone to rush towards the enemy to cause the first threat damage, and use the shadow clone to throw out the kunao, and use the kunao shadow clone to form the second threat and damage, and finally teleport to the enemy in an unpredictable place. Various attacks were suddenly launched, which constituted the third injury. This is the real Flying Thunder God third stage. Shijiro was quite excited. After this idea came into being, Shijiro naturally began to practice non-stop. Shuriken Shadow Clone is similar to Kunao Shadow Clone. After using Kunao Shadow Clone, the second stage of the special Kunao Flying Thunder God technique is still there, and Shijiro is already in the second stage of Flying Thunder God because of the master. Can feel the power of space rippling in the technique. Shijiro thought that he wanted Master Flying Thunder God 3 stages, so he used Shadow Clone to repeatedly practice Flying Thunder God 1 and 2 stages, and even Flying Thunder God 2 stages. Shijiro discovered that Flying Thunder God's spatial technique is a window, and as long as he passes through the window, he can vaguely control where he wants to appear. Through the huge bug of Shadow Clone, Shijiro practiced tirelessly for a week. As the so-called Kung Fu paid off, Shijiro finally learned the Flying Thunder God 3 stages. Minato is so strong, and only studied the second paragraph on Flying Thunder God, it has become a nightmare for the enemy. And now Shio can make Flying Thunder God a perfect master in 3 stages. Not only is it invincible 1-to-1, it is also 1-to-many, and it is definitely not a problem. It can be said that when Shijir uses Shadow Clone to create the time-space art, no one will be Shijir's opponent. If it wasn't for Shio to kill Shio instantly after seeing Shio, as long as he was given a chance to use the Shadow Clone technique, then even if he knew that Shio would Flying Thunder God in advance, it would be unlikely to harm him. This is finally done. Just when Yu was about to take a break, there was a knock on the door of his house. Boom 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 boom. Who? Shijir asked and opened Balanyan, and standing outside the door was a middle-aged man in a kimono that he had never seen before. Huh? Shijir opened the door, and the person in front of him immediately said respectfully, "Hello, is it Uchiha Shijir-sama?" The middle-aged man in front of him even called Shijir, who was just 5 years old, an adult, which made Shijir a little bit of laughter. "I am, are you?" Others are kind to him, Shijir is naturally also very kind to others. "I am a servant of the Hyoga clan, and I cannot call it you. I was asked by Master Hisashi to invite Shijir to go to the residence of the Hyoga clan." "Oh? I was invited by Hisashi-sensei? It's really rare." Shijir didn't doubt it. Hisashi had said before that he would invite Shijir. "It shouldn't be too late, let's set off right away, the teacher may have something to do." Shijir also immediately followed the middle-aged servant and walked towards the Hyoga mansion. Although the servant did not walk fast, he knew the way very much, and soon brought Shijir to the entrance of Hyaga's mansion. However, at this time Shijir discovered that the Hyoga clan also had obvious ancestry discrimination. Unexpectedly, the Hyoga clan would really use such an outrageous way to guarantee blood. Shijir saw the Zongji written on the luxurious house, and the branch house written on another relatively mediocre house. I've only seen it in the original work before, but I still feel a little absurd when I see the branch house of the clan family with my own eyes. Chapter 39, Mother's Identity. The twin brothers, Hisashi and Hayashi, became a branch house and the other as a clan. In the end, Hisashi went to die for Hayashi. Such a thing, I will never let it happen. Shiyu also made up his mind inside. Ms. Hisashi asked. Shijir. Master Hisashi is in the branch house. Sure enough. Shijir also followed the servant and continued to walk towards the Hyoga branch house. At the location of the branch house, when you look up, you can clearly see that the 2 characters Hyoga are written on the house, and the surrounding buildings are very Japanese style. In the courtyard, Hyoga Hisashi was drinking tea leisurely there. Ms. Hyoga. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I have become more energetic. You are so affectionate, poetic, and uncomfortable. Shiyu asked politely for a while. Excuse me, what advice do you have if you ask me to come? Shijir also went straight to the subject. Shijir, there are 2 things for inviting you over this time. The first thing is that I have summoned Nangxiang and Hongdi. They should be able to come over soon. After they come, we can discuss together about the Chunin selection exam. Hyoga Hisashi said casually. Shijir knew this was just an appetizer, and Hisashi must have something important to ask him. Then what's the other thing? Shijir also asked the point. Hisashi nodded, and then waved his hand. Hisashi's servants were so perceptive, they all moved away. Shiyu, it may be a bit abrupt, I want to discuss with you about the boundary of blood inheritance. Blood succession boundary. Are you sure your eyes are not Byakugan? Hisashi asked too, seeming to observe the changes in Shijir's expression. Shijir shook his head and said, I'm sure it's not Byakugan. Do you think it's possible? You inherited 2 bloodlines. Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyaga's Byakugan? The bloodlines merged. Huh? Maybe my father is Uchiha, but my mother. Shijir doesn't seem to know the identity of his mother. Unexpectedly, Hisashi stood up and said solemnly, "Your name is Uchiha, you inherited your father's surname, but in fact, you still have the blood of my Hyuga clan." What? Shijir was really surprised this time. Don't you think it's weird? Your eyes are almost exactly the same as our Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the difference is that you also have the 3-hook jade of the Yuya-Chiba clan. But the reason why you concealed it, I think, is also because you know the truth that Musayu Linfen must destroy it. Indeed, if you don't know a lot of things, exposing your own secrets is tantamount to seeking your own death, if you don't guess wrong. You should have awakened the abilities of Byakugan and Sharingan, right? For Hisashi's correct guess, Shijir thought about it and didn't intend to hide it. Firstly, because Hisashi was good to him, and secondly, Hisashi must have no hostility towards him, otherwise he would not hold back and tell him quietly. However, what Shiyu wants to know most now is why he has the blood of the Hyuga clan. Yes, I did awaken 2 kinds of blood inheritance boundaries, but why do I have the blood of the Hyuga clan? Could it be that? Shijir really couldn't believe it. It's very simple, because your mother is a member of my Hyuga clan. Huh? That is to say, my father is Uchiha, and my mother is Hyuga. How is this possible? In order to ensure the purity of blood, it should not be allowed to do so among ethnic groups with blood inheritance boundaries. Oh, yeah, it's exactly like you said. Therefore, you are a mixed race of the 2 big families and you will be rejected by the villagers. Logically speaking, I should have told you why after you grow up. But I think you are a sensible and precocious ninja with your own ideas, so I think you should not be deceived for so long. In order to protect Konoha village, your parents died not long after returning from the Second Ninja War, leaving you behind. I just knew about these, otherwise, I might tell you earlier. Hisashi also said embarrassedly. It's okay, Mr. Hisashi, if you tell me earlier, I might not even have the ability to figure out what happened. You can take the initiative to tell me my life experience. I am very happy. If you deceive me for a long time, I must have a grudge at that time. Uchiha Shijir also said. He thought of Naruto, who had almost the same fate as himself, but Shijir would not be as cheerful as Naruto. Then, can you tell me more about my mother and my father? Shiyu asked again. Your mother is called Hyuga Zhenhong, and her identity is also very special. She is the daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. The patriarch's daughter. Shijir never thought that his mother in this world would be the princess of the Hyuga clan. This information has been sealed before you were born, because your name is Uchiha, and the Hyuga clan will not take the initiative to walk too close to you. And these belong to Konoha village's secrets. I didn't know it at all. These things were all told to me by my brother, Hyuga Hayashi, and there is only so much I can say. If you want to know more, I can only ask the patriarch by myself. Hisashi also explained. Then, now I'll ask him directly, can't it? Shijir asked. Yes, but you have to defeat me first with Hyugalu's physique. If you can't even defeat me, the patriarch will not approve of you. I don't need his approval, I just want to know my mother's information. Shiyu was not interested in whether he recognized the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, that is, his grandfather. Hyuga Hisashi shook his head and said, these things are not as simple as you think. Now your identity is not clear not only to the Hyuga clan, but also to the Uchiha clan. You only know that you are a so-called abandoned child. But when your mixed-race identity is discovered and confirmed by others, and is used and incited by those who are interested, the worst result may be that you will not be accepted by Konoha. After all, Konoha's Uchiha and Hyuga are both a big family. I called you here this time, one is to tell you the identity of your mother, and the other is to fight you, see your true strength, and teach you to learn the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. To be honest, Shijir, you own Byakugan surprised me, but I am more curious. When I found out that you did have Hyaga's blood, I was very happy. This way I can teach you all my Hyaga flow secrets. Chapter 40 Fighting Hyaga Hisashi. As your leader, Jonin, I haven't taught you any ninjutsu. Hisashi was also a little bit guilty and went on a mission. If Shijir hadn't attacked the Thulhu cult and saved him, Jonin, he wouldn't have Hisashi's life back. Although I am not in charge of the Hyaga clan, I can guarantee that you will not be bullied by those Uchiha clan in Konoha. By the way, the secret letter from the Hyaga clan says that the candidate of the Uchiha clan seems to be preparing to do something against you in the Chunin exam. Hisashi also revealed a secret message. Shiyu squinted his eyes and said, Uchiha. In my eyes, those people are all chickens. Now that the master is in Flying Thunder God's 3-stage Shijir, how could it be defeated by a group of Uchiha genin? But this time, Shijir fully understood Hisashi's purpose. As his leader Jonin, Hisashi-sensei was more or less suspicious of his own eyes during this mission. Returning to the family, naturally, I found an unusual place in my own family tree. Hayashi probably knew the whole story and told Hisashi the information. And when Hisashi discovered that his genius student had the blood of the Hyaga clan in his body, and it was very likely that Byakugan had been turned on, he naturally hoped that Shijir could rejoin the Hyaga clan. As for why you want Shijir to join? Is the reason not obvious? Becoming genin at the age of 5, this one is unprecedented, and he is so talented that he was accepted as a close disciple by today's third Hokage at a young age. On the first mission to another country, he was able to fight against Jonin as genin, and he even possessed the blood inheritance boundary of the two Konoha families at the same time. Whether it is potential or strength, they can be called Konoha's number 1 today. As for other Konoha's new stars, it is nothing more than Hatake Kakashi from the Namikaze Minato class, Namikaze Minato from the Mentor, and Uchiha Shisui from Umbu. In terms of age, they are bigger than Shijir, and in terms of bloodline, Shijir is not as much as Shijir. In terms of generation, Shijir is in the same generation as Sunin? It's all so obvious. Wouldn't you be a fool if you don't bet on Shiyu's body? Hyaga Hisashi is the head of the branch house in the future, and his vision and wisdom are much better than ordinary people. Shijir, I don't force you to give an answer. You just need to make your choice and not regret it. In any case, I want to teach you my own Hyaga fluid technique. Hisashi said. Since someone came to the door, Shijir would naturally not let it go. After all, Shijir has not copied the special acupuncture technique of the Hyaga clan, which is the legendary 8 trigram 64 palms. This set of hits on people will eventually block human chakra. Almost no one can stand up after being hit by this trick. Not to mention, Hyaga Niji, Hisashi's son, also stretches 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hisashi-sensei, if you want to fight with me, then I will naturally be with you. Shijir thought about it and decided to fight. Firstly, through battle, I can become more familiar with Hyaga's physique. Secondly, I also want to copy Hisashi's Hyaga flow mystery through battle. Thirdly, I can understand the true strength of Hyaga Hisashi. Shijir would not think that Hyaga Hisashi in Yonokuni had already demonstrated all his abilities. You must know that Hisashi is now in his prime. Well, good, I want to know more about your abilities, too. Hyaga Hisashi nodded and then said, however, Shijir, the area of the environment, still try not to use large-scale ninjutsu. Shiyu suddenly felt a little funny, nodded and said, understood. Hisashi also nodded, then walked to the center of the courtyard, and then bowed. Shijir naturally followed suit and bowed the same. Then the battle begins. Hisashi then prepared to attack. Byakugan. Go. In front of Shijir's face, he opened Byakugan's Hisashi directly, and as expected, Shijir's eyes gathered a large amount of chakra. When Shijir saw Hisashi's eyes opened, he naturally yelled, Open. I won't keep my hand this time. 8 trigrams air palm. Hyaga Hisashi punched out, and a shockwave of air hit Shijir first. Shijir naturally did not resort to large-scale ninjutsu. Ninfa Needle Jizo. Ninfa Random Lion Hair Technique. Shijir's hair swelled instantly, and then completely wrapped his whole body, and then his hair turned into 9 lion heads, and he bit Hisashi aggressively. Hisashi's Byakugan is naturally clear. Is this the Jiraiya-sama's move? It's quite skillful. Hyaga Hisashi turned directly against the lion head attack. Revolving Heaven. Shijir did not think about defeating Hisashi by using the random lion hair technique, but he felt that offensive and defensive were integrated, so he combined the needle Jizo and random lion hair together. After Shiyu lifted the needle Jizo, he directly used the shadow clone technique to separate 2 human shadows. Hisashi was ready to attack, knowing Shijir was ready to attack. Teacher, let you see my new technique. Shijir then quickly applied Flying Thunder God's technique to Shadow Clone. Then the 2 Shadow Clone rushed to Hisashi, and Hisashi fought with the 2 Shadow Clone. Then Hisashi knocked 1 Shadow Clone to the ground with a palm, but the other Shadow Clone threw his shuriken at the end. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Then the many shurikens that were already there were instantly transformed into more shurikens by Shadow Clone, and all of these shurikens had the technique of Flying Thunder God. 3rd Generation Purpose Technique. Revolving Heaven. Hisashi used Revolving Heaven again, and the Kumo marked with Flying Thunder God technique was once again bounced off. However, these kunao are not ordinary kunao, they are all wrapped with Chakra's line, and Shadow Clone controls Chakra's line, waiting for the end of Hisashi Revolving Heaven at any time. Hisashi is not stupid, knowing that there is no way to continue using Revolving Heaven, and all the outside are Shijir's shurikens. In that case, I will break these shurikens one by one. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyaga Hisashi used Hyaga's physique secret technique, and attacked the shurikens that had attacked him. 1 palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. Hyaga Hisashi's attack speed became faster and faster. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hyaga Hisashi's palm speed was so fast that he couldn't even see. Shiyu was also in his Balin's eyes, watching and talking about it happily. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hisashi said very hacky, Shijir's kunao was almost completely knocked out. That's it, use gentle fist to hit the 64 acupoints of the human body quickly and accurately. Shijir also copied all this. Your new technique? Where is it? Hisashi asked afterwards. Shijir smiled and said, Ms. Hisashi, you have already lost. Chapter 41, Fighting the Hyaga Brothers. I lost? Shijir, I don't understand what you mean. Hyaga Hisashi is also confused. It is clear that Hisashi has broken his ninjutsu, how can it be said that he has lost? Ms. Hisashi? Don't you believe it? Shijir said proudly. Come on, let me understand, if I lose, I'll be convinced. Hisashi finished his posture again. Then you are optimistic, teacher, now it only takes 5 seconds for me to beat you. Shiyu said confidently. 5 seconds? Are you going to bomb me with massive ninjutsu? Hisashi was a little scared, but he knew how terrifying the compound ninjutsu the little guy in front of him was. Of course not. Shiyu shook his head, and then said, I'm proving it to you. In fact, it's very simple. Although Hyaga Hisashi used 8 trigrams 64 palms to defeat Shijir's shurikens, many of those spatial techniques were also used on shurikens that broke and collapsed. Therefore, Shiyu directly used Flying Thunder God, and then spawned a Raise Non with his left hand. After a little sideways, he shot out from behind Hisashi. Hisashi wasn't a fool either. He had already lost the moment Shijir appeared behind him. I lost, and I didn't expect Shijir you to have surpassed me, you really deserve to be Konoha super genius. Hyaga Hisashi was also convinced at this time. This blue ball? It seems to have a very destructive power. And Shijir, you didn't seem to use the body flicker technique to come behind me. Hisashi was also completely convinced, like a student, asking Shijir. Yes, this blue ball is the ninjutsu I developed, and the mobile technique I use is not the body flicker technique, but the space ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique. Shijir also said loudly the name of this trick. Flying thunder god. Is it the ninjutsu invented by Master 2nd Hokage Tobirama? But you can already use Shadow Clone and Shuriken as the carrier of the technique to travel through time and space. At this point, you even have beyond the 2nd Hokage. But it's amazing, makes me a little guilty as Jonin. Hisashi also shook his head. When Shijir was trying to comfort Hisashi in front of him, clapping sounds came from outside the door. FK. Not bad. You are Shijir, right? This battle really opened my eyes. Shijir looked in the direction where the sound was made, and saw a person wearing a kimono with the same appearance as Hisashi. At this time, Shijir was there to look at Shijir. Brother? Why are you here? Hyaga Hisashi was also a little surprised. As a clan, Hayashi can enter the branch house at will, but he almost never takes the initiative to come. Usually, the branch house takes the initiative to go to the clan. You are Hyaga Hayashi, the elder brother of Hisashi-sensei, Hayashi-sensei. Isn't it okay to call you that? Shijir also said very politely. Hayashi smiled and said, of course, I am also Konoha's Jonin, but after watching the test just now, I feel that the two of us are far behind you. Shijir was non-committal and did not respond. Hisashi? How long have we not been fighting together? Hayashi asked suddenly too. Huh? My elder brother? What do you mean? Hisashi was also a little surprised. Is it possible that his hands are itchy as his twin brother? I hope that the two of us will join forces to fight this Shia brother. I just passed by, but I saw the battle between you by chance. I was itching for a while, but I guess I am not the opponent of this little brother. Well, our two brothers, let's fight him together. Hayashi also suggested. Of course I can continue, what do you mean by you then? Hisashi also asked. Shijir was still hesitating, but Hayashi then said, if I beat us, I will tell you what I know about your mother, 1 to 5 to 10. When Shijir heard this place, he naturally nodded and said, come on. I can continue too. Hayashi Hisashi nodded, and then he was more serious than ever. After all, the two of them already knew Shijir's power. Unexpectedly, after many years, the reason for our two brothers to join forces is to deal with a 5-year-old child, but it really blushes. Hayashi also joked. But he is no ordinary kid. He may be the most promising ninja in the ninja world today. Hisashi also commented. Are you ready? Shijir. Hayashi asked. Come on. Shijir is also full of fighting spirit, and now he plans to end this competition in the fastest time. Go. Both Hyaga brothers are masters of physique, so they try to get close to Shijir as much as possible, planning to use Gentle Fist next to them to defeat him. Shijir threw the shuriken directly at the two of them, but the Hyaga brothers flew the shuriken very smoothly after turning on Byakugan. This time they used the power of Gentle Fist to the top. Those shurikens with Flying Thunder God technique were smashed one by soft power, and the spatial technique was naturally unable to be sensed. As expected of brother Hyaga, Shiyu gave a secret compliment, and then directly used the shadow clone technique to separate 5 shadow clones, and the 5 shadow clones also dragged one Hyaga in twos. Shijir took this opportunity to leave a technique to shadow clone. This guy's shadow clone is so difficult. Every time the 2 shadow clone touched the body of the Hyaga brothers, they would be interrupted by Hyaga's attack and had to retreat. Because the battle was stuck, the Hyoga brothers looked at each other and shook their heads. They decided to use 8 trigrams 64 palms again. The magnificent acupuncture technique was used once again, and Shiger's 4 shadow clones after the 8 trigrams hit the 8 trigrams 60 palms, they also directly turned into 4 balls of white smoke and disappeared. Shiger's goal was obviously achieved. His last shadow clone rushed to the 2 of them. Then, Shiger used the Flying Thunder God technique at a very suitable time, and instantly appeared among the Hyoga brothers. The Hyoga brothers cooperated tacitly and naturally guessed that Shiger's body would appear in Shadow Clone's place. The original attack on Shadow Clone is now attacking Shiger. Shiger. This time, you lose. 8 trigrams 64 palms 2 in a row. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Then the Hyoga brothers began to output Shiger frantically. In Byakugan, all Shiger's acupoints seemed to be concentrated by Gentle Fist. Shiger was a little surprised by the tacit cooperation of the Hyoga brothers. However, when the rain fell, the Hyoga brothers were also taken aback. Boom! This substitute technique. When is it? The Hyoga brothers still don't give up. Hisashi's 8 trigrams air palm is like flying shadow clone, and Hyoga plans to use Byakugan to find out Shiger's location. Chapter 42 Konoha Grey Fang, 4th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Teachers, are you looking for me? Shiger's voice suddenly appeared, and Shadow Clone disappeared with a bang. Shiger reappeared behind the Hyoga brothers, took out Konao with both hands, and pressed them against the Hyoga brothers' backs. Sorry two teachers, you lost. Shiyu also said lightly. When? Why did you appear behind us? Impossible. There is no Konao that you have marked with the technique behind us. We have used Gentle Fist to beat it into a mess from the beginning. Hayashi was also very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Shiger could easily teleport behind them. Is it possible that he can really teleport, and can teleport anywhere? Hisashi shook his head, throwing out this unlikely idea. Teachers, you have been guarding against my special Konao, and guarding against me appearing in front of you at any time, but you have ignored Shadow Clone. Shiger also replied. Shadow Clone. But the Hyoga brothers still didn't understand Shiger's meaning. I set out 5 Shadow Clones, to fight you, and I marked the other with the technique, and then used Shadow Clone to rush towards you. All this is just to mislead you and make you think that I will using the technique on Shadow Clone. He suddenly appeared next to him, attacking you suddenly. My main body has already used the substitute technique, so when you think it is my main body that you are attacking, he will become a big stick. You still didn't explain why you appeared behind us? Shouldn't you? Hisashi also guessed something. In fact, the really useful Flying Thunder God technique, as early as when you were fighting Shadow Clone, they had already marked behind you before you even noticed it, but I have been diverting your attention. That's why you won't notice. However, even if you notice it, it doesn't make any sense. Once it is marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, it means that it will be defeated by me. Shiger disappeared again after speaking and appeared above the Hyoga brothers. Shiger stood up beautifully and said, I can appear anywhere within a limited range around the marked object. In other words, I can start from the top of your head, behind, directly in front of you, and under your feet. Attack suddenly. When Shiger talked about this, the Hyoga brothers were completely convinced. I don't know if it's the Flying Thunder God technique, or your Shiger, I'm afraid you will grow into the backbone of the new generation of shinobi. Hisashi also gave a high evaluation. Shiger, you are really strong, too strong, then I will tell you about your mother, Hyoga, who is really red. Hyoga Hayashi also intends to keep his promise. Your mother, Hyoga is really red. She is the genius of the Hyoga clan, the eldest lady of the Hyoga clan patriarch. Byakugan has been turned on at a young age, and she has also mastered almost all the secret arts of the Hyoga clan. Hyoga clan. The patriarch is your grandfather and is quite satisfied with it. Because no one can match it, Zhenhong was also established as the patriarch of the Hyoga clan of the next generation, but this was opposed by many clan elders, and your mother did not seem to want the family to become her own shackles. At this moment, a man broke into his world. This man is your father. Your father is completely different from the other Uchiha clan. He loves freedom. He has fallen in love very quickly with yours. However, the tragedy is counting down from the beginning of the story. The big daughter of the Hyoga clan was almost labeled as betraying the clan, and the geniuses of the Uchiha clan left Konoha village in pairs and lived in other parts of the Fire Land. Later, the Second Ninja World War broke out. All participated in the battle as a Konoha shinobi. In the end, it seems that all died on the battlefield, and you were entrusted to Konoha at that time, and this settled in Konoha. When Shiger knew the truth, there were some tears in the corners of his eyes. Is it wrong? Is it wrong for them to be themselves? Live the life they want, live the life they want? Isn't this the meaning of life? In the end, they still lost their lives for Konoha, but they are still not affected by their own family. Agree? That's ridiculous. Is this also called a family? Shiger's thoughts obviously do not match this ninja world. If you want to explain why, they are ninjas, they are also the ninjas of their own family. The moment they were born, they were destined to fight for the ninjas and the family. Hayashi also shook his head. Shiger's words reminded him of Hisashi's head. Caged bird. Shit. People are the first to become the ninjas later. Even people are uncomfortable, let alone ninjas. At this time, a figure appeared again at the gate. The person in front of him is very energetic, with gray hair, and his face mask covers everything below his nose. His height reaches 1.8 meters, with this gray blade on his back, and there is another one standing beside him. The reduced version of himself is Heitake Kujuo. Kinaha gray teeth? Heitake Seiyu. Hayashi was also surprised, and looked back at Hisashi. Hisashi nodded. The third-generation project informed that the Chunin selection examination must meet with the Guardian to confirm that they are correct before they can participate. Hisashi explained. Yeah, otherwise I won't come to your place at all. What I smell is decay, corruption, and stubbornness. Heitake Sae also sarcastically said, and then looked at Uchiha Shiger and said, Boy, I like yours idea. Hyoga Hisashi and Hyoga Hayashi seem to know Konoha Grey Tooth well, and they don't say much. Are you sure to let Heitake Kujuo take the Chunin selection exam? Hisashi asked. Huh. The little Chunin exam is just a test. I need to confirm it. I just heard that this time the kid Kakashi will continue to take the Chunin selection exam. This is a good opportunity to teach him and make him deflated. Well, that's confirmation. Okay, let's wait for Red Butterfly. Hisashi said. And while waiting for Hongdi, Heitake Sae also said to Shiger, Boy, I heard you are very strong. It's stronger than very strong. Shiger also said more arrogantly. Shiger is what others treat him, and he treats others how he treats others. Very arrogant. But I like it very much. The guy Heitake Kakashi is already Chunin, but the exam must be conducted in a small team, so the kid Kakashi was forced to participate. I hope you can deflate Kakashi this time. Haha. Frustrated that kid's spirit. Heitake Sae also pleaded. I will. Shiyu wanted to clean up his juniors a long time ago. Chapter 43 Heitake Sword Technique, 5th. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. Heitake Senpai. What do you think of this knife? Shiger said, raising his hand and directly threw the meteor knife on his waist to Heitake Sae. Sor reacted very quickly, and he grasped the meteor knife Shiger in one hand. I have heard Kojo say that his teammate Shiger got a meteor knife made of meteorite iron from the outside world, and that seems to be this one. Sae Haytake stared at it for a long time, and then he pulled it out. Good knife. Even Zoyu praised. This knife is hard and tough, extremely sharp, and excellent in workmanship. The small patterns carved on it are so exquisite. It can be called a peerless piece of art. I can still feel a cold feeling from the handle of the knife. It's like a knife breathing. This cold feeling seems to make the brain clearer. It's a good knife. The expert will know if there is any, and Ziyu's evaluation of the knife is very objective, which can be seen. The meteor knife is indeed a rare treasure. Haytake Senpai, although he has this good knife, but there is no matching sword technique? It's really a pity. Shiger also sighed deliberately, looking very disappointed. Haha. Boy, do you want to learn swordsmanship from me? Even Sherinan from the Uchiha clan can't replicate my swordsmanship. Do you know why? Haytake Seiyu asked. Can't copy? Why? Shiger was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, apart from the limit of blood succession, there is no ninjutsu illusion that Shiger can't copy. It's very simple, because Sherinan is just a copy. My movements, my swords, and my swordsmanship are just suitable for me. My Haytake Ziyu's weapon, Grey Teeth, is the short sword. It is suitable for assaults and assassinations. Your meteor knife is as long as a sword. Therefore, if you just copy it mechanically, you will die very miserably in battle. Shiger is so clever, knowing that Haytake Sae has a tendency to pick himself up, so he humbly said, So, Haytake Sr., what you mean is that you need to find a knife that suits you, and you have to find a knife that suits you. Can you perform the strongest sword technique? Haytake Sae laughed, Ha! You are really talented, but you are wrong. It's not that you find the knife that suits you, but they find the one that suits it. Haytake Seiyu also said quite profound words, with endless aftertastes. You put the knife on top of the person? Is the person using the knife? Or is the knife borrowing the person? Hyaga Hayashi also asked with a bit of arrogance. What is a sword? What is a swordsmanship? What is the combination of a human and a sword? A sword and a human are for balance. How can there be who controls the other? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Haytake Ziyu is very aggressive, right? The Hayashi I like is just a horrible meal. Hayashi was embarrassed and snorted without speaking. Shiger nodded seemingly. Maybe it's a bit early, so I'll ask you another question. Do you know any sword masters Konoha has? Haytake Sae asked again. Shiyu thought for a while and said, the Haytake clan, White Fang's Grey Teeth smash Konoha with a sword technique, are definitely a swordsman. Yeah, keep talking. Haytake Sae seemed extremely satisfied. Shiger thought about it again and said, the Uchiha clan has a long history of swordsmanship. I heard that Uchiha Shisui has used a good swordsmanship at a young age. Well, but, Uchiha's swordsmanship has declined, and Uchiha's swordsmanship will disappear within 10 years. Haytake Sae predicted. Shiger knew the fate of the Uchiha clan, 10 years later, let alone swordsmanship. Even the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. I don't know the rest. It seems that Konoha doesn't have any family sword skills anymore, right? Shiger also couldn't remember. Sure enough, you don't know. Seiyu nodded and said, Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, pioneered Konoha Ryutsuki, and the most suitable sword technique for frontal combat is Konoha Ryuko. If it weren't for Third Hokage's begging of me, I wouldn't teach you my improved Konoha Ryuko technique. Haytake Sae also said a little airy. Really? Hokage please. Hayashi also directly doubted. I didn't talk to you, don't disturb me. Haytake Sae also froze back again. Shiger felt that even if third generation did not ask him to greet him in advance, it would be enough to move him. However, I like you. If someone asks me hard, I won't tell him more. Heitake Sae glared at Hayashi, and Hayashi pretended not to see it. Do you mean the Kana Harayako technique pioneered by the second generation? What do you mean by making improvements? Shiger asked curiously. My full name is Heitake Knife Art. Heitake Knife Art is suitable for the Heitake clan's figure. The Grey Fang and White Fang are all very short, so they are suitable for raids, assassinations, and quick strikes against the enemy. Fastness and speed are his strengths, so he has his strengths and his shortcomings. However, Kana Haryu's swordsmanship is suitable for frontal combat, capable of protracted combat, and its length, strength, and lethality are much greater. And your meteor sword is considered to be a great sword. This kind of sword has advantages and disadvantages in combat. The master of the second generation divides the posture of the sword into 3 stages, the upper, middle and lower stages. The second generation believes that the upper stage is too bulky and the lower stage. The lethality is slightly insufficient, so the second generation project is used to using the middle section, and then cooperates with its own Flying Thunder God technique to perform stabs, which is the Flying Thunder God slash, to hit the enemy. But I think everything has a reason. The upper stance has the strongest lethality, and the lower stance has the fastest attack speed. So I use the essence of our Heitake sword technique to improve the Kana Harayako of Master Tobirama. It makes it one of attack and defense. So it can be called Heitake Kana Harayato. Heitake Seu explained in great detail. Shiger was taken aback and couldn't see that Heitake Kujuo's father, Heitake Sae, turned out to be a super genius with swordsmanship. Although I am not suitable for learning Heitake sword art, if I learn the Kana Haryu sword art improved by Heitake Sae, it is equivalent to learning the essence of the 2 sword art. So, kid, it's the same sentence. Knives and people should be equal. When the people and the knives are unified, your swordsmanship will reach the highest level. Heitake Sae said. If you have time, come to my Heitake's house. I will teach you the improved Kana Harayako technique. Heitake Sae said immediately afterwards, but don't forget what you promised me, this time you must let Kakashi deflate. And you two had better pass the selection and become Chunin. Heitake Sae said that the 2 naturally refer to the time when your son Kujuo returned to Yuyushiha. Rain. Did you forget me? A female voice came from inside the Hyaga branch house. Chapter 40 Fortune and Exam Process, First. Seek Collection. Seek Silver Ticket. The person in front of him had fiery red hair, long draped around his waist. She walked out of a building inside the Hyaga branch house. This person is naturally the last female member of the Hisashi class, Hyaga Hongdi. However, the red butterfly at this time is not dressed in casual clothes as usual, but in kimono, which looks very beautiful. I can't believe my eyes. I have never seen a red butterfly wear this way. Nan Xiang said in surprise. Shiyu was also a little surprised and said, there is a saying that Buddha relies on gold clothing, people rely on clothing, and red butterfly wears this way. It instantly appears calmer and more elegant. Red Butterfly's face was slightly hot, and then she asked, do you mean that I am not usually quiet and elegant enough? Shiger was also at a loss for words, which made Hisashi and others want to laugh. Miss, you are here. Hisashi and Hayashi both looked extremely respectful, and it seemed that Hongdi's identity was extremely noble. Uncle Hayashi, and Teacher Hisashi, you don't need to be polite. I am just a student now, not a young lady. Hongdi had the consciousness of becoming a ninja in the previous duel with Suzuki class, so he wanted to get rid of that completely. The status of Miss Kinjin. Okay, everyone is here, we are the parents, so we will withdraw first. Heitake Ziyu is a relatively maverick person, so he also left directly as a body flicker technique. Hisashi, there is nothing wrong with me here. Hayashi nodded at Hisashi, then gestured at Hongdi, and left the branch house. On the field, only the members of Hyaga Hisashi class were left. Okay, now there are only 4 of us left. Chunin selection exam, I have already signed up for you. Hisashi said. And with the consent of your guardian, Shiger, you must talk to your sister. Hyaga Hisashi's expression became very serious afterwards. This Konoha Chunin selection test is the largest Chunin selection test since the Second Ninja World War. This is unprecedented. As far as I know, there are 300 genin who signed up, because the preliminaries are this is done by the team as a unit. Therefore, the 3 are in a small team, and there are 300 candidates, forming a group of 100. This 100 groups of candidates include not only freshmen who have just graduated from ninja school like you, but also old students, and even candidates who have experienced the Second Ninja World War. And after research and discussion by the relevant departments of Konoha Village, this Chunin the selection exam will allow ninjas who have become Chunin to join. In other words, you are facing more than genin. Hisashi also said very seriously. Chunin? Why is there Chunin? Red Butterfly's strength is the weaker among the 3. She was a little surprised. After all, the Chunin selection exam was to select Chunin. Why would there be ninjas who have become Chunin to participate? Our Konoha ninja team has always been composed of 3 people. Because it is a team match, it is assumed that one of the same teams is Chunin and the remaining 2 are not. After passing the selection examination, the other 2 have a chance to become Chunin. But don't worry, there will be at most 1 Chunin in the team, and there will never be more than 2 Chunin. Otherwise, it will affect the balance of the game too much. But, why? Why can't Chunin be chosen among genin? It must be in the form of a squad. Shiger also asked. The reason is unknown, but the general plan for this exam was planned by the highest level of Konoha, the Konoha advisory team, and Third Hokage also passed this decision, so there is no doubt about it. When Shiyu heard this, he thought of a person, half of his face was bandaged, and Konoha's countless dark incidents belonged to him. Danzo? Does Danzo have any conspiracy? It's definitely not simple. The 3 old guys in the Konoha advisory team must have some purpose. We don't actually need to think about these issues, we just need to think about how we can win. Haytake also directly said the point. Hisashi pondered for a while and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Tell me about the selection test process. This Chunin selection test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a written test. You will probably test some iron rules of the ninja and some common sense questions, but I think it may not be that simple. According to the pass rate in previous years, about 40% of the candidates will be removed, and only about 60 groups will be left. Hisashi also told everyone the real data he knew. What? 40%? Almost half of the candidates will be brushed down during the written test. Haytake Kujuo is very concerned about fighting, but for this kind of written test, he has common sense of ninja, but he has no confidence at all. His father is a maverick, he also has no interest in these ninja rules. Relax, ninja Tetsuki and common sense, even if you haven't memorized it, you can basically answer 7 or 8. Shiger also comforted. He knew that the Konoha Chunin selection exam was not that simple, otherwise the test was intelligence gathering ability, or else take the test of something that has nothing to do with the test. He has white eyes, and he has nothing to do with it. After the written test is over, the second stage is the preliminaries. After the content of the preliminaries needs to pass the written test, your chief examiner will tell you in person that I don't know everything here. I only know the test process and don't know the specific content. Hisashi is also telling the truth. Even he has no authority to know this kind of thing. Ms. Hisashi, what about after passing the preliminaries? Hongdi asked curiously. After the preliminaries, there will be the semi-finals. In the semi-finals, 8 contestants will be selected to participate in the Konoha Chunin Selection Examination Finals 3 months later, and that is the final stage, who will become champions at that time. Naturally, the person who has the most chance to become Chunin. It is worth mentioning that anyone who can pass the preliminaries has a chance to become Chunin. It mainly depends on your respective performance, as well as the discussion of the chief examiner and the jury. In short, Chunin selection will be fair, but don't forget the premise. You must pass the written test first. Hisashi concluded by putting his students together. Pulled back to reality. Do you have any questions about the process? Hisashi glanced at everyone and asked. I don't have any questions. Shiger thought about it and there was nothing to ask. In one sentence, it was all done. Heitake Kujuo is indeed a little unconfident about his written test, but Hongdi is the opposite, confident in the written test, but not confident in the subsequent preliminaries. Preliminaries, must you fight? Hongdi asked timidly. She seems to be extremely unconfident in her actual combat, for fear of dragging everyone back. Hongdi, take it easy, let's take the written test first. Shiyu also gave a relief, but there was no pressure. Chapter 45 Chakra Mark. I said, I don't know anything about the content. But in addition to knowing the ninja precepts, Chunin naturally needs to have the ability to fight. Hisashi also hinted that there would definitely be battle. Do you have any questions about the exam process? Hyaga Hisashi also confirmed again. After no one answered, Hyaga Hisashi nodded. In this case, at 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 days later, please enter the Konoha waiting room to prepare for the written test. The exam will start at 9 o'clock. After the exam, the examiner will directly announce the results. If you pass, the examiner will take you directly to the second session. The exam is the test room for the preliminaries. Hyaga Hisashi completely finished the exam. Kangshin, you can go to Master Greytooth to learn sword skills in the past few days, because after passing, you will immediately enter the preliminaries. Miss Hongdi, no, it's Hongdi, you and I will continue to familiarize yourself with Hyagalu's physique. As for Shiger, can you arrange it freely? Hyaga Hisashi currently doesn't know how to arrange Shiger. Neither he nor his brother can beat him. In terms of strength, I am afraid that third Hokage can teach him. It's not something you can learn in a while. Everyone responded, and then left separately, all returned to their homes, preparing for an extremely stressful exam. 1 week is very short. As Hisashi said, it is not enough to learn Heitake Konoha swordsmanship. Shiger does not plan to take the meteor knife this time, because the meteor knife is not very practical for Shiger. And in these 7 days, Shiger used his reward from the last B-level mission to create many special kunao more suitable for him. Shiger discovered that the Flying Thunder God technique is superior to kunao, and it is indeed better than shuriken. It's much better. The shuriken is light and the shooting range is short, so you can't throw it very far. If the distance is too close, Flying Thunder God is meaningless. Shiger filled his ninja bag with special kunao, and these kunao were fully covered with Flying Thunder God technique. Shiger's wish to mark the Flying Thunder God technique is extremely simple. As long as he directly touches the object with his hand, he can easily cover the technique on the object he wants to cover. Shiger remembers that the Flying Thunder God technique of second generation is a pattern, and the technique of Namikaze Minato he remembers is words, so Shiger has also made improvements on the chakra mark of Flying Thunder God. Shiger found that whether it is text or pattern, it is to be able to more clearly sense spatial fluctuations. In other words, if you improve your perception of chakra and your understanding of the attributes of space, you can leave a mark. Even smaller. The slight advantage is that Shiger can attack when the enemy is not even aware that he is marked. Even if you can find that you are marked, There are only two situations that can be released. One is to remove it myself, otherwise even Minato will not remove the Flying Thunder God mark with my chakra. The other is to become a 6 paths level existence, Master Yin Yang Chakra. In the original work, only Yuuchiba Obito, after becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, relieved the flying left by his teacher Namikaze Minato. Thunder God mark. Shijir knows that even Uchiha Madara is not 6 paths in this era. Within a week, Shijir made hundreds of attempts, but the effort paid off. Shijir was finally able to leave only a 1 cm gojade on the object, and the color was very light. Won't find out. The only shortcoming is that if the marked object is too far away from Shijir, it still cannot be felt. It seems that it is still due to age and body. My own chakra and the power of space are also limited. Except for the Flying Thunder God technique, Shiyu insisted on doing his previous exercises every day. First of all, Shijir still uses the bug of Shadow Clone, allowing Shadow Clone and itself to perform the printing exercises at the same time. Each seal needs to be accurate, and it does not require any thought to use it. Only by copying, Shijir will never be able to surpass others. The more Shijir masters techniques, the more seals he needs to practice. 5 times the daily practice speed, plus the exaggerated thousands of times a day to practice the seals, will he be able to practice the techniques he has learned and finish the week. Shijir's Jian speed has also become a bit faster. Don't underestimate the little progress. In the world of ninja, progress of 0.1 second can live longer in the ninjutsu duel. The world of ninja is quite cruel. In this way, a week passed quickly. Shijir found Narcissus Amamiya and Xiao Xing specially, and told them about his participation in the Chunin selection examination. Brother! Come on! When you enter the finals, I will definitely go to the scene to cheer for you. Sister Narcissus, you must come too. Xiao Xing said excitedly. Of course. Amimiya Narcissus also nodded, a trace of tenderness leaked between her brows. Shijir, you can definitely do it. With your good words, then I will go. Shijir smiled, and then a Flying Thunder God teleported to the previously marked location, and then teleported all the way to the entrance of Konoha Chunin's waiting room. The first thing I saw was Heitake Kujuo. After a week, Heitake Kujuo has also changed a lot, and the whole person has become a lot stronger. It seems that in order to let Heitake Kakashi deflate, his grey teeth have also abused Kujuo. Next to Kujuo is Kakashi, who is a little bit wrong. The two are also covered with face, one with grey hair and the other with silver hair, but Kakashi is a bit taller and larger than Kujuo. At this time, both of them were cool and didn't say a word, as if looking at each other was uncomfortable. Huh? Shijir. You really came? A familiar voice came. Shijir looked at him. It turned out to be Uchiha Obito with windproof goggles. Obito was still innocent and innocent. Obito ran to Shijir, but seemed to be kicked by someone and fell to the ground, falling into shit. Shiyu had a panoramic view of everything, without saying anything, but everything was clear to his chest. You will trip over when you walk? Really? Kakashi touched his head, feeling helpless. Wow. It hurts. Obito also gave a painful cry, clutching his somewhat swollen forehead. It's okay. Obito. Rin Nohara next to her was also worried. Ha 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 ha. There was a roaring noise around. All of these people looked bad, with black hair and black eyes, and there was the mark of Uchiha fan on the ninja uniform. A crane tail, a Uchiha abandoned son? You guys are in good time together. Haha. One of the older Uchiha seems to be 15 years old. You guy. Obito saw someone mocking him in front of Lin. He was also full of enthusiasm and wanted to rush over and punch him. Chapter 46, Conflict Before the Exam. Haha, do you want to do it with me? The Uchiha teenager was very arrogant, and another Uchiha clan who was about his age also joked, "Zyukyu, since he wants to play? Then you play with him. Have fun. Haha. Haha. Your lord, listen to you." The man named Zyukyu also gave a smirk and took a step in Obito's direction. "Want to hit me? Since you want to play, I will play with you." Uchiha Zyukyu was tall, and after grabbing Obito, he lifted it into the air. The moment Obito was caught, almost at the same time, two figures suddenly teleported and appeared beside Zyukyu. A silver light drew out the blade of White Fang, the sword pointed at Uchiha, and a white light had long been behind Zyukyu's suffering. Ah! Lin was also taken aback. The silver light is Kakashi, and the white light is Shijir. My team member, you don't need to be rescued. Kakashi still looks high. Although Kakashi knows that the person in front of him is his master uncle, but there is not much politeness in his words. But how could Shijir care about this kid, Kakashi? Instead, he said to Zyukyu, "If you dare to make any extra moves, I will kill you immediately. If I do what I say, you can try it." Shiyu was cold like a spear, chilling through. All the karma in his hands was passed to Zyukyu. Zyukyu was not scared by Kakashi, but by the younger Shijir. Huh. BD. Uchiha, who was called His Highness by the man in his hand, yelled, and then suddenly rushed from behind Shijir, and attacked Shijir with another member of the Uchiha clan. "You don't need to do it." Kakashi also wanted to get rid of the other two Uchiha in one step. However, Shijir naturally ignored Kakashi at all. Before Kakashi could take action, Shijir once again disappeared instantly. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises pulled everyone's sights away. The Uchiha clan, known as His Royal Highness, and another Uchiha had fallen to the ground at this time. What is going on? Most people don't know what happened, and even Kakashi was surprised. His Royal Highness. Uchiha Zyukyu stayed where he was in shock or fear. "Obito, pay attention, some powerful tribes will produce some dudes, don't be bullied by them." Shijir exhorted Obito, and then said to Nanksion, who was equally surprised, "What about Red Butterfly? Haven't you come yet?" Here. Nanksion was about to lead Shijir away, but heard a sentence from behind. "Stop. Abandoned son of Uchiha. I am Naomi Uchiha, the second son of the great elder of the Uchiha clan. Open your eyes." Uchiha Naomasa directly turned on Sharingan, but it was only a trick. Uchiha Naomasa rushed to Shijir quickly, and kunao in his hand was about to stab Shijir. Shijir didn't make any waves, his eyes looked at Zhei's hung like a fool, and he let him attack. Chun. Two figures appeared, then directly threw Uchiha Naojun out, and then said angrily, "It is forbidden to fight in the waiting room and nearby. If there is another time, the whole team will lose the qualification to be promoted to Chunin for life." The speaker is no stranger to Konoha. One is Jonin from Konoha village Nara clan, Narashikasa, and the other is Konoha village's current best intelligence ninja, Yamanaka Koichi. As Konoha Genin. What kind of style? Yamanaka Kiyaki was also a little angry. Before the test started, I didn't expect the candidates to fight. Others are also full of gunpowder, right? Put away your eagerness to compete. Everything will wait until the written test is passed. Now, let me all enter the waiting room and wait. Naraluyu also regrets taking such one. Live. The number of Chunin who were responsible for maintaining order gradually increased. As Hai and Lu had been sitting in town for a long time, no one dared to provoke any more. However, before Uchiha entered the waiting room, he still gave Shijir a vicious look. Shijir directly chose to open the white round eyes. The three-hooked jade white eyes were like stagnant water, but he was scared enough. Shijir and Nanksion happened to meet Hyuga Red Butterfly before entering the waiting room, and the three of them also walked into the waiting room together, waiting for the start of the exam. After entering the waiting room, the place was still full of unkind eyes. It was quickly discovered that there were old and new students, and even various ninjas who had experienced war. Even Shiger felt an inexplicable pressure. In the crowd, fish and dragons are mixed. Maybe there are not only the Uchiha clan who wants to take my life, but also genin in disguise, who came to spy on Konoha from other countries. Shiger also boldly guessed. However, Shiger was not the only goal. Kakashi was only 10 years old at this time, and he was already Chunin. As Konoha's genius, he was naturally targeted by others. Not long after entering, Kakashi was suddenly attacked. Kakashi. A boy with thick eyebrows wearing a green tights suddenly kicked Kakashi from behind. Kakashi also easily avoided. Wow! This person's eyebrows are so thick. Who is this? Hongdai asked. Kakashi. You escaped my attack again. You deserve to be the enemy of my life. This is youth. This is blood. Challenge Kakashi. This is the goal of my life. My name is Might Guy. Hello everyone. This person named Might Guy stood in the middle of the waiting room, almost completely ignoring everyone's unkind eyes, and raised his thumb to everyone, showing his white teeth. Most people think that the person in front of them must be a neurotic. It's this weird guy again. Sigh. Uchiha Obito also patted his head. However, Shiger's eyes were indeed attracted by Guy. This is the person who almost kicked the finale with one kick in the legend. 8 inner gates. I still have to learn if I have a chance. Shiger also nodded slowly at Guy, walked over, and actively greeted, Hello, Guy. Wow. It's a great honor. I know that the youthfulness in my body can attract others. Guy also responded politely to Shiger. You are here too. A pleasant female voice came, and everyone turned around. Shiger saw a female ninja staring at him. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, a female ninja with a big purple wave, Katori Violet. Also, Katsuhei Yoshida and Hidachi Matsuyama. Heitake Kujo reminded. Matsuyama Hideo and Heitake Kujo showed provocative gazes, while Yoshida Kapi just smiled at Shiger friendly. After all, the strong are worthy of respect, not to mention Shiger in front of him, who has repeatedly beaten the two of them at the age of 5 years old. Chapter 47 Waiting Room, 4th today. Ask for collection. Ask for silver ticket. What happened last time? I'm really sorry. The people in our group just hate those ninjas who are defiant by relying on their blood to succeed the limit. Violet took the initiative to apologize to Shiger. Shiyu seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that it would be like this. He thought it was a rattling sword. But Shiger didn't really hate them too much. After all, they were both Konoha shinobi, and it was just a little misunderstanding. Well, there are many acquaintances, and there are many ninjas who have never met. It seems that they are all here to take the Chunin selection exam. Shiyu greeted Violet. You have to be careful of the Uchiha clan. Katori Violet quietly reminded, I can feel their mistreatment of you. It's more than I can feel that, just now at the gate, it's already a small fight. Shiyu couldn't help but said. No, they are just normal players from the Uchiha clan. I mean. Violet, it's time for us to enter the arena. Yoshida Kapi shouted, and Violet said to his lips but swallowed abruptly. Anyway, be careful. Shiger actually didn't understand Violet's reminder. Although Violet is the same Konoha shinobi as himself, he is not relatives or reasons. Why should I remind myself kindly? However, from Mr. Hisashi, I also received the news that the Uchiha clan was about to do something to me. When I entered the waiting room, many extremely unkind eyes were staring at me, among them the Yuya clan. It seems that the Chunin selection exam this time is not as simple as imagined. A voice once again attracted everyone. It's the Inoshikacho trio from Konoha Genin. Someone reminded. Narakazuru, Yamanaka Yuki, Akamaika dolphins, known as Ino, Shika, Cho, are the combination of Konoha from generation to generation in this era. They also graduated from ninja school before, Shiger knows them. With the entry of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the entire waiting room can be said to be more lively. The three of them and Shio's group are in the same class, so naturally they are also acquaintances. Huh? Uchiha Shiger. I need to take care of the actual test. Yamanaka Yuki seemed to be very enthusiastic, and said hello to Shiger. Yuki, are you so sure that you can pass the written test? Akamaiki asked while eating. Then you need to say, isn't there Kazuru? Yamanaka Yuki looked at Narakazuru and said, this is our think tank. It can be seen that Shiger's popularity is quite high. After all, Shiger's graduation exam in the ninja school is quite exciting. And Might Guy, who noticed Shiger's high popularity, was obviously already a senior, but he had never become Chunin before. Might Guy can feel that Shiger is full of youth, so Guy feels that Shiger is definitely a good opponent like Kakashi. Since he is qualified to be his opponent, Guy issued an invitation to Shiger to fight. You are called Shiger. Guy looked at Shiger, showing a high war spirit. Any advice? Guy. Shiger also met Guy's gaze without any fear. You can see that you are very strong. If you have a chance, let's decide the winner during the exam. Might Guy said. Shi Yuzhen was worried about how to get close to Guy. After learning 8 inner gates in the future, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. Okay, I will fight you fairly and justly. I also want to see how strong you Might Guy is. Shiger is also a lot more enthusiastic. Genma, Ebisu. I found a strong opponent for us. Guy said excitedly to his teammate. I don't know who Osuanjian's appearance is chic, with thousands of books in his mouth, he naturally smiled and said, great, I'm already eager to try. The Uchiha clan? Guy. Are you sure you want to provoke such a powerful opponent for us? Ebisu squeezed his sunglasses with his hands. It doesn't matter Ebisu, our enemy is more than one of them, are you not all enemies except ourselves? Shiranui Genma said. Well. Ebisu was a little helpless. Shiger on the side saw everything in his eyes, but his heart was meticulously memorizing the people around him. In addition to Kujo, Hongdi, and mine, there are also many Konoha groups. Take Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Linear. Narakazuru, Yamanaka Yuki, Akamaika Dolphin. Matsuyama Hidachi, Katari Violet, Yashida Katsuhei. And Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. The one who just clashed with me, Uchiha Hideaki, Uchiha Naomasa, and another Uchiha. Currently, there are only 5 groups I know, and those guys. Shiger tilted his head and saw a group of other ninjas who had no good intentions. If there are 100 groups, there should be at least 5 waiting rooms. This time the trial is really huge. Shiger also guessed. Nangxiang, you must have no problem, don't be nervous. Hongdi kept comforting Nangxiang. Nangxiang was really not confident about his written test. Nangxiang, Hongdi, take the exam for a while. The exam questions are the next thing. You must focus on the exam questions, that is, the chief examiner's words. In addition, you must never quit actively. Don't quit even if you don't have a question. It's very possible. If one person quits, the whole team will be eliminated. Shiger also reminded Hongdi and Nangxiang on the spot. Just when everyone was analyzing what the exam questions were, a Chunin knew all about it. Uchiha Shiger, Hyuga Red Butterfly, Take Kujo, enter the ugly examination room, about to take the exam, get ready. It's time to go in. Shijir reminded again, "Don't forget what I said." Although Kojuo and Hongdi didn't understand Shijir's meaning, they also remember Shijir's words. After the three of them entered the examination room, their positions were disrupted, and they sat in very scattered positions. Obviously, this was arranged by the examiner in advance. And the chief examiner is naturally Nara Lukasa, who everyone has just met. After everyone was in place, Luju began to introduce everyone. "Hello, everyone. I am the chief examiner for the first Chunin trial, Nara Shiraku and Kanaha Jonin. I need to tell you two things for this test. First, after entering the examination room, you are not allowed to speak. No matter who it is, if you speak, I will directly sentence him to Genin for life. You will never be eligible for promotion to Chunin." The examination room quietly didn't even have anyone who responded, and everyone didn't want to say yes, and then be eliminated by the examiner. "Yes, it seems that you have understood the first point." Luju nodded, very satisfied, and then continued. "The second thing, now, I will read out the test rules. You only need to listen and understand. As for those who can't understand, you should leave the test room as soon as possible. Chapter 48 Start Exam, 5th. Seek Collection. Seek Cash. Naraluyu then began to read the rules of the written test. This exam is based on a group. After entering the exam room, there will be a set of test papers with 8 test questions. These 8 test questions are all questions about ninja precepts and common sense of ninjas. One correct answer will add 10 points. In the last 10 minutes of the exam, the 9th question will appear. The 9th question is 20 points. You can choose to answer or not. It is recommended that you carefully consider it according to your personal circumstances. We pass 60 points in this exam, and those below 60 points will be eliminated directly. Because this question is risky. If you decide to answer the 9th question, but you get it wrong in the end, you will still be eliminated even if your previous score reaches 80 points. In other words, the 9th question is the most unconfident. Don't try it, you must know the cost of answering wrongly. If you don't choose to answer the questions, but the final score does not reach 60 points, then I am sorry, your exam will also end. The ranking of your written test results will directly determine the order of your next actual battle. The higher the score, the more advantage you will have. The examiner will tell you the specific content of the next game. Luju said that, the vast majority of people in the examination room are a little nervous. Most people have given up on the plan to do additional questions. If they have clearly exceeded the passing line, they will not pay for the gains because they have answered the additional questions incorrectly. Oh, by the way, if you don't have confidence, you can just give up, but candidates in the same group as him will also lose their qualifications for this exam. Oh, you may be thinking, why did you give up? But I want to tell you that those who are eliminated in this exam will not be allowed to take the Chunin promotion exam again within 3 years. Such as those who are found cheating or suspected of cheating. Lost the qualification for the exam for life. Luju said very solemnly. The Chunin examiners around him were all pale. Luju's words were undoubtedly a blockbuster. Those who had no confidence in themselves would have increased their psychological pressure again. Failure to pass will also hurt teammates. Shiyu secretly understood. Sure enough, Kanaha's written test has never been so simple. The exam in the original book, on the one hand, tests the ninja's ability to collect information. It will be treated as cheating if it is found to have cheated 3 times. On the other hand, it tests the ninja's spirit of not shrinking from desperation, and this time the test compared with this, it also puts great psychological pressure on the candidates. I just don't know what the final question will be. Shiyu also hoped that Nangxian could hold on to the end. Fortunately, he had passed the anger with Hongdi Nangxian before. Now, preparing to start the exam, you should know that Kanaha will have Chunin selection exams twice a year. You still have the opportunity. If you don't have confidence in yourself, then give up as soon as possible. Don't just be genin forever. Naraluyi continued. Under the psychological pressure, some candidates were convinced. After a short while, an examinee raised his hand tremblingly. I choose to quit. It is better to quit now, it is better than not being a genin in 3 years. The candidate's companion also stood up, and left the examination room with a disappointed expression. Very well, to quit now means that there is still a chance in the future. It is a wise move. Don't be embarrassed. If you bite the bullet, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble to your teammates. Naraluyi also used one. After winking, more people raised their hands in the examination room. I give up this exam. I also give up. Unknowingly, many groups of candidates have chosen to give up. Shijir looked at Nangxiang and Hongdi very worried, but fortunately, they seemed to have heard Shijir's words and had no plans to give up. That's right. I didn't expect that in the genin exam, there would be support. These people led the unsteady candidates to give up early. Shiyu saw at a glance that genin, who took the lead at the beginning, was at the scene with Naraluyu. Some people left, but not many. In the end, the ones who remained in the examination room were those who wanted to take the exam. Luju nodded, looked at the time, and then said, "The time is almost there. Now we will start to issue test papers." Then the deputy examiner Chinin began to unpack the test papers and then distributed them. Soon, I heard someone rustling, rhythmically answering questions with a pen on the test paper. After Shijir took the paper, he filled in the name, class, and ninja number, especially when writing the ninja number, just like the admission ticket number written in the exam in the previous life. Then Shijir began to review the questions. The first question, in the ninja world, are the 3 ninjas known as Sunin, what are their names? Shiyu was also a little surprised. He was already ready to use Bailanyan, but he didn't expect this question to be so simple. This is an exam question? This is common sense. How can the exam question be so simple? Even a 3-year-old child knows the answer, not to mention that I am 5 years old this year. Could it be that the difficulty of the subsequent questions will increase? Shiyu then glanced at the 10 lines, read the remaining 7 questions one by one, and saw the last one in one breath. Who established the Konoha shinobi village? Shirain shinobi couldn't help taking a breath. The 8th question is the most difficult, but it is still a common sense question. As long as a ninja with a little common sense can understand it, Shijir really doesn't understand why he took such a simple question. Ms. Hisashi said that nearly 40% of the people will be eliminated. I think the key problem must be the last question. Shijir shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts. He wrote the first 7 questions carefully, making sure that he would definitely pass, and then he looked at the 8th question and pondered for a while. The ninja who established the Konoha shinobi village, I believe that the answer written by most people is the first generation of Hokage Senju Hashirama, but this answer is not entirely correct. The establishment of Konoha village is a ninja dreamland built by the Uchiha and Senju clan from hatred to cooperation. It was born in pursuit of peace, so it is called Konoha. And, apart from Senju Hashirama who founded Konoha village, his younger brother Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara, who most people don't want to mention. When Shiyu wanted to understand this, he worked hard to write down the 3 names. Now, I should be able to guarantee that I am currently 80 points, and now I am waiting for the last additional question. Shiyu looked at Hongdi's answer with her white-will eyes. Except for the last question, the answer was different from his own, everything else was correct, and he should be able to pass the test. Shijir felt much calmer inside, and then used the white will to see Nangxiang's answer, almost frightened to death. This guy, are you sure it's not here to be funny? Chapter 49 The 9th question. Is this guy a genius? Konoha Sunin's name, actually wrote Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, and Heitake Seiyu. Never mind others, Jiraiya among Sunin, but I have completed A-level missions with us. Shiger's heart was a little broken. Heitake Kujuo said before that he couldn't do the written test. Shiger thought he was humble. Now look at it. Come on, this is how humble. I don't know, it's okay to be messy, but I put my father's name on it. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Shiger was helpless after the collapse, but because of her superb strength, she couldn't help. To Kujuo. The exam is still in progress. Some candidates see the question so simple and struggle with writing, but some candidates are still cautiously answering the question. They are all considering whether to answer the 9th question. Chun. Suddenly Kyu flew to the center of an examinee's table, impartially, and accurately hit the examinee's test paper. WH. What's the matter? The genin was very flustered, as if he had done something wrong. Achinin said with a sullen expression, cheaters will lose their qualifications for the exam for life. I didn't cheat. Although the candidate didn't want to admit it, he behaved more flustered. The candidates in the same group as him, please leave the exam room quietly, don't be like him. Let's not leave. Still yelling. The Chunin directly gave a body flicker technique, flashed in front of the person, and then threw it from the seat and out of the examination room. The thunderous action stunned the candidates in the entire examination room in an instant. What a shame. Get out of here. The ninja who was in the same group as the cheaters was full of complaints, but he didn't dare to complain, didn't dare to say a word, and immediately left the examination room. This move instantly frightened those candidates who had originally planned to cheat back. This kind of topic, even cheating? I don't know what you think. Luju also mocked, and then continued to invigilate the exam. Shiger passed through Balanyan and found that Heitake Kujuo had been half wrong, and only 4 of the 8 questions were correct. In other words, Heitake Kujuo currently only has 40 points. If the 9th question is not answered, or the answer is wrong, then the following preliminaries will miss Shiger and the others. Oh my god. Kujuo. Our Hisashi class, whether we can pass the written test, all our hopes are in those 9 questions. In the original book, Naruto didn't answer a single question, and he still passed the test. That's because the examiner Ibis was from Konoha's torture department. In order to test their psychological quality, he constantly exerted high pressure and made the mentally weak to give up. And in this test, the examiner Luju not only used psychological warfare, but even arranged for a lot of candidates to leave, but the questions were set so simple. What purpose did Luju do at this time? Shiger really couldn't figure it out. The examiner, Narashika-isa, is Shikamaru's father, known as Konoha's 1st Military Division. His IQ is among the top 5 in Hokage. He will be enough to succeed Raikage as the commander of the Ninja Alliance in the future. Shiger guessed that it's normal not to understand. But Shiger knew the 9th question and would determine the fate of his team. The time is almost up. I believe you have completed the first 8 questions. Now you have to choose whether to answer the 9th question. If you are sure to answer the 9th question, write yes under the 8th question, otherwise, write no. Luju said. 5 minutes later, the deputy examiner will give you the 9th question according to your choice. In addition, if you think your score is too low, and you answer the 9th question, you still can't pass the pass line for the candidates, then give you one last chance. Leave by yourself. Luju once again used his psychological tactics. A few more candidates sighed and chose to give up, and these people, without exception, were all arranged by Luju. As a result, what Shiu did not expect was that many real candidates actually chose to follow suit and give up. This group of candidates, under Luju's plan, they actually chose to quit. They are still too tender. Such a psychological quality is really not suitable for promotion to Chunin. Shiyu is very mature and said that others are tender. In fact, I am only 5 years old. Shijir, without any entanglements, wrote yes under the 8th question. Through Balanyan, Shijir found that many candidates had written no. These candidates should be trying to be safe. After all, they are not enough. The probability is very small, but the probability of answering the 9th question incorrectly is very high. Because he passed his breath beforehand, Hongdi also wrote yes under the 8th question. Nangxian hesitated for a while, but he seemed to understand that he had made a lot of mistakes. If he didn't spell it, he might cause the team to be eliminated, so he struggled for a while and wrote yes at the back. That's right. Shiyu believed that his team still had a chance to come back. After 5 minutes arrived, the deputy examiner began to check the papers row by row. The deputy examiner would give him a card with forbearance if he wrote yes. When the deputy examiner gave the card, he would also record something on his record board. The person who says no under the 8th question naturally does not have a card or any examiner's record. Shijir took the card and looked at it for a long time, and found that there was nothing special, but there seemed to be chakras surging, like a thin layer of barrier. Probably there will be a question on the card for a while. Maybe everyone's question is different, maybe. Most examines secretly guessed. But Shijir seemed to have realized something. When Chenin finished reading all the test papers with yes written on them, Luju looked at everyone once, and then made a not printing action and said to the examinee, "Are you ready? Let's go." Then Shijir was surprised to find that chakra's fluctuations came from the card in his hand, and then the shinobi on the red card slowly turned into 3 green numbers. 100. Meaning I got 100 points. Not only Shijir was surprised, but those who had the card felt it was amazing. Those who don't have cards are also very curious, wondering what the cards in their hands really mean. However, Luju knew afterwards, I announced that the 9th question is over, and the written test is over. Question 9. Where is the 9th question? What does this number mean? The exam is over? Where's the 9th question? Why don't I have this card? This thing? What does this mean? As if he knew that candidates would have these questions for a long time, Luju said, "Quiet. First of all, congratulations to the candidates with green numbers on the ninja card, your scores are passed. Congratulations to you for passing this exam. And you didn't get the ninja card, or the number of ninja card is red, it's a pity. You and your team were eliminated." Chapter 50 The Will of Fire, 2nd. Seeking Collection. Seeking Silver Ticket. I don't understand. One of the candidates didn't choose the 9th question because they tried to be safe. According to Luju's words, all of them were eliminated. We don't understand either. Many candidates who did not choose the 9th question, and those whose scores did not pass the line, stood up and expressed dissatisfaction. Don't understand? Then I'll explain it to you one last time. Because the exam was over, Luju didn't have the previous overlord's posture. The first 2 8th questions are correct. One question counts as 10 points, with a full score of 80 points, and the 9th question with a maximum score of 20 points, with a full score of 100 points. 9 questions with more than 60 points are considered as passing. Then Luju said, "Choose to answer the 9th question. That is, the 9th question is answered correctly. Add 20 points. Don't do the 9th question. No matter how much you score. All fail. You only did 8 questions. After the 8th question, the deputy examiner didn't read your test papers at all, and the red forbearance card was not issued for the candidates who wrote no. Therefore, I regret to inform you that you did not take the exam this time. Pass." Luju also explained in detail. Shijir understood Luju's meaning. Shijir immediately used the white will eyes and saw Nangxiang's surprised expression. Nangxiang's hand was a green number 60, and the red butterfly was more reliable. It was a green color of 90. Number. This guy. It's just a side ball, just 60 minutes. If he makes another question wrong, I'm afraid our team will be eliminated. Shiger was almost scared to death. This time there was a disaster. The feeling for the rest of my life. Why? Our previous questions were all right? I didn't answer the 9th question because it was safe. Is this also wrong? An examinee who was not afraid of death also fought against Luju. Luju sneered. It's ridiculous. Even students who haven't graduated from ninja school will answer these 8 questions. What are you proud of if you can answer them? And, for the 8th question, almost all of you got the wrong answer. Didn't you have a class at the ninja school? This exam disappointed me. I didn't expect Konoha's written test, only one candidate got full marks. Luyu also glanced at Shiger unintentionally. It was said that all the candidates had hot faces. It turned out that these questions were in the ninja school textbooks, and they thought they were very good. But even so, the examiner cannot answer the 9th question you mentioned earlier. The examinee still said unwillingly, if you know that there is a risk, why do you still want to do it? Luju's face turned blue. If you are sure, you don't want to fight it? What if you are not sure? Don't you just leave behind and run away? What about your enterprising spirit? As a Konoha ninja, can it only do something sure? During the Second Ninja War, Lord Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, in order to protect the members of Konoha's squad including Lord Third Generation, alone used as a decoy to contain the elite Cloud Shinobi troops, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, and finally died of exhaustion. How can there be any striving to be safe? The real battlefield life is either life or death. Even Hokage-sama is facing a life and death crisis. Ninjas are simply not a striving for safety, so it is a great career. Luju came. He took a long breath and continued. Ninjas, in addition to the most basic ninja common sense, they also need to have the spirit of pioneering and hard work. I said before that the higher the score, the greater the advantage of the subsequent exams. Obviously you didn't take it to heart. Ask yourself, why are you here? Is it just to pass the exam? No. The departure of the older generation gave you the peace now, and you came to this place to become the Chunin of Konoha, where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless, and the fire will continue to illuminate the village, and let the new leaves germinate. This is the will of fire. Whether it is Konoha's Genin or Chunin, they are all Konoha's flying leaves. People who cannot inherit the will of fire are not worthy of becoming Konoha's Chunin. Those who did not pass, please leave now. When you really know what the will of fire is, come to the exam. Luju's words also made those candidates blush. Those who didn't reach the mark obviously didn't even have a master in basic common sense, and those who didn't do the 9th question obviously didn't have the hard-working and pioneering spirit of Konoha Shinobi. Shiyu was very fortunate that all his team passed the exam. Candidates who have passed the written test, please wait a moment. Candidates who have passed the written test in other examination rooms will come to this examination room. Then, the candidates who failed, and their team members left the examination room in a loss. A large number of candidates who passed entered the examination room. Shiyu found many familiar figures in it. Obito, Might Guy, and others seem to have passed. The familiar Konoha shinobi have passed. It's a matter of course, after all, it's such a simple question. Naraluyu nodded in satisfaction, and at this time, a white-haired figure came in at the entrance of the examination room. At this time, all the characters are breathing, looking at the person in front of them in surprise and excitement. This is... Kakashi was most surprised. Uncle! Uncle! Kujuo was astonished as Kakashi, because he was no one else but the famous Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. Master White Fang, you are here, you can start. Naraluyu is also quite respectful. After all, White Fang is the person with the highest qualifications and the oldest generation besides the current third generation, and is bigger than Sunin's prestige. White Fang is not only wearing Jonin's ninja uniform and green vest, but he also has half an armband that Hokage is qualified to wear on his left shoulder. How many groups are left? Shu Mao asked. My lord, there are currently only 40 groups left. After passing the written test, 60% of the candidates have been removed. Lu Ju also reported. Huh? It's almost as I expected. White Fang nodded, then walked to the stage and watched the examines begin to speak. Everyone, congratulations on passing the first level. My name is Heitake Sakumo, also known as Konoha's White Fang, and I am the chief examiner of your second level. Heitake Sakumo did not pay attention to his son and nephew, but took the exam. The content was told to everyone. After we arrive at the examination room, we will first decide the order of admission. Based on the group, the team with the highest written test score in each group can enter the examination room first with the team. If the score is the same, the entry order will be determined by drawing lots. Understood? Shu Mao asked. Understood. The examinee who passed the written test also replied sonorously. Seeing the extraordinary Konoha shinobi, Shumo was very satisfied, and then led 120 candidates to the next venue.